Moonlight spilled across the snowy road, so white it stung the eyes. In one hand, I gripped a wooden club as thick as an egg. I had on a brand new army green cotton coat, a padded cap on my head, a bedroll strapped to my back, and a big canvas bag slung over my shoulder. My steps were quick, but I couldn't stop myself from glancing back, again and again. 50 or 60 meters behind me, a wolf about the size of a husky trailed along, neither closing in nor falling back. Its eyes glowed a faint green in the moonlight. I was kicking myself. I should have listened when people told me to wait and travel with someone. But no, I had to be tough and set out alone on a night road. Too late for any of that now. Since it had marked me, all I could do was deal with it. Don't give it a chance to close in, and push hard for the village at the same time. If this dragged into the dead of night, I'd be in even worse trouble. I picked up the pace. But whether a wolf attacks or not was never up to me. After another 100 meters or so, a second wolf suddenly shot out of the brush ahead, planting itself right in the middle of the road. I stopped and looked back at the one behind me. At this hour of the night, there wouldn't be another soul on the road. Waiting for someone to come save me was pure wishful thinking. That left only one option. It was me against these two beasts. I pulled myself together fast, gritted my teeth, and locked my eyes on them. Looks like you two aren't planning to let me off tonight. Fine. Let's find out. It's your life or mine. I flung the bedroll and the bag to the ground, gripped the meter-long club in both hands, squared up, and swept my gaze back and forth between the two wolves. I figured they'd rush me right away, and I'd braced myself for an all-out fight. But the two beasts were in no hurry at all. They only crept forward a few steps, then stopped 20 or 30 meters off. One of them actually crouched down on its haunches and just stared at me, for green eyes, watching me in the dark. It made my skin crawl. This was no good. It was still early in the night. If they kept me tied up like this, once the small hours hit, my hands and feet would freeze stiff. I wouldn't be able to fight even if I wanted to. They had thick fur. I didn't. Cotton coat, heavy cap. None of it could hold off this bone-deep cold. As long as I was moving, I didn't feel it, but the moment I stopped, the chill bored straight into my bones. Spotting my chance, I hefted the club and charged straight at one of them. The second that wolf saw me coming, it spun around and ran. I stopped, it stopped. I turned back, it followed again. A few rounds of this, and the wolf was fine while I was left panting. These two beasts, had they turned into demons or something? They even knew how to run me ragged for fun. I leaned on the club, catching my breath. The little bit of activity had warmed me up some, but it wouldn't last. While my body was still warm, build a fire. Wild animals fear fire. With a fire going, I could buy myself more time and warm up too. Both sides of the road were nothing but woods. No shortage of shrubs, dead grass, or fallen leaves. I stepped off the road, came up to a birch tree about waist thick, and with the club, I raked together a pile of dry twigs and dead leaves, then peeled a strip of birch bark off a tree. I glanced back over my shoulder. The two wolves hadn't moved. I fished out a match and lit the birch bark. That's the great thing about birch bark. It catches fire the second it touches a flame, and it burns hot. But before I could toss the burning bark into the pile, the two wolves had crept up on me. They'd been watching me the whole time. When I went into the woods, they'd followed me in. And in that split second when I bent down to light the fire, they made their move. A little flame like that wasn't going to scare off starving wolves. I panicked, and one of them lunged. I didn't have time for anything else. I just flung the birch bark into the woodpile, drove hard with both legs, and sprang forward, barely dodging it. In a flash, I swung my stick straight down at the wolf's head. Just as it was about to connect, the wolf leapt sideways and dodged. Damn, quick little thing. The second it slipped clear, it lunged again. I froze for half a beat, twisted aside, and swung the stick around once more. One man, two wolves, tangled up in a brawl right there in the woods. At first we were evenly matched. Nobody could land a hit. But the longer a fight drags on, the more likely one side is to slip up. When one of the wolves lunged again, my stick came down at just the right moment, caught it square on the head. I put everything I had into that swing. Crack! The stick snapped in two. The wolf let out an agonized howl. Its whole body sent flying, and it slammed hard into the ground. At that exact moment, the other one came at me from the side, going straight for my arm. I dodged fast, flipped the stick around in my grip, aimed the jagged broken end at it, and jabbed hard. Squelch. Rip. Yow. The sharp stick drove into the wolf's body, but its fangs tore open the shoulder of my coat, exposing the snow-white cotton stuffing underneath. Kick him while they're down. The wolf I'd sent flying had just hit the ground and hadn't managed to scramble back up yet, and I didn't let up for a second. I closed in with a quick thrust, driving the stick into its neck, straight through the windpipe and clean out the other side. It wheezed and gasped, only breathing out, never in, spinning around on the ground. The other wolf, the one I'd knocked senseless, saw all this and didn't dare come any closer. It tucked its tail between its legs and bolted into the woods, gone in the blink of an eye. I looked back to make sure it had really run off, then turned around. The one on the ground was almost done for, and a grin spread across my face. Perfect. Now I'd have a housewarming gift to bring when I got to my aunt's place. I waited until the one on the ground stopped breathing for good, then straightened up and let out a long breath. I turned my head and saw the hole torn in the shoulder of my coat. My heart sank. This army coat was brand new, issued by the county's Frontier Support Office right before I left. If it weren't so brutally cold out here, I'd never have worn it. I'd only had it on for a day or two. The newness hadn't even worn off yet, and it was already ripped. I got so mad I kicked the wolf's carcass a few times. But no matter how hard I kicked, it wasn't going to turn my new coat back the way it was. Once I'd blown off some steam, I looked around. Aside from, the firelight was faint, and all around lay pitch darkness, heavy with unease. If the smell of blood drew in other beasts, I'd be in real trouble. I had to move fast. I kicked some snow over the dying fire, grabbed the dead wolf by the tail, and dragged it back onto the dirt road. I slung the bedroll and canvas pack over my shoulders and let the wolf trail behind me on the ground. The snow blanketed everything, so hauling it wasn't much of a strain. After walking another hour or so, I finally spotted a small village. Every light in the village had gone out. Dead silence, not a single sound. I looked up at the moon and figured it was past 10. At the edge of the village, 3 characters were painted on a wooden frame. Shuangjing Village. I'd made it. My aunt, Li Ho Hot, lived somewhere here, but I had no idea which house was hers. At this hour there wasn't a soul to ask, so I'd just have to rough it for the night and track her down come morning. Carrying my gear, I headed into the village and found a rundown shack on the north end. Mud brick walls, a thatched roof, no door, and windows with nothing but the frames left. The paper covering them was torn to shreds. When I looked up inside, I could see stars through the holes in the roof. Beat up as it was still a house. At least it kept the wind out. There was a pile of straw in the corner, so I cleared it out a bit and tossed my bundle on top. I went back outside, gathered some branches, and came in to start a fire. I still had some rations on me, so I set them by the flames to warm up, then scooped a beat-up tin mug full of snow to melt for water. The food heated through and the water came to a boil. Washing it down with the hot water, I threw together a rough dinner. Full and warm, I sat on the bedroll, warming myself by the fire, and thought back on everything. I wasn't a local. I wasn't even from this era. I'd tumbled headfirst out of the future and into the year 1967. In that future life, I'd been a corporate drone through and through, grinding away at 996 every single day, my body long since worn down by the job. I'd meant to catch a quick nap, slumped over my desk. When I opened my eyes again, I was sitting on a train. According to the original owner's memories, his hometown was in Qingzhou, Shandong, in a village at the foot of a mountain. There were 8 people in the family, an aging grandmother, his parents, an older brother, an older sister, and a younger brother and sister below him. The original owner was stuck in the middle, the least noticed and the least favored. Worse still, he'd had a huge appetite since childhood, able to eat as much as 2 or 3 people on his own. Their village sat at the border between the mountains and the plains, with little farmland, so the grain rationed to each household was meager. For as long as he could remember, the original owner had never once eaten his fill. The older he got, the more he ate, and the stronger he became. He could lift the village's stone threshing roller with one arm. He did the work of several men, but he also ate for several men. The family's small store of grain was barely enough to feed everyone as it was. Adding a bottomless pit like him to the mix was simply more than they could afford. Then the production team leader came up with an idea, as things stood now, encouraging people to homestead the frontier at the Great Northern Wilderness. That wasn't as good as sending Li Xiangdong to the northeast to stay with the aunt who'd married and moved far away. Life was hard up there, sure, but there was plenty of land and grain to go around. Anything beat starving at home. The family talked it over and agreed. My aunt, Li Hohat, and her husband, Sun Qingfeng, had been betrothed since childhood. Later on, Sun Qingfeng moved to the northeast with his family and settled there, and my aunt married into the family once she came of age. Now they lived in Shuangjing Village, Beidahuang County, Hugong City, in the Tongjiang area of the Great Northern Wilderness, with 2 kids of their own. What Shuangjing Village was actually like, I had no idea. Right then, I had only one thought. Once I got there, I'd get my residency registered and have food to eat. I didn't ask for anything more. The feeling of an empty stomach was just too hard to bear. Once it was settled, we had the village production team leader sign me up while I wrote my aunt to get the paperwork going. To settle on the frontier, you needed the nod from the production team leader on the other end. As soon as the reply came, my paperwork went through without a hitch too. Developing the Great Northern Wilderness was short on manpower. Aside from transferred soldiers and educated youths sent down to the countryside, there were folks like us, farmers going out to support the frontier. Most frontier support farmers got assigned to state farms, where the government took care of housing, travel tickets, and daily necessities. Even though I was going to stay with relatives, I still counted as this kind of migrant, so I got a pretty good deal, train and bus tickets all covered, plus a cotton overcoat, padded jacket and pants, cotton shoes and hat, and a set of bedding. The day I left, the family took 20 of the only 30 yuan they had and pressed it into my hands. Keep the home poor, but travel rich. That was the most tangible way my parents could show they cared about a son heading far from home. The original owner of this body wasn't the most doted on one, but his parents hadn't treated him badly either. I grabbed my luggage, tucked away the letter of introduction the village had issued, and first went to the county seat to register. Then I headed to Jinan to meet up with people from all the counties who were bound for the northeast. The city organized us together, and we set off by train. On the train, the original owner fell asleep leaning against the seat back, and that one nap swapped me in. Luckily, corporate wage slaves have one skill: handling pressure. No matter where I ended up or how bad things got, I could always talk myself through it. If I couldn't fight it, then I'd just adapt. That said, I was still lost about what lay ahead. Especially after inheriting the original owner's memories. So many ideas from my future life were completely at odds with the here and now, and one slip could give me away. So the whole trip, I kept my mouth shut and didn't dare say much. Thankfully, my aunt hadn't seen the original owner in years, so once I got to her house, I wouldn't have to be so on edge. That was the only upside I could think of at the moment. Either way, now that I was here, I had to make a life here. People always have to adapt to their surroundings. Besides the frontier support youths, the train also carried educated youths headed down to the countryside from all over. Compared to their enthusiasm, the rest of us carried a bit more hesitation. Woo! A long whistle blew, and the train slowly began to slow down. Hugong, the station sign, black letters on white, reminded me, time to get off. The educated youths chattered and laughed as they gathered. I'll translate this into natural American English. Collect their luggage. I quietly grabbed my backpack, pushed through the bustling crowd, and headed for the door of the car. Once off the train, I stopped, took a look around, let out a long breath, and followed the flow of people toward the exit. Outside the station, a staff member from the resettlement office was holding up a big sign. You couldn't miss it. After I checked in, he handed me a bus ticket and told me to catch a bus at the long-distance station next to the train station, report to the local resettlement office once I reached Beidahuang County, and then head into the village. There was nothing to be done about it. Out of all the young people sent to work the frontier, I was the only one going to Beidahuang County. Everyone else was headed somewhere different. There was no way someone from the resettlement office was going to make the whole trip just to escort me. That didn't bother me, though. The ticket was already taken care of. It didn't cost me anything, and a strapping young guy like me wasn't about to get lost. It was about 70 kilometers from Hugong to Beidahuang County. There was no train yet, just the long-distance bus. 2 runs a day, both leaving in the morning and coming back in the afternoon. Miss it, and you'd have to wait until the next day. 70 kilometers might not sound like much, but it took 2 or 3 hours. The road was just brutal, slick after the snow in winter, full of potholes and standing water in summer. Year-round, it was always something. The long-distance bus didn't leave until every seat was full, then it crept along that ice and snow-covered road. But you never know what life's going to throw at you. Halfway there, the bus broke down. Cars breaking down was a common thing these days. Most drivers knew how to fix them, and as long as it wasn't something major, they could handle it themselves. It just meant the passengers had to sit and wait. The passengers were used to it, too. They got off to relieve themselves, then gathered up some dry grass and branches, lit a fire by the side of the road, and waited while they warmed up. I crowded in by the fire to warm myself too. But something was off today. Almost an hour had gone by, and the bus still wasn't fixed. People were getting anxious, mostly because it was so cold. Nobody could hold out for long in that freezing weather. Just then, a few trucks came driving up in the distance. As they passed, our bus driver hurried over to flag them down. "Hey there, where are you fellas headed?" "Beidahuang County." "What? Beidahuang? That's perfect. Any chance you could give these passengers a lift? My bus is broken down. We can't go anywhere." "That's not my call. You'd have to ask our boss," said the driver of the lead truck. While they were talking, a man climbed down from the last truck and jogged over. "Why'd we stop?" Our bus driver went up to meet him. "Hello, sir. I'm with the City Passenger Transport Company. Name's Lou. And you are?" "Good to meet you, Mr. Lou. My name's Chun. Just call me Old Chun." "Mr. Chun, here's the situation. My bus is broken down, and it's not going to be fixed anytime soon. Would you mind giving my passengers a ride to Beidahuang? It's freezing out here, and if we keep waiting, someone's going to end up dead." "What about your bus?" "I'll have my ticket taker ride along with you. Once we get there, he'll go find our company to send a truck to tow it." Chun, the director, thought it over. "All right, let him climb aboard. Squeeze in, and there's still room. But let me say this up front. The road's rough as hell. Everybody hold on tight. If you get banged up, that's on you, not us." Getting a ride at all was more than they could ask for. Who was going to complain? Everyone nodded. I picked up my bags too and headed toward one of the trucks in the back. "Hey, it's you. What are you doing here? Get up here, give us a hand." A voice called out from the side. I turned to look and, sure enough, I knew a few of the people in the truck bed. They were that bunch of young folks who'd been singing and dancing on the train. We'd traded a few words along the way, barely counted as acquaintances. "This your convoy?" I said, walking over. "Yeah, didn't expect to run into you here. Come on up. Hand me your bags. Everybody grab a hold." Several hands reached down at once, took my luggage, and hauled me right up. I settled into the very back of the truck bed, right next to the guy who'd called out to me. "Hi, I'm Wang Yang." He grinned at me. "You headed to Beidahuang County too?" "Yeah, I'm Li Xiangdo." "Thanks. Don't mention it. We're all brothers from all over." "You visiting family, or moving out to the countryside?" "Going to stay with relatives. Back home, there wasn't enough grain to go around. Heard there's plenty of land out this way, so I put in to come over." "Ah, then you came to the right place. Land's wide and people are few out here, soil's rich. You won't go hungry. Here, let me introduce everybody." He pointed to them one by one. "Lu Xingli, Sun Dajuan, Shen Fong, Yu Yurong." The whole lot of us came from Bingcheng. I didn't bother committing the other names to memory, but those 3 words, Yu Yurong, made me look twice. The name was special enough, and the girl lived up to it. "Dongzi, which village in Beiluo are you headed to? Is it far from our Xiangyang farm?" Wang Yang asked. "It's my first time out here too. The village is called Xuanjing. You guys heard of it?" They all shook their heads in unison. They were even more in the dark than I was. "No worries, it's all in Luobei County. How far could it be? When you've got time, come out to Xiangyang farm and hang out with us." "You got it. And quit calling me Comrade Li. It's too formal. Just call me Dongzi." "Now that's more like it. Dongzi. At 17 or 18, you don't overthink things." Talking and laughing, a couple of hours flew right by. By the time we reached the Beiluo County seat, it was nearly noon. The convoy dropped us off at the bus station. The rest of the educated youth still had to head on to the farm to check in. As we said goodbye, I clapped Wang Yang on the shoulder. "Once I'm settled, I'll come out to Xianyang farm to see you. When you get a chance, come find me in Xuanjing village." "It's a deal." After parting ways with them, I shouldered my bags and asked around for the resettlement office. By the time I'd finished the paperwork, it was all ready. 2, maybe 3 in the afternoon. Winter days are short up here, By 3:30, it's already going dark. Shuangjing village sits northwest of the county seat, a good 30-some li out, tucked into the hill country where the lesser Xing'an range peters out. It's all low hills and slopes around there, nothing higher than a few hundred meters, and mostly just dirt mounds 30 or 40 meters tall. On foot, 30-some li means 4 or 5 hours of walking. With the snow this deep, even longer. There was no making it today. I gritted my teeth and shelled out 30 cents to rough it for the night at the wagon inn. I set out first thing the next morning. The folks at the inn tried to talk me into it, said I'd be better off hooking up with a few travelers heading the same way or flagging down a horse cart. Safer on the road that way. But I was young and full of myself. What could go wrong in broad daylight? I didn't give it a second thought. Once I left town, the other travelers thinned out fast. 2 or 3 hours in, I was the only one left on the whole road. That's when it hit me. I'd badly underestimated the snow and the wind out past the wall. Even in daytime, it was 20-some below. One little gust, and no amount of padding in your coat could keep it out. The wind came at your face like a knife, slicing away. The snow on the ground was knee-deep, and every step felt like yanking my leg out of mud. A 4 or 5 hour walk, and by the time the light was almost gone, I'd covered a little past halfway. But that wasn't enough to rattle me. Any kid who grew up in a village has wandered around in the dark. To prove who had the bigger guts, a few of us had even gone and slept out in the graveyard. Figuring I couldn't be far from Shuangjing now, I picked up the pace. And right then, a chill crawled up out of the marrow of my bones, out of nowhere. This cold had nothing to do with the weather. It welled up from somewhere deep inside. Every hair on my body stood on end. I looked toward the woods on either side of the road. Pitch black. Couldn't see a thing. But I could feel it, clear as day. Out there in the trees, something was watching me. No need to guess. Most likely a wolf. This time of year, the bears had long since holed up to hibernate, and a tiger was about as rare as winning the lottery. Out here in the great northern wilderness, the one thing there was never a shortage of was wolves. My heart lurched, and only then did the innkeeper's kindly warning come back to me. But it was too late for regret. I glanced down at my 2 empty hands, then hustled to the roadside, grabbed a branch about as thick as an egg, and snapped it off hard, breaking it into a club. I hefted it in my hand a couple times. Good grip. There were wolves in the mountains back home too. I'd never fought one, but I'd heard the old-timers tell it. When it comes to wolves, rule number 1 is you can't show fear. The more scared you are, the bolder they get. I gripped the club tight and gave a cold laugh into the darkness. Anybody tired of living, come on up and try me. I'm short on meat as it is. It wasn't until after that night that I truly understood guts aren't something you're born with. They're beaten out of you, step by step, when you've been backed into a corner with nowhere left to run. Having said my piece, I picked up the club and got back on the road. I'd barely gone a few steps when a wolf came bounding out of the woods and fell in behind me, trailing at a distance. As for the vicious fight that followed, relying on sheer grit, I managed to drive off 2 of them and even killed one. I glanced down at the dead wolf by my feet, the corner of my mouth curling up. There we go. Now I've got a gift to bring to my aunt's place. With a gift like this, showing up at my aunt's wouldn't put her in an awkward spot. Nobody had it easy these days. And with an appetite like mine, my uncle might not say anything out loud, but he'd surely have his reservations. With this wolf, at least I could keep his mouth shut for now. In a few more days, once my residence permit and grain rations were sorted out and the food allowance came through, there'd be even less to complain about. Once I got settled, the next thing to figure out was how to earn a living and support the family. For now, as long as I was fed, the whole household was fine. But the trouble was, this mouth of mine could really put away food. These days it was all collective economy, everyone earning work points. A strong laborer could rack up 10 work points in a full day. Even if the team leader assigned some other job, 13 or 14 points was considered a lot, but that kind of luck didn't come around every day. At most, you'd log 280 workdays a year, 2,800 work points. Winters were brutal up in the Northeast, so the busy farming season only lasted about 150 days, plus another 100 or so days of irrigation work, hauling manure, and side jobs. Figuring 5 caddies of grain per day's labor, that came to 1,400 caddies a year. A woman earned 8 work points a day, the old folks and kids, 5 or 6. Add it all up for a family of 4, and you were looking at roughly 3,900 caddies a year. But you didn't get all that grain in hand. It was split 70 for the household, 30 for labor, over 2,700 caddies as basic rations, and about 1,100 caddies as workpoint grain. At year's end, the workpoint grain got converted to cash, around a dime a caddy, which came out to maybe $100 in cash. And out of that you still had to scrape together money for cotton, cloth, salt, kerosene, needles, and thread. And that was in a good harvest year. In a lean one, there was still a hard bottom line. Sink or swim, 360. Every person got at least 360 caddies of grain a year, and if that couldn't be met, they'd make up the difference with squash and vegetables. 1,400 caddies a year for a strong laborer sounded like plenty. But while everyone else ate 4 caddies across 3 meals a day, I ate at least 6. What lasted others a whole year, I'd burn through in 7 or 8 months. So what about those last few months? I turned my head, my eyes landing on that dead wolf, and my mind started turning. There was only one way. You needed money to buy grain, and buying grain was the only way to keep from going hungry. Live off the land. Behind me stood the lesser Shingon Mountains, teeming with wild game. As long as I could bag some, I'd turn a share over to the production team, keep the rest for myself, and sell some to the supply and marketing co-op for cash. In times like these, that was the only road to money. Doing business? That was still a good 10+ years away. But to hunt, you first needed the tools. What could you catch with your bare hands? Buy a gun? Don't even think about it. I had barely a dozen bucks left in my pocket. A new single-barrel shotgun ran $120 at the store, a double-barrel $200, and even a used one went for $70 or $80. As for a rifle, setting aside whether the black market even had any, you couldn't get your hands on the ammunition to begin with. I'm dead broke now, not a single room to my name, not one strip of land. But even if all I've got is an axe, I'm still heading up that mountain. Once I'd made up my mind, I barely slept a wink that night. Half of it was my mind racing. The other half was just being too damn cold to sleep. The rundown shack leaked air from every direction, and even next to the fire it was 10 below or worse. If I actually drifted off, I'd wind up sick for sure. Whenever the drowsiness got too heavy, I'd get up to haul more firewood or grab a handful of snow and rub it on my face. I toughed it out until the sky started turning gray. Half asleep, I heard footsteps coming closer and closer, then a shout. "Who's there? Who's in this house?" I scrambled to my feet and stepped outside, where I saw an old man, maybe in his 60s. "Morning, sir. It's just me." The old man looked me up and down. "Who are you? How'd you end up staying out here?" "Name's Li Xiangdong. Sun Qingfeng's wife is my aunt. I came to stay with them. Got in too late last night, so I just made do here for the night." The moment he heard I was kin to someone from the village, the wariness drained right out of his face. "You poor kid. Why didn't you come inside instead of freezing in this broken-down shack?" I scratched my head. I didn't know which house was my aunt's. It was late when I got in, the whole village was dark, and I didn't want to bother anybody. "Listen to you. No matter how late, you could have knocked on doors till you found it. Come on, I'll take you there. Hurry up and grab your stuff." I said okay and went back into the shack to gather my things. The old man followed me in. The second he stepped through the door, he spotted the wolf on the ground and let out a startled cry. "Whoa, what's a greyhide doing in here?" "2 wolves tailed me on my way to the village last night. I killed one of them," I said with a grin. "You killed it? With what?" I pointed at the length of wooden club on the ground. "Just that. Didn't have anything else on me." That stunned him even more, and the way he looked at me completely changed. "Kid, you're something else. Taking down a wolf with nothing but a stick." "Just luck?" I said modestly. "You think luck's gonna kill something like that? All right, good on you. Come on, put out that fire and let's get to your aunt's place." Once everything was packed up, I picked up my luggage in one hand and the frozen wolf in the other and followed the old man out the door. Shuangjing village wasn't big, 30-some households, about 100 people all told. They'd all settled here bit by bit after the outpost was set up back in the 50s. The first few years there were only a handful of families. It took a good 10 years to build up to 30-some households. We hadn't gone far before the two of us stopped in front of a yard. "Here we are." The old man pushed open the wooden fence gate and hollered at the top of his lungs. "Qingfeng, you home? Get out here. You've got company." I set my luggage and the wolf off to the side, my eyes fixed on the door. Coming. Oh, it's second uncle." "Who's here?" The words had barely left his mouth when the door opened, and out came two. It was none other than my Aunt Li Ho Hot and my Uncle Sun Ching Feng. The old man's son stepped aside, gesturing toward me. Ching Feng's wife, this young fella here says he's your nephew. Come all the way from Shandong. Take a look, do you know him? My aunt stared at me for a long moment, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, then asked tentatively, Is that Dongzi? Auntie, uncle, it's me, Dongzi, I said with a smile, taking 2 steps forward. The moment she recognized me, her eyes went red in an instant. She rushed over in a few quick strides and grabbed my arm. Dongzi, you finally made it. I've been thinking about you every single day. Wait, how'd you get here at this hour? Did you travel through the night? I got in last night, actually. I just couldn't find the house, so I made do in that rundown place at the edge of the village. Oh, you silly boy. The village is tiny. All you had to do was ask anyone. That old place has been empty for years. It must have been freezing in there. I grinned sheepishly. It's all right, Auntie. I had a fire going. Oh, right. This is a wolf I killed on the road last night. Consider it a little gift. You ran into a wolf last night? Are you hurt? Only then did my aunt notice the dead wolf on the ground. She hurriedly looked me over, front and back. I'm fine, really. See, I'm in one piece. Thank goodness you're okay. That was so dangerous. You don't know it yet, but these woods are full of wolves and black bears. You've got to be careful from now on. You hear me? Yes, I'll remember that, Auntie. Don't you worry. Where should I put the wolf? Never mind that. Let your uncle stash it in the storehouse for now. We'll skin it later, and I'll stew up some meat for you. Once the wolf was in the storehouse, the two of them ushered me toward the main house. The old man Lu waved his hand. Since he's family, that's all that matters. You folks go ahead and chat. I've got to head back and get a fire started. My grandson's probably shivering awake by now. I'll be off. Sun Ching Feng walked him to the door. Sounds good, uncle. Come on over at noon for a drink. I thanked him too, and only then did I follow my aunt and uncle inside. Once we sat down in the main room, my aunt couldn't wait to ask about how things were back home. I told her about it, one thing after another, just as I remembered. My uncle lit a hand-rolled cigarette and took a few puffs. Yeah, back home there's too many people and not enough land. It's been rough these past years. It's good you came out here. We've got plenty of land and few people. As long as you're willing to put in the work, you won't go hungry. That's right, that's right. Once you're here, you won't have to worry about an empty stomach. In a day or two, I'll have your uncle talk to the team leader and take you into town to register your residence. Then you'll be able to draw your grain rations. I nodded. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, uncle. Silly boy, we're family. No need for thanks. You haven't eaten this morning, have you? Hold on, let me go make you something. An aunt and nephew who share the same family name. Even a broken bone stays connected by the sinew. This bond was different from the one with my mother's side of the family. As an elder from my own clan, my aunt was naturally bound to look after her nephew with that extra measure of care. The warmth and coldness of human relationships. Warmth. Your blood always knows how to keep score. I was chatting with my uncle when the curtain over the west room's doorway lifted, and out came a girl of about 13 or 14, standing timidly in the doorway. Girl, what are you standing there for? This is your cousin Xiangdo. Call him second brother, my uncle said. The girl blushed and said softly, Second brother. Hey there, Xiaolan. I answered with a smile. My aunt had 2 kids. The oldest was this girl, Sun Xiaolan, 13. The younger was a boy, Sun Xiaolei, 9. Don't just stand there. Girl, come give me a hand. Is your brother still not up? My aunt said, busy at the stove. Nope, sleeping like a little pig, Xiaolan answered as she sat down on the bench by the stove and tossed a few sticks of firewood into the fire pit. Uncle, my aunt said there's plenty of game in these woods. Anybody in our village who goes hunting up in the mountains? I asked. Sure, plenty of game. Wild boar, roe deer, wolves, you name it. But that stuff ain't so easy to bag. Nobody in our village hunts. Most a person'll do is set a snare out in the fields when they've got time, catch a pheasant or a rabbit, he said, looking up at me. Why? Dongzi, you thinking about hunting up in the mountains? Dongzi, that won't do. My aunt got worked up the second she heard it. Hunting's way too dangerous. Somebody from the next village over went up into the mountains, never came back, didn't even find his bones. My aunt cared about me. I understood that. She knew all too well how deadly these mountains could be. The things she went through back when she'd first married my uncle, Sun Feng, and settled here were enough to stay with her for the rest of her life. Not to mention now, wolves and black bears wandering into the village were nothing unusual around here. Any village that claimed a wolf had never come through was flat out lying. I gave a bitter laugh. Auntie, I don't want to go hunting in the woods either. But I've just got this huge appetite I was born with. If I don't figure out some way to make money, there's really not enough to eat. How much can one appetite eat? We each get 1,500 pounds of grain a year. That can't fill you up? Honestly, maybe not. Back home, I never once ate my fill. My aunt narrowed her eyes. Fine. Eat all you want a day. I'd like to see just how much you can pack away. She added another ladle of water to the pot and threw in a few more potatoes and cornbread buns. That meal left both my aunt and uncle stunned. There were a dozen or so cornbread buns in the pot, 7 or 8 potatoes, and a whole pot of cornmeal porridge. The 4 of them barely touched any of it. The rest all went into my stomach. Just me alone, I ate as much as their whole family. Dongzi, with an appetite like yours, no amount of grain's gonna be enough, my uncle sighed. I wiped my mouth, a little embarrassed. Uncle, once I saw all that food, I just couldn't hold back. No worries, long as you're full. Want more? I'll have your aunt roast you a couple more potatoes. No, Auntie, I'm full. I quickly stopped her. Annie was getting up. Honestly, I was maybe 80% full, but I couldn't eat any more. I stopped her and said with a smile, Auntie, do you really think there's any other way? I've got to go into the mountains. She had no comeback. It was obvious. Li Xiangdong's stomach was a bottomless pit. She sighed. Fine, go if you want, but be careful. If it's too much, just poke around the edge of the village. Whatever you do, don't go deep into those mountains. Got it, I know what I'm doing. Don't just brush off what I'm telling you, Uncle chimed in. The woods are dangerous, and you don't even have a weapon on you. Don't wander in too far. The mention of a weapon reminded Annie of something. Oh, right, doesn't old Chin's place at the east end of the village have that old shotgun? Go borrow it, and let Dongzi use it for now. I won't feel easy if he's out there without something made of iron in his hands. That thing's an antique. Whether it'll even fire is anybody's guess. And he might not even lend it out. Then what do we do? Nobody else in the village has a gun. The brigade office has some, but you think they'd lend one out? Uncle laughed. Don't even dream about the brigade's guns. They count every single bullet. Forget it. I'll go ask old Chen. If he won't lend it, I'll give him a few bucks. Rent it. Buy it. Whatever. Having a gun beats going empty-handed any day. Just last night, I'd been worried about not having a gun. And here it was. First thing in the morning, my aunt and uncle were already sorting it out for me. My eyes lit up. Uncle, what kind of gun is it? An old shotgun, a homemade one. Barrel about this long. The kind where you pour in a load of powder for every shot. I got it. One of the earliest muzzle loaders. You pour powder down the barrel, tamp it down with a ramrod, add a wad, then load the lead ball. A step up from the really old ones, since you could fit a percussion cap and it'd fire when you pulled the trigger. It was just slow. A skilled hand could get off a shot every 2 minutes if he was good. A beginner needed 3 to 5. With black powder and lead balls, the effective range was only about 50 meters. Any farther than that, and whether you hit anything was up to the heavens. But even a beat-up thing like that was more than I had right now. With it in hand, I'd be 100 times better off than gripping a spear or an axe. Uncle was a man who didn't waste time. He rolled off the Kong. Here's the plan. I'll head out now and grab the team leader and second uncle on the way. Dongzi, help your aunt skin this wolf and get the meat stewing. You got it, Uncle. Uncle threw on his coat and headed out the door. I set to work skinning the wolf. I'd never done it before, but back home I'd skinned sheep with folks. Figured it was close enough. Just don't damage the hide. I lifted the wolf's chin, slit open the belly, and just yanked the whole hide off. Fast, sure, but I completely ruined the hide. Good thing nobody in the house knew any better. If a real expert had seen it, he'd have cursed me for wasting something so valuable. I laid the hide out on the little table and had my cousins help me scrape the fat off the inside. Annie cut up half a side of the wolf meat. Into the pot it goes. Today's real business at noon was treating the production team leader to a meal to lock down my household registration. We had to put out something good. Around midday, my uncle came back, followed by old man Lou who'd brought me over that morning, along with a stranger. My aunt hurried to her feet. Oh, the team leader and second uncle are here. Come in, sit down. The meat's just about done stewing. The team leader's nose twitched as he took a few deep sniffs. Whoa, that smells good. Ching Feng tells me your nephew killed a wolf on his way here. Impressive. You bet. This kid's got real nerve. Ran into a wolf and still went at it head on. Lucky he didn't get hurt. My aunt answered with a chuckle. She turned to me. Dongzi, this is the production team leader of our Shuangjing village. Just call him Uncle Feng. I gave him a grin. Hello, Uncle Feng. Feng Shui looked me over a few times and nodded. A strapping young fella, just a bit skinny. How old are you this year? 18. I'll be 19 after the new year. Eat more, you've still got room to grow. He turned to my uncle. Ching Feng, this nephew of yours isn't bad at all. He'll make a fine hand someday. Huh, no doubt about it. Back home he could do any kind of work, just eats a lot. Not much land or grain over there. Never enough to fill his belly, so he came out our way. A big young man'll eat his old man out of house and home, huh? Don't worry, we've got plenty of land and grain here. Nobody goes hungry. The men sat down inside and lit up their cigarettes. Before long, a big pot of stewed wolf meat was brought out, and my uncle hauled out 2 bottles of bulk moonshine, filling everyone's cups. After a few rounds of drinks, the talk turned to my household registration. Since the 50s, there'd been a steady stream of rural youth from inside the pass coming out here to settle the frontier. Most folks in Shuangjing village had arrived that way. As long as the paperwork was in order, no team ever turned anyone away. One more person meant one more hand to work. This had all been worked out ahead of time. I hadn't set out until I had the acceptance letter in hand. Naturally, Feng Shui agreed right off. He took a sip of his drink. Sure, if it doesn't snow tomorrow, we'll head into town and get the paperwork done. What about a place to stay? At your house? Or should we build him his own? My uncle answered directly. He'll stay at my place this winter, and we'll build him a house come spring. In a year or 2 he'll be old enough to take a wife. Can't do that without a house. Feng Shui nodded. True. No way to build anything right now anyway. We'll deal with it in spring. New settlers get a subsidy. Not much, 40 or 50 yuan, but enough to fix up a room. When frontier settlement youth arrived, the government provided a resettlement allowance, not handed to the individual, but paid directly to the village collective to cover housing, tools, and grain rations. There's one more thing. Team leader, see what you think. My uncle passed him a cigarette. What's that? Dongzi killed a wolf on the road, so he's thinking that once he's registered, he could head into the mountains this winter and hunt some game. Make a little money one way or another. Otherwise, times are really tight for him. By rights, everyone on the team had to work through the winter too, repairing irrigation ditches, felling timber, running side jobs. Even when it got so cold that work shut down and folks holed up for the season, you still had to shuck corn at home. And if you wanted to head into the mountains to hunt, you needed the team leader's say-so. Feng Shui turned to me. Dongzi, hunting's no easy gig. You're out there against the wind and snow, and you're putting your life on the line. You really want to do this? I gave a firm nod. Uncle Feng, I do. I won't lie to you. I've got maybe $10 to my name, total. If I don't earn my own keep, am I supposed to lean on my aunt and uncle for the rest of my life? Good. That's the spirit. He slapped his thigh. I'll approve it. We'll count it as a side job the team's assigning you. As for gear, you bringing your own or using the team's? Is there a difference? A big one. Use the team's, and I set you a quota, 300 pounds of meat over the winter minimum. Anything you bring in within the quota, the team takes 80%, you keep 20. Anything over the quota splits 60-40, team gets 6, you get 4. Hit your quota, and I log you full work points. And if I bring my own gear, then it's simple. 60-40, you get 6, the team gets 4. However much game you turn in, that's how many work points I trade you. The more you bring, the more you get. My mind raced. Using the team's gun was a safe bet. Hit the quota, and I'd get full points. Miss it, and they couldn't dock me much. But that split, I'd be getting the short end. Bring my own gear, and my income rode entirely on the game. Bag a lot, earn a lot. Come up empty, and I'd go hungry. Risk and reward have always been 2 sides of the same coin. If you want to eat alone, you've got to put yourself on the line first. I couldn't make up my mind, so I glanced over at my uncle. My uncle knew the ins and outs of the village too well. The whole hamlet had maybe 30-some households, and the brigade only had the setup of a single militia squad. 2 rifles, one a Type 38, the other a Hanyang, with maybe 20 or 30 rounds between them, kept under tight lock and key. No way that would ever come around to me. All they could hand me was the old muzzleloader and a red tasseled spear. That wasn't much different from bringing my own gear, except the gun, powder, and iron shot would come from the team. But I had no hunting experience, and if I came back empty-handed, the team leader would lose face. He thought it over, then spoke up. Team leader, Dongzi's got no hunting background. I'm worried he'll take on the quota and fall short, and then it'll be awkward all around. Let him go it on his own this year, see how much he can bag, and we'll talk next year about whether he takes on a quota. How's that sound? Feng Shui didn't argue. That works. We'll give it a trial run this year. If he decides he doesn't want to hunt anymore, I'll set him up with something else. Now, what about the gear? I already went by Old Chen's place. That old muzzleloader of his, I want to buy it. Old Chen, huh? Yeah, he's got one. Does it still fire? He says it fires. Just can't vouch for the aim. That'll do. How much is he asking? Not much. $5, powder and iron shot included. He'd give it to me. Oh, and Captain, from now on, you'll need to write Dongzi's referral letters for buying gunpowder too. No problem. When you run low on powder, just come to me. Over the course of one meal, everything, my residency and my hunting arrangement, was settled just like that. After that, the group kept passing cups back and forth, drinking until past 4 in the afternoon. It was pitch dark out by the time we broke it up. We saw the guests off, and the family went back inside. My aunt asked my uncle, "Why didn't you have Dongzi pick the first option? He'd have gotten more grain rations that way." What do you know? That looks like a good deal, but think about it. If he actually catches something, we lose out. If he catches nothing, the captain gets on our case. Better to work for ourselves. I chimed in too. Yeah, Uncle's right. If we take an assignment and make a catch, our share's too small. This way's better. If we get something, we keep the bigger cut. And if we come up empty, well, I've only got myself to blame for being no good. I'll just keep practicing. No way I'll always come home empty-handed. Here's what I was really thinking. Small game, fine, split it with the village. But what about when I bag something big? The meat's beside the point. It's the pelt that's worth real money. Sign an assignment. And when the captain asks for the hide, are you going to give it up or not? This way's so much better. The pelt's mine, and the meat gets split 60-40. All right then, if you two have decided, that's that. In just a few words, my aunt steered right back to her favorite subject, carrying on the Lee family line. Hunt hard this winter, save up some money, build a house come spring. Once you've got a good house, I'll find you a wife. And there you go, all set. I scratch my head. Auntie, it can't happen that fast. I'm only 18 this year. 18, so what? You're a grown man. You've only got a real home once you've got a wife. Everybody your age in the village is already getting fixed up. You think I'm going to stand by and watch my nephew stay a bachelor? There was no arguing with her, so I quickly changed the subject. Oh right, Auntie, Uncle, that rundown house I slept in last night. Does anybody own it? The two of them caught my meaning right away. Oh, that house. It was a temporary place we put up back when we first settled here. Later on, everyone built their own homes, so it got left empty. Nobody's lived in it for years. What you wanted? That was exactly what I had in mind. Saving money was one part of it. The other part was that staying at my aunt's forever just wasn't convenient. Their place only had 3 rooms total, a main room in the middle, with bedrooms on the east and west sides. My aunt and uncle stayed in the east room, and my cousins had the west room. The moment I showed up, the kids all got crammed into the east room. A short stay was fine, but any longer, and I really couldn't feel right about it. The sooner I could move into my own place, the sooner I would. I nodded. The walls on that house are still pretty solid. Fix it up a little, and it'd be livable. Plus, it'd save money. My uncle nodded. That works. I'll mention it to the captain later. If he gives the okay, we'll get somebody to help you fix it up come spring, and you can move in soon. No rush for now, though. Just stay here and settle in. He had a point. No matter how eager I was, you couldn't do construction in winter. I'd just have to wait for spring. We chatted a while longer, and then the family got ready for bed. That year, everyone turns in early around here. No electricity, no entertainment. The married men curl up with their wives. The single guys have to find one in their dreams. I was set up in the west room, while my little brother and sister had their bedding moved to the east room. After days of bouncing around on the road, and another rough night's sleep before that, I was out cold the second my head hit the pillow. In the middle of the night, a scratch, scratch, clawing sound came from the yard. The hell is that? I bolted upright. I pricked up my ears and listened. Sure enough, something was scratching at the door. I grabbed my padded jacket and pants, threw them on, and slipped into my shoes. Just as I reached the main room, my uncle came out of the east room too. "Uncle, what's out there?" My uncle had seen a lot in his day. "Bet it's a wolf that wandered into the village, clawing at the door." "A wolf?" Skeptical, I crept over to the main room door and listened again, but the sound had stopped. "Uncle, I'm gonna go take a look." I made a move to open the door. "Hold on." My uncle stopped me, snatched the hatchet from beside the stove, and shoved it into my hands. He grabbed a kitchen cleaver from the cutting board for himself. "All right, open it." Gripping our blades tight, the two of us eased the door open just a crack and peered out. Nothing there. We stepped outside and stood under the eaves, scanning all four corners of the yard, still empty. "Must have run off. Let's head back in," my uncle said. I nodded. But just as I turned around, something caught the corner of my eye. There, in the passage between the main house and the storeroom in the east wing, was a crouching black shape. "What's that?" I walked toward it, blade in hand. When I was still 3 or 4 meters away, it suddenly lunged. "Holy crap!" I yelped, dodging to the side, and swung my blade on instinct. I heard a sharp yowl right beside me. The black shape shot over the wooden fence and vanished in the blink of an eye. This time both my uncle and I saw it clearly. It was a wolf. But my uncle's cleaver hadn't even touched the fleeing beast. My stomach tightened, running into wolves one after another. Was it because the ecosystem up in these mountains was so healthy the wolf population had exploded? Or was it that the one that cornered me last night had come back with a buddy to settle the score? That swing just now, it felt like I'd hit something. I looked down and saw a dark, scruffy thing lying on the ground. I picked it up, a chunk of wolf tail, a good handspan long. No wonder it went yowling off into the night. "Uncle, check this out." I held out the piece of tail. He took it, looked it over, and grinned. "Huh, you even lopped off a piece. No wonder it was screaming like that. Too bad I didn't get its body, though. One good hit, and I'd have finished it off," I said, a little disappointed. "Mist is mist. Come on, let's get back inside. It's freezing out here." "Uncle, you think that wolf will come back?" "No way. Wolves are smart animals. Wherever they get burned, they steer clear from then on. Even if it wanders into the village again, it won't dare come near our place." Talking it over, the two of us headed back inside. The house. That howl from before, they heard it inside too. My aunt, Li Ho Hot, threw on some clothes and came out from the east room. "What's going on?" "Nothing." A wolf got into the yard, and Dongzi hacked off half its tail with one swing of his knife. Sun Qingfeng answered. "A real wolf? Dongzi, are you hurt?" My aunt couldn't care less about the tail. She asked about me first. "I'm fine, auntie. Too bad it got away." "Let it go, as long as you're okay. Hurry up, shut the door, and get back to sleep." "All right, will do." I pulled the door shut behind me and slid the bolt into place. When I opened my eyes again, it was already broad daylight. My aunt was in the main room, lighting the stove to cook. After washing up, I went back out to check the trail the wolf had left behind. The blood ran from the wall all the way north, stretching into the woods, a bright red line stitched across the snow. There was no point chasing after a wounded tail. The wolf had all 4 legs working fine. I only had 2. I could chase it my whole life and never catch up. All I could do was let it go. After breakfast, I tucked my letter of introduction and household registration papers into my coat and headed to the production team leader's house with Sun Qingfeng. Today I was going into town to register my residence. Only after registering could I draw my grain ration and get assigned a homestead plot. The team leader, Feng Shui, knew the drill inside out. Who to see first, who to see next, all crystal clear. The 3 of us set out around 7 or 8, and we had everything wrapped up by noon. At midday, I treated Feng Shui to a meal in town, and we made it back to the village before dark. Over the next few days, I got to know just about everyone in the village, collected my grain ration, and even put in a request for that rundown old house as my homestead. Sun Qingfeng also spent 5 yuan buying that old muzzleloader back from the Qin family. The old muzzleloader, that's a front-loading smoothbore gun. Up in the northeast, they call it a yang pao, or a big lever gun. The barrel is seamless steel pipe, plugged at one end with an iron block for the breech, running 3 to 5 feet long, with no rifling inside. The body and stock are made of wood. The body is grooved to hold the barrel and trigger in place, and the stock is filed flat, so you can brace it against your shoulder. It uses black powder. You pour the powder down the muzzle, pack it tight with a ramrod, then load an iron shot or a single slug, cushioning it in the middle with cardboard or scrap cloth. That gives it more push when it fires. Last, you fit a percussion cap on the nipple, and then you're ready to aim. Accuracy? Practically none. It's all by feel. Fine iron shot has a range of 60 to 100 feet, and one shot spreads out in a fan, covering a wide area, perfect for small game like pheasants and rabbits. But for big animals like wild boar or wolves, the shot's useless. You've got to switch to a single slug, which can reach out to 150 feet. Once I had the gun, I practiced loading and firing at home, then went outside the village and fired off a couple of rounds. I didn't dare practice much. Powder, shot, slugs, every bit of it burns through money. Before heading into the mountains, I needed to prep a few more things. This gun could only fire one round at a time. Once you shot, you had to reload. If a wild animal came charging at you, there'd be no time. I heated our kitchen cleaver until it was red hot all the way through, hammered it into the shape of a pointed blade, found an elm shaft as thick as a child's wrist to mount it on, and made a long-barreled gun. Once I had everything ready, I slung the old muzzleloader over my back, grabbed the long gun, tucked away some dry rations, and brought along a few thin hemp cords for setting snares, something I just picked up from Sun Qingfeng. But Sun Qingfeng was a hack himself, so how good a student could he turn out? Anyway, you just set them along the trails where pheasants and rabbits pass through. Whether you catch anything is up to the heavens. Before heading into the woods, I was brimming with confidence. Once I got in there, I was completely lost. There were tracks everywhere, but I could only recognize a handful of them. When they'd been left, which way they were headed, I couldn't tell a thing. I found a few rabbit runs and pheasant trails, set more than a dozen snares in a row, then headed deeper in with my long gun in hand. No real goal, just wandering wherever my feet took me, planning to circle back once the sun dipped west. That's how the whole day went. I was worn out, and I hadn't bagged a single thing. I'd spotted a roe deer from far off, chased after it, but it was long gone. My aunt and the others hadn't expected me to come back with anything my first time out. Seeing me return empty-handed, they even told me not to rush it, take it slow. I knew this wasn't something you could hurry. Without a teacher to show me the ropes, all I could do was build up experience little by little. I roamed around for 10-some days straight and came up with nothing, not even a single pheasant feather in my snares. I was getting a little discouraged. But the more that happened, the more it lit a fire in me. Even if the bun won't steam, I'll still prove my worth. Early the next morning, I set out just as the sky was starting to lighten. That day, the heavens actually cut me some slack. In those dozen-plus snares, I'd caught a blind pheasant, and it was flapping like crazy the moment it saw me. There was no way I'd let it get away. I swung the gun barrel down a few times, killed it, cut off its head to drain the blood, and stuffed it into my sack. I hoisted the old muzzleloader back up and kept moving forward. With that one pheasant, my confidence shot right back up. After another couple of miles, I came to a stand of oak trees. The woods weren't dense, but fallen oak branches and shrubs lay scattered every which way, blocking my view for any real distance. Just as I was about to push my way in, a gunshot rang out, bang, from the opposite side. I ducked behind a tree in a flash. It was pure instinct. In woods this thick, if you hear a shot and don't take cover, somebody might mistake you for game and let one fly. That's no joke. It really does happen. Plenty of people have been squatting in the brush relieving themselves or foraging when someone shot them, thinking they were a wild boar or a roe deer. Take cover, and you won't catch a stray round. After the shot, I heard a boar squealing. I quickly pulled the old muzzleloader off my back and leveled it in the direction the sound was coming from. I had no idea whether it would come my way, but better safe than sorry. Barely a moment later, the oak woods started rustling and crashing. I poked my head out, 30 or 40 meters off. A boar weighing a good 140 or 50 pounds was charging straight at me, terrifyingly fast. I had no time to think. I raised the gun and let loose a shot. The old muzzleloader roared. Black smoke belched from the barrel. and 20 or 30 iron pellets sprayed all over the boar. But what I had loaded in the gun was the buckshot in my fox and badger load was soybean-sized birdshot, not a slug. Who'd have figured I'd run into a wild boar? A boar's got thick hide and tough flesh. That shot wasn't about to bring it down. If anything, the pain just drove it into a frenzy. It would have passed me by, 10-odd meters off, but after taking that hit, it wheeled around and came charging straight at me, faster than before. That's just how a boar is, one-track-minded to the bone. A wolf or a bear, no matter how fierce, will run first thing when it's hurt. Not a boar. Leave it alone and it'll still want to gore you a couple times. Wound it, and it'll fight you to the death. That old hunter's saying, first the pig, second the bear, third the tiger. It's not about how tough the pig is. It's about how bullheaded the damn thing is, past all reason. Any seasoned hunter, at this point his gun's about as useful as a fire poker. He'd have been up a tree already, waiting for the boar to wander off before tracking it again. But I didn't see it that way. I hadn't tasted meat in who knows how many days, and I'd finally stumbled onto a boar. Was I about to let it get away? Besides, somebody over that way had just fired a shot too. If I didn't take this pig down, whose was it going to be? And even if it came down to splitting it, I figured I'd get a bigger share if I was the one who killed it. With that in mind, I tossed the old shotgun aside, snatched up my spear gun, and yelled, "There's somebody over here. Hold your fire." Then I charged straight at the boar. I wasn't fool enough to meet it head-on. The instant man and beast were about to collide, I lunged hard to the side and drove the blade deep into its ribs. Back in those days, bayonet drills were a big part of militia training, and I knew the thrusting moves cold. This kind of work isn't just about technique. It comes down to raw strength. The stronger man wins out, and strength happened to be exactly what I had. The point sank clean into its ribs, and I threw my whole weight into the thrust, pinning the boar flat to the ground. The blade punched out the other side of its ribcage and buried itself in the mud. The boar didn't die right off. It squealed and thrashed its legs, struggling. No matter how it kicked, I gritted my teeth and bore down on the shaft, not letting it break free. Just then, a fellow came running up with a gun in his hands. He saw the way I had it pinned and just froze on the spot. This guy's a real brute. Nailed a boar to the ground with one thrust. Snapping out of it, he hurried over. "Damn, mister, you're something else. A boar that size, and you ran it clean through." I turned my head and grinned. Just luck. It charged right onto my blade all on its own. "That shot a minute ago. That was you, right?" "Yeah." I came around from the far side of the woods, ran smack into it, and let one off. Figured I'd have a hard chase ahead of me. Never thought you'd just take it down flat. He drew a knife from his belt, stepped over, and drew it across the boar's neck in one stroke. Before long, the boar stopped moving. He let out a breath and looked up at me. "Which village you from, mister?" "Chuanjing." "You." "Nantai." "Head west from this end of the woods. 10-odd li ease up. Brother, the pig's done for. Here, have a smoke." He pulled out a bag. I looked down and saw the bleeding had mostly stopped. The boar was only breathing out, not in. I let go, leaned over, and took the cigarette he offered. "Name's Li Xiaondo." "You." "Lu Dashin." "Looks like I've got a few years on you, so I'll just call you little brother." "Sure thing. I'll call you Brother Lu then. No need to stand on ceremony. You've got some real skills, Li. Most folks wouldn't dare go head-to-head with a wild boar." I gave a bitter laugh. Trust me, I didn't want to. This lousy gun only fires one shot before you gotta reload, and I hadn't bagged a thing in days. I was getting desperate. Lu Dashin glanced at the old flintlock I'd tossed aside, shook his head, and grinned. "Yeah, that thing's no good. It's damn near as old as you are. If you want to take down something big like a boar, you need a break-action shotgun." Well, no kidding. Didn't I want a decent gun? But my pockets were empty right now. A single-barrel break-action ran at least $100 some bucks. Where the heck was I supposed to come up with that? I sighed. Got no money. Can't afford a new one, and I don't have the connections to score a used one. So I'm just making do. If I can't get a boar, a roe deer or a rabbit'll do. No worries, it'll come in time. I'm out in these parts a lot, but I've never seen you before. Just getting started? Yep. The grain I get from work points ain't enough to live on, so hunting brings in a little extra. Lu Dashin nodded. Makes sense. The grain you trade work points for barely keeps you fed. If you want to buy anything, you need some side income. With that grit of yours, you'll make a fine hunter. How about we team up and run these woods together sometime? I didn't really know the guy, but the invitation was hard to turn down. Sounds good. As long as you don't mind me slowing you down, Brother Lou. Come on, how could that be? An extra pair of hands never hurts. All right, let's get this hog dressed and split it up. By the time he'd finished a cigarette, he stubbed it out, drew his knife, and got to work. I pulled out my long gun too and stepped up to help. Lou Dashin was quick and skilled. First, he gutted it and tossed the entrails aside, then cut off the four hooves and the head, and finally split the boar clean in half down the middle. Little brother, you pick a half. The rest is mine. No, no, no. Brother Lou, I never could have brought it down without that shot of yours. You pick first. We went back and forth, and in the end he chose first, taking the half with the front legs and leaving me the hindquarters. I was the one who'd taken the boar down, so by rights I should have gotten the bigger share, and he knew that rule too. Once the meat was packed up, he sat back down and pulled out his tobacco pouch. Looking at the pile of scraps on the ground, I asked, Brother Lou, you're not taking these? He looked at me a couple of times with the cigarette between his lips, his eyes plainly saying, this one's a real greenhorn. Can't take these. Gotta leave something for the critters in these mountains. We're making a living on their turf. If we take too much and leave nothing behind, the wolves will have nothing to eat. And then won't they come down to the village and wreak havoc on folks and livestock? I thought about it. He had a point. A starving wolf sure couldn't just. Lou's right. Never push things to the extreme. Exactly. That's the way it works. That's why there are rules to hunting up in the mountains. When you take game, you always leave a portion behind for them. And there's another reason. Can you guess what it is? I frowned and thought it over. Could it be disease? Lou Dashin looked a little surprised. You know about that too? A thing or two. Looks like I guessed right. That's it. When you dress your kill, you check the organs. If there's disease, or if it's crawling with parasites, you can't keep any of the meat. Eat it, and it could kill you. Years back, folks died eating that kind of stuff. That's how the rule got passed down. You'll want to keep an eye out from now on. Something stirred in me. The old hunter had seen through this long ago. In my memory, some of the diseases wild animals pass to humans are downright terrifying. Got it. Thanks, Lou. No need for that. We're all brothers in the same trade. Running into each other is just fate. If I didn't tell you these things, somebody else would sooner or later. He waved his hand. All right, we made a good haul today. Head on home. Your wife and kids are waiting. Old friend, whenever you swing by Nantai village, come sit a while at my place. Third house on the east end of the village. You got it. And when you come out to Xuanjing village, look me up. It's a small place. Just ask around and you'll find me. Each of us shouldered our own share, and we parted ways there, heading off in our own directions. My shoulders sagged under the weight, but my heart felt lighter. After all these days on the run, I'd finally seen some real reward. Sure, I'd split it with Lou Dashin and only got a little over half, but that was still 60 or 70 pounds of meat. More importantly, I finally had the confidence to hunt. For the first 10 days or so, I'd stuck to the area around the village, afraid I might not make it back the same day and end up in danger. No experience, never spent a night out in this kind of brutal cold. I wasn't about to bet my life on it. Back home in Shandong, the winter nights already froze you to the bone, and here it was a good 20-some degrees colder. Back home, unless the weather was extreme, it rarely dropped below 14 degrees. Here it hit 20 or 30 below without blinking. And out in the mountains at night, it could reach 30 or 40 below zero, colder than a freezer. So all these days I hadn't ventured far. Today I just couldn't find any game near the village, which is why I pushed a little deeper into the woods. The results weren't bad, but hauling this half a hog back home slowed me down. I was still 4 or 5 miles from home when the sky went pitch black. I couldn't make out anything around me, and my nerves started to prickle. It's only natural. I wasn't some seasoned hunter who spent his whole life in these mountains. On the main roads, at the edge of the village, at the borders of the fields, I knew where I was. I knew people were nearby, and that gave me some courage. But these deep, ancient woods were different. The snow gave off a faint glow, but the layers upon layers of trees, the brush and wild grass covering the ground, it was all one solid mass of black. I kept feeling like something was hiding in the trees, watching me. The feeling of traveling through the pitch-black night is something I'll never forget as long as I live. Especially when I was a kid back in the village, I'd play like crazy with my buddies until dark, and then, running home alone, I practically wanted to fling my shoes off and go faster. The memory of being stared down by those green eyes yesterday still gave me the creeps. Once bitten, twice shy, my feet picked up the pace without me even meaning to. Turned out I was just spooking myself this time. When I got back to the edge of the village, there was nothing behind me. I made it all the way home without a hitch. A long road makes any load heavy. I'm sturdier than most folks and plenty strong, but hauling half a wild boar all that way had soaked the clothes right against my skin. The brim of my hat and my eyebrows were coated white with frost from my own breath. With that haul on my shoulder, I felt good about myself. I'd been here 10 days or so. Sure, I got my share of rations, and Aunt Hohot is my real aunt. She wouldn't fuss over that kind of thing, but I've got a big appetite, and those rations wouldn't have lasted more than a few months. Walking into the woods empty-handed and coming out empty-handed, day after day, I was starting to feel ashamed of myself. Now things were different. I could do my aunt proud. "Aunt, uncle, come give me a hand." I hollered the second I stepped into the yard. Inside, my aunt had been worried sick about me. I should have been home long ago. It was pitch dark and still no sign of me. So she and my uncle had been talking about whether to round up some folks to go looking. "He's back." She threw aside the door curtain and rushed out. In the glow of the kerosene lamp, the two of them saw me with half a hog over my shoulder and a muzzleloader in my hand, a pheasant hanging off the barrel. "You little rascal, where'd you run off to, getting home this late?" My aunt's first words were a scolding. I grinned. "Huh, Auntie, I went a little far today. Take a look, a pheasant and half a hog." Her eyes finally landed on the game, and they lit up. "Well, would you look at that? You really bagged it. Get inside and set it down. Honey, help Dongzi drag it in." My uncle hurried over and helped me haul the half a hog inside. Once we were in, my aunt grabbed a broom and swept the snow and frost off me. Only after I was cleaned up did she ask, "Where'd you get it? Wasn't a short trip, was it?" "You bet it wasn't. I went way out to the woods on the west side today, and I ran into a fella out there. If he hadn't fired first and flushed the boar out, I never could have taken it down on my own. After we killed it, the two of us split it." I told them all about running into Lou Dashin. "Right. If you team up to hunt in the woods, you split it," my uncle said, nodding. Then he added a warning. "But Dongzi, from now on, if you run into someone out in the woods, you'd better keep your guard up. You hear me?" That made sense. Deep in these mountains and forests, you don't put your trust in anyone but your own kin. Folks killing over some small thing to shut a witness up, it's happened before. The woods aren't just full of hunters working the mountains. There are people hiding out after committing crimes, and even bandits who never came out after liberation. Running into a wild animal isn't the scary part. Running into a person, now that's. Be careful. I knew my uncle meant well, so I nodded. "Don't worry, uncle. I'll remember." "All right, there's food warming for you on the stove. Go eat. Honey, clean up that meat and put it in the storehouse." "Auntie, aren't we going to stew a little?" I was dying for a taste. "Stew what?" "Look how late it is. It'd be midnight before it's done. We'll deal with it tomorrow." "Come on, Auntie, we already lugged the whole thing back. We can't just stare at it. Just stew a little to take the edge off." It wasn't just me. Xiaolan and Xiaolei, the brother and sister, were both eyeing that pork too, swallowing hard, mouths watering. In those days, getting a bite of meat was next to impossible. City folks got a few ounces a month per person at most, and out in the village, just having a full belly year-round was something to thank your lucky stars for. Eating meat was the ultimate luxury. A few days back I'd brought home that wolf, and even then the family barely got a few bites of it. You had to grease the production team leader with a little something to get things done, and treating the neighbors who knew me meant setting out a whole spread. How many pounds of meat can one wolf have anyway? In the end, there wasn't much left for the family, and all we had to show for it was a wolf pelt. Now with a few dozen pounds of pork hauled home, of course their eyes were watering. "Fine, fine, fine, I'll stew some for you. Every one of you dying for a taste. Girl, take your brother outside and haul in some firewood." Andy couldn't win, so she gave in. The brother and sister ran out happily to gather firewood. Uncle took his knife and started dressing that half a hog while I sat at the table in the main room shoveling down my food. The pot went back on the fire, and we cut off about 20 pounds of wild boar to stew. I'd wanted to throw in the pheasant too, but Annie shot that down flat. Why stew a chicken when there's already pork? You've got to make things last. You can't just blow through all the meat in one meal the second you lay eyes on it. I couldn't argue with her, so I just nodded. After eating, I helped Uncle cut up the rest of the meat, put it along with the pheasant into the big crock in the storehouse, covered it with the lid, and set a stone on top so the mice couldn't sneak a bite. Once everything was squared away, we went back inside and sat down. Uncle brought out his tobacco tray, rolled a cigarette, and handed it to me, then happily lit one up himself. The smile never left Annie's face. Having a nephew who was making something of himself was a huge point of pride for her. She sat on the little stool by the stove, watching the two of us, and said to Uncle, "Just look at Dongzi. He's only been here a few days, and he's already brought in a wolf, a wild boar, a pheasant. And you, how many years have you lived here? Day in and day out. All you ever catch is the odd pheasant or rabbit, and nothing else." Uncle didn't take offense. He puffed on his cigarette with a grin. "How's that the same? Hunting takes a knack. It's not something just anybody can do. What I'm good at is working the land. Farming, driving the cart. Those I can do, but hunting's just not my talent. Look at our village. Over 100 people, 40 or 50 grown men. Is there a single one who can hunt? Dongzi's the first. That's right, our Dongzi's really got what it takes." When Auntie said this, her whole face was. It's pride. Hunting, whether now or in the old days, has never been a well-liked profession in people's eyes. Some say hunters kill too much and die young as payback. Others say mountain men are all hot-tempered and troublesome, not as honest and dependable as farmers. It sounds reasonable enough, but think it through and it falls apart. Of all the trades in the world, hunting is a perfectly honest one. Those who talk about karma and early death have no idea how dangerous hunting in the mountains really is. It's staking your life against wild beasts and against nature itself. One careless move and you're hurt or dead. It's a high-risk living, plain and simple, and it's got nothing to do with any karmic payback. As for the bad temper, well, that part's true. Run into a wolf, a black bear, or a wild boar, and if you're a coward, you'll piss yourself right there on the spot. So how the hell are you supposed to hunt? Not to mention the big cats up in those mountains. So anyone who can work the mountains has guts and a hard streak. What danger forges in a man isn't cruelty. It's that refusal to bow his head. But there's an upside to this trade. Anyone who can bring home a kill is basically never short on money, and there's always meat on the table. Life's a good deal better than for folks who only farm. Right now, our family was eating meat by the mouthful. It was the dead of night, but that didn't put a dent in anyone's appetite. The two little ones each had a big bone in their hands, gnawing away with grease running down their chins. My uncle and I had cups of liquor set in front of us. A bite of meat, a sip of liquor, eating in pure contentment. Watching my family eat happily, I was more set than ever on being a hunter. Full and satisfied, I got up to help clean up, but my aunt stopped me at once. "Clean up what? You've been running around all day, aren't you tired? Get back to your room and lie down. Your sister and I have got this." "All right then, I'm off to bed," I answered with a smile. The heated brick bed in the west room was warm and toasty. The moment I lay down, I was out cold. When I opened my eyes again, it was already broad daylight outside. Word that I'd brought back half a hog had spread through the whole village by morning. My aunt was bragging to the neighbors about how capable her nephew was, and on top of that, my uncle had carried 20 or 30 pounds of pork over to the production brigade, where plenty of folks along the way saw it. This was something I'd already arranged with the production team leader beforehand. I'd supply my own gear, the hides and pelts from any kill would be mine, and the meat would be split 60-40, 60 for me, 40 for the brigade. Whatever I turned in would be recorded as work points by weight. The villagers didn't know the exact terms, but if I could hand over 20 or 30 pounds of meat this time, I must have kept even more for myself. In these years, every household lived on husks and wild greens. With no fresh vegetables in winter, everyone got by on pickled and fermented cabbage. Now that the Sun Qingfeng household could eat meat, folks were green with envy. But envious as they were, it wasn't anyone's fault their family didn't have someone who could work the mountains. There were, however, a few young fellows who, upon hearing I'd gone into the mountains alone and taken down a wild boar, started getting the itch themselves, eager to give it a try. I knew none of this at the time. I was still sleeping soundly. When I came out of the west room, I heard my sister Xiaolan calling from the east room. You up, bro? Yeah. I lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Xiaolan was sitting cross-legged at the head of the Kong, her back against the warm brick wall, stitching the sole of a shoe. Xiaolei was off running wild somewhere. Just you home by yourself? Where'd Auntie, Uncle, and Xiaolei go? My mom went next door to help Annie make a quilt. My dad went to the production brigade to turn in your quota. And who knows where Xiaolei's off goofing around. Bro, there's food warming for you in the pot. Go wash your face, and I'll bring it over. With that, she set down her work and nimbly scooted off the edge of the Kong. Watching how quick and capable she was, something stirred in me. Back in my own time, a girl of 13 or 14 would still be the age for being coddled by her parents. What could she possibly do? But Xiaolan already carried more than half the household chores on her shoulders. Hard times don't ask a child whether they're ready. They just teach you to grow up fast. That was daily life for a farm kid back then. As long as you could run and jump, you had to help out at home. You couldn't earn many work points, but even a small grasshopper is still meat. After eating, I didn't head out. I'd just gotten to the village and hardly knew anyone, so I might as well stay in and tinker with my old muzzleloader. Wipe down what needed wiping. This thing was my meal ticket, after all. Sure, it was old, but hey, it fired. Black cat or white cat, whichever one catches the mouse is a good cat. Once I had it all cleaned up, I slung the powder flask and the shot bag over my shoulder, grabbed a couple of cornbread buns from the pot, and hollered toward the inner room. Lon, I'm heading into the woods. Oh, okay, bro. Stay safe. Don't go too far, came the reply from inside. I threw the old muzzleloader over my back, picked up my spear, and headed out the door. I hadn't gone far when the folks chatting out on the street spotted me and greeted me warmly. Well now, Dongzi heading into the woods again? Your auntie said you brought back half a wild boar just yesterday. Not bad at all. We weren't close, but when someone greets you, you can't just ignore them. Just got lucky. Third uncle, fourth auntie, second grandpa. You all keep chatting. I'm gonna go take a look around. Sure thing, sure thing. The few of them answered, then pointed and murmured at my back as I walked off. I didn't catch what they said and didn't care to, just the usual street corner gossip. My mind was all on hunting. That one time I bagged a wild boar had my confidence soaring. I figured I was bound to come back with something today too. That's just how people are. When something keeps failing, you lose heart. But pull it off even once, and all the old gloom clears right up. This trip into the woods, the weather was just as cold and the trail just as rough, but I didn't feel a bit of misery. If anything, I felt energized. I'd left around 9 or 10 in the morning, and by midday, I came across the tracks and droppings of a herd of roe deer in the woods. Judging by how fresh they were, the herd had passed through not long ago. I got excited right away and followed. I followed the tracks. I kept after them until the sun hung low in the west. When I finally spotted the herd of roe deer in a thin stand of pines, they were rooting around under the trees, picking up fallen pine nuts to eat. I quickly pulled the rifle off my back, crouched down, and crept toward them. Truth be told, I had next to no experience hunting. Zero, basically. The only reason I'd bagged that wild boar yesterday was because Lou Dashin fired first, spooking the thing so bad it charged blindly right into me. And then I just wrestled it down with brute strength. But this time I was after a herd of skittish, fast-footed roe deer. I knew I had to sneak in close, get within range of my old muzzleloader before pulling the trigger. But as for how to do it without spooking them, I still had a lot to learn. That old muzzleloader had an effective range of maybe 40 or 50 meters. I'd only closed to within 70 or 80 when they caught wind of me. The lead deer stopped chewing and lifted its head, staring in my direction. I froze too, not daring to breathe. But it let out a sharp bark anyway and bolted, leading the whole herd deeper into the woods. Watching that much meat slip away right under my nose, I felt sick about it. Frustrated as I was, there was nothing to do but keep following. Luckily, they weren't truly spooked, just sensed danger nearby and moved on to forage somewhere else. They hadn't gone far. I trailed them another half-mile or so, and again caught sight of those shadowy shapes in the distance. A burned hand teaches best. This time I'd wised up, moving even slower, inching forward practically one step at a time. It took me almost 20 minutes, but I finally worked my way to within about 50 meters of the deer. I didn't dare go any closer. One wrong move, and I'd spook them. Slowly I edged behind a clump of bushes, crouched down, eased the barrel out through the branches, and drew a bead on one of them. This shot was a sure thing. I squeezed the trigger. The firing pin struck the cap with a crisp crack. Black smoke puffed from the barrel. The powder ignited, and the slug shot out. Only, the distance it traveled was enough to make you curse. I watched, helpless, as that slug flew maybe 10 meters, then plopped into the snow in front of me, punching out a little crater. The bang sent the deer leaping a good 3 feet into the air, and off they raced, hoofs flying. Son of a bitch. I couldn't help swearing, slamming the rifle down onto the ground. Fuming, I plopped down into the snow, dug the little cloth pouch out of my pocket, rolled a cigarette, and stuck it between my lips, struck a match, lit it, and took a couple of hard drags. Once my temper had cooled a bit, I reached over and dragged the rifle back. I wanted to figure out why this piece of junk had fired just fine, yet the slug barely went anywhere, wasting a perfect chance. When a gun misfires, the reasons come down to just a few. Either the cap or firing pin is broken and won't spark, or the powder's gotten damp so it won't burn all the way through and there's not enough push behind the shot. My rifle's problem was obvious. The powder had gone damp. But I just cleaned and serviced it before heading out, loaded fresh powder and shot and all. So how the hell could it be damp? I couldn't wrap my head around it. I worked a thin wire into the primer hole and pushed out the leftover powder to take a look. Sure enough, damp, clumpy black powder you could squeeze into a lump. The only reason it fired at all was that a little bit hadn't gotten wet yet. I stared at that wad of soggy powder, dumbfounded, turning it over in my mind for the longest time without getting anywhere. The answer's usually hiding in the most ordinary spot you overlook. You just can't see it in the moment. Truth is, it wasn't complicated. I'd serviced the gun inside the main room of the house. The temperature gap between inside and out was huge. Old houses don't hold heat, so it was maybe 3 to 5 degrees above freezing indoors, while outside it was more than 20 below. With a drop that steep, powder loaded indoors would frost over the second it hit the cold air. Then when the primer's flame licked at it during the shot, the frost melted to water. No wonder the powder was damp. I just hadn't cracked that riddle yet. All I could do was stew over the gun, letting me down and letting the meat that was practically in my mouth get away. I looked up at the sky. The sun had dropped clean behind the hills, leaving nothing but a streak of fading glow at the horizon. Chasing that road deer now. No telling how long that'd take. Once it was full dark, I wouldn't be able to make out its tracks anyway. More to the point, I had zero experience spending a night out in the woods. In weather like this, roughing it overnight, I was honestly afraid I'd end up dead out here in the forest. Forget it. Head home first. Come back out early tomorrow morning and pick up the trail again, and figure out along the way what was really wrong with this gun. Rested up, I got to my feet, slung the old muzzleloader over my back, picked up my spear, cast one reluctant glance toward the direction the deer had fled, and turned for home. Winter days in the Northeast are frighteningly short. A moment ago, there'd still been an afterglow at the horizon, and in just that little while, even that last trace was gone. The sky went pitch black. I followed my own footprints back the way I'd come. In unfamiliar woods, the safest way to find your route is to retrace your steps. Get lost otherwise, and you're in real trouble. Good thing it hadn't snowed. If a heavy snow had started coming down now, it wouldn't be long before my tracks were buried, and finding my way back would be impossible for anyone but an old hand who'd spent years running these mountains. That day, from morning till dusk, I'd covered a good dozen miles at least. If things went smoothly, it'd still be 2 or 3 hours to get home. If not, no telling. Having made a few trips into the mountains, walking at night didn't rattle me the way it had the first time. Before, I'd always felt like something was lurking in the brush and trees. Now, when I spotted a dark clump of shrubs, it was just that, a clump of shrubs. When I'd gotten to within 5 or 6 miles of Xuanjing village, my shoulders suddenly sank under a weight, just like a hand, from behind, settling firmly onto my shoulder. My steps froze mid-stride. Half the blood in my body went cold. My body locked stiff in place, and I didn't dare move a muscle. A hand had come to rest on my shoulder. In the city, in the village, that would have been nothing. But out here, deep in the mountains, miles of wilderness without a single soul in sight. A chill crawled up my spine, shooting straight from my tailbone to the crown of my head. Every hair on my body stood on end. Behind me, a low, heavy breath. A gust of rank, hot air blasted against the back of my neck. I didn't turn around. I smiled. Didn't need to look to know, a wolf. Foxes don't dare mess with people. Bears and tigers can't be bothered with games. They just charge in for the kill. Only a wolf would pull a dirty trick like the shoulder lean. The second you turn your head, your throat's right there at its mouth. One bite and you're done. No time even to scream. All those stories I heard as a kid, that's exactly how people died. But today, it picked the wrong man. Winter clothes are thick, and the back flap of my cotton cap guarded my neck. But the moment I turned my head, I was dead. So, I wouldn't turn. My mind went ice cold and crystal clear. Lunge forward, grab my rifle, spin around. Too slow. A wolf's faster than a man. No room to swing the spear. Only one thing left I could use. That short knife at my waist. Scrap iron heated red. Hammered flat. Fitted with a wooden handle. Barely as long as a hand. Meant for bleeding out game. Now, it was about to taste blood. I dropped the spear. My left hand flashed up over my shoulder. 5 fingers locking down on that wolf's paw. Knuckles going white from the grip. My right hand whipped the knife out backward. Blade pointing behind me. Cold steel hugging my back. Drove it in. The shudder of the blade sinking into flesh exploded up my arm. I didn't stop. Pull out, drive in. Pull out, drive in. The wolf felt the pain and instinctively tried to bolt. But I had its paw clamped tight. It couldn't budge an inch. Trapped, it went mad, jaws clamping down hard on my shoulder, the other paw clawing wildly at my back. Ryup. My coat tore open. Searing pain blasted through my shoulder and into half my body, leaving it numb and dead. It yanked at me, savage, unbelievably strong, trying to flip me flat on the ground. Not a chance. My legs were like spikes driven into the snow, not moving an inch, letting it bite and tear. Pain. I'd long forgotten what pain even meant. My knife knew only one thing. Its chest. 1 stab. 2. 10. Blood sprayed across the snow in a lurid crimson. Sounds slow, but it was really just over 10 seconds. Its struggling grew weaker and weaker, its body going limp bit by bit, until it slumped into a heap of dead meat, held up only by my hand, kept from dropping. I let go. Thud. It crashed into the snow and never moved again. I stepped forward twice and looked back. A huge wolf, 60, 70 pounds at least. I stared at it, and the longer I looked, the more familiar it seemed. That tail. It was missing a section. I let out a cold laugh. No wonder. So it's you. That old score. The one that ambushed me on the road into the village that day. Chased me all the way home before I hacked its tail off. That was this one. It never left. It had been crouching in the shadows all along, trailing me for days, just waiting for this one shot. Vengeful beast. Too bad. You stalked me all that time, and it took me barely 10 seconds to send you to your grave. Half a beat slower, or one stupid glance over my shoulder, and I'd be the one lying in the snow right now. But it wasn't my day to die. Didn't bag the roe deer, but I did luck into a wolf. 60, 70 pounds easy. This trip? Worth it. The sky was pitch black, and I was still a few miles from home. I dragged the wolf off to the side and scooped up snow to scrub the blood out of its fur. In weather like this, blood freezes the second it hits the air. Scrub off the surface layer, and it won't smear all over you when you sling it on your back. Once I was done, I heaved the wolf onto my shoulder and headed home with long strides. By the time I got back, it was almost 8. My aunt, Li-ho hot, and the rest were still holding dinner for me. The second I walked in, she started fussing. You kid, why are you back so late again? You just brought down a wild boar. Can't you rest a couple days? I dropped the wolf on the floor and grinned. Rest for what? Nothing better to do anyway. Look here, snagged myself another wolf, free of charge. Oh, would you look at that? You ran into another wolf. You're not hurt, are you? She was startled and anxious all at once. I'm fine. Just let it claw up my coat. I patted my shoulder. You'll have to patch it for me. This army coat was issued by the county before I came out to the Northeast, brand new. But out here it kept splitting open every few days. These days a coat like this runs 30, 40 bucks. Seeing how pained I looked, my aunt burst out laughing. So it's got a little tear, big deal. Whose clothes don't have a patch or two? Better than you getting hurt. True enough. I pulled open my collar, revealing a few dark purple bite marks on my shoulder. If this coat weren't so thick, that bite would have gone clean through. My uncle, Sun Ching Feng, stubbed out his cigarette. All right, you're home now, so eat first. Deal with the wolf after. At the dinner table, I slurped a mouthful of corn porridge, bit into a cornbread bun, and suddenly spoke up. Uncle, that wolf, did you notice? It's missing a chunk of its tail. His eyes went wide. What? Missing a piece? The one that came sniffing around our place. That's the one. I set down my bowl. It had been trailing me for days. Only got my chance to take it down today. Damn, that beast practically got 9 lives. Was it the female? Male. The one I killed before was the female. This one came to avenge her. My uncle sucked in a sharp breath. Good God, if it had gotten to you first. But it didn't. I picked up a slice of meat. Now they're both lying here in my hands. My aunt listened with her heart in her throat, her face full of worry. Dongzi, maybe you should quit hunting from now on. I'll have your uncle talk to the team leader, get you learning to drive the cart. You can earn work points that way too. Her own nephew, her own flesh and blood. A job this dangerous, she was truly scared. If anything ever happened to me, how would she face my folks back home? I'm fine, Auntie. I smiled. It's just one wolf. And let me tell you, today I even spotted a whole herd of roe deer. But the gunpowder had gotten damp, so I spooked him and they bolted. Otherwise, we'd be eating roe deer tonight. Annie shook her head, exasperated. You're just like your daddy. Stubborn as a mule. Once you set your mind on something, 10 oxen couldn't drag you back. Then don't drag me. I swallowed a mouthful of meat. I'll head out early tomorrow. I'm gonna get that herd of roe deer, no matter what. All you think about is your stomach. That stuff's meant to be sold for cash. Annie shot back without hesitation. A single roe deer hide, once tanned, could fetch close to 20 bucks. One deer yielded 30 pounds of meat, and the whole thing came to at least 40 bucks. More than a city worker made in over a month. I'd just arrived, and come spring there'd be the house to fix up and supplies to buy. Money was needed everywhere. That was all Auntie had on her mind. Uncle chimed in. Your auntie's right. Wild boar isn't worth much, so no harm eating it. But the good stuff, we sell first. I already had somebody price those 2 wolf pelts. I'll take him into the county seat later and sell him. I nodded. Fine. From now on, I won't eat what's worth money. I'll focus on hunting boar. Eat up. Have more meat. Auntie plopped a big slice of meat into my bowl. I chewed away. They say wild boar meat is tough and gamey, but these days, as long as it's meat, it's the best thing in the world. After dinner, everyone went off to rest. Before bed, I wiped the flintlock till it gleamed and spread the gunpowder out on the edge of the Kong to dry, then lay down. That herd of roe deer, I hadn't forgotten about them. I was up before dawn. The spot where I'd spooked them was a good 15 or 20 miles from the village. If I didn't start early, I wouldn't get there till noon. I bolted down a quick bite, slung the gun over my shoulder, and headed out, making my way through the dark. I'd been walking nearly an hour before the sky began to gray. Once I could see the trail, my feet flew. The sun hadn't reached its peak when I arrived at yesterday's spot. I pinned down the direction the deer had fled and followed after them. They'd been truly spooked. They hadn't stopped for a long stretch. It wasn't until 3 or 4 miles out that I found signs of where they'd bedded down. From the firmness of the droppings, they hadn't left long ago. Half an hour or so later, in another patch of woods, that herd came into view once more. This time, I checked the gun first. One look and I understood why yesterday's shot had dropped to the ground just a few meters out of the barrel. A layer of frost had formed inside and out, and the powder had gotten damp. It was a miracle the thing had even fired. I pulled out the ramrod, wrapped it in cloth, and cleaned the barrel. Once I was sure it was good, I loaded the powder, leveled the gun, and closed in slowly. Lesson learned, I kept extra calm this time. Crouching low, gripping the gun, I inched my way to within about 50 meters of the herd, then half knelt behind a big tree and eased the barrel out. If I was going to shoot, I'd take the biggest one. I locked onto one and let the muzzle drift ever so slightly, tracking its form. Hunting in the woods is all about your line of fire. Trees, brush, waist-high dead grass. If the bullet so much as clips a single twig, the shot veers wildly off course. A clean opening like this was gone in the blink of an eye. The roe deer seemed to sense something. I felt it. Suddenly it lifted its head and looked straight in my direction. My heart skipped a beat. If I didn't shoot now, it'd be too late. I held my breath and pressed down with my fingertip. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The roe deer bolted, tearing off at a dead run. The rest scattered in a panic. I wasn't worried. Two legs can't outrun four. So I took my time cleaning the barrel and loading the powder. Once I finished, I walked over to where I'd hid it. On the snow, drops of blood. I grinned. Run. As long as you're bleeding, you're not getting out of my hands. Roe deer can't take much punishment. Once they lose blood, they go weak. I followed the trail for over a mile, and the tracks changed from bounds of 2 or 3 yards to short, staggering steps. Getting close, I held my gun ready as I scouted ahead, in case it sprang out on me. A few hundred yards on, there was a big thicket of brush up ahead to the right, and the tracks disappeared into it. I paused at the edge. There might be a wolf, a fox, or even a big cat holed up in there. But the temptation of that roe deer overrode everything. Today's kill, nobody was going to snatch it out of my hands. I stepped in. Rustle. Deep in the brush, the roe deer struggled to its feet, trying to flee. Too late. The moment it stood, it ran right into my muzzle. No more than 60 or 70 feet between us. I raised the gun along its line. This close, at a big target that couldn't even run. If I missed now, these two hands of mine ought to be chopped off and fed to the dogs. Black smoke burst out, and the slug drove straight through its chest. Thud. The roe deer gave a couple of jerks and toppled over stiff. Ha ha ha, yes. I lowered the gun, drew my knife, and stepped up in a few strides. It lay on the ground, panting hard. I grabbed its snout and wrenched it up, then drove the knife in along the neck. Blood poured out. It kicked its legs a few times, then went still. Only then did I get to work. Right there I slit open the belly and, following the rules Lou Dashin had taught me, pulled out the guts and tossed them. I couldn't bear to waste the heart, liver, and lungs, so I stuffed them in my pocket. The hooves had no meat, so I cut those off too. Finally, while the carcass was still warm, I peeled the whole hide off clean. I chopped down 2 saplings, lashed together a makeshift sled, loaded up the hide and meat, and dragged it toward home. First time bringing down a roe deer on my own. It was still early, so I wasn't in any hurry. Dragging the sled, I started humming a little tune. I'd gone maybe a third of the way. Oh, a low, muffled howl slammed into my ears. Like something crying, but when I listened closer, not quite. It sent a chill down my spine. Broad daylight, and it still made my scalp crawl. I stopped, cocked my head to listen. That sound, it was almost like a person. I gripped my gun tight, and, step by step, felt my way toward where it was coming from. A sound like that, it takes real nerve just to stay put, let alone go tracking it down. Especially out here in these godforsaken woods. If something happened, my family wouldn't even find my body. But from the very start, after the initial terror wore off, the more I listened, the more it hit me. That eerie, ghostly sound was coming from a person. I walked a ways toward it, and the voice drifted over again, broken and faint. Anybody there? Help. Somebody please. Now I could make it out clearly. It was a person. But what kind of person could make a sound like that? It was like someone trapped inside a sealed jar. The voice rising up from underground, all muffled and hollow, sending chills down my spine. I raised my gun and hollered to work up my nerve. Who's there? Don't try to scare me. I've got a gun. Come on out. It's me. Help. I'm down in the cellar. The moment he heard me shout, his voice shot up, with a hint of excitement in it. The cellar? I froze and looked around, but I didn't see anything unusual. Where's the cellar? Here. Over here. I'm right here. Following the voice another 50 or 60 meters, I spotted strips of cloth tied to the trees all around, markers left by whoever dug the pit, warning folks passing by not to fall in. Up ahead in the brush, the voice came up from underground. Yeah. Right here. Brother, help me out. Hold on. Let me come take a look. I dropped the sled rope and slowly inched over to the edge of the pit, pressing down on the cover board with the tip of my spear. A pitch-black hole opened up. You in there? Yeah. Fell in by accident. Give me a hand, would you? Isn't there anything down there you can climb up on? Nope, nothing. Bare as can be. I didn't rush to pull him out. I remembered my uncle's warning. All kinds of people wander these woods. Don't let a good deed turn bad and get yourself killed. How'd you fall in? What's your name? Where you from? Don't you worry, brother. I'm no bad guy. Name's Zhang Jiefeng, from Redwood Gully. I hunt these mountains too. A blind bear chased me right into this pit. A blind bear. That startled me, and I quickly looked up and scanned all around. If that thing was really nearby, wouldn't I be in danger too? It's fine, brother. That bear took off long ago. I fell in mid-morning. It's been hours now. You got a gun on you? The pit went quiet for a beat. Yeah. Then toss the gun up first, and I'll pull you out. Otherwise, forget it. Here's what I was thinking. If he came up empty-handed, with the strength I've got, most men wouldn't be a match for me. But if he had a gun in his hands, that was a whole different story. The man down in the pit clearly hesitated. But at this point, he had no other choice. Brother, you've got to save me. Get me out of here, and I'll thank you good and proper. Don't worry. I'm not the kind to leave a man to die. Hurry up and toss it up. All right, here it comes. Catch. A break-action hunting rifle came flying up out of the pit. I looked at the gun. I was green with envy. But no matter how much I wanted it, it belonged to someone else. And I wasn't about to rob or kill for it. If I wanted one, I'd earn it myself. I picked it up and took a look. No bullets inside. The guy had been careful. I let it slide and slung the rifle over my shoulder. Hang tight. I'll find something to get you out. Great. Cut down a little tree and slide it down here. And I can climb right up. I walked over to a sapling about as thick as my calf, chopped it down with the spear I'd made from a hunting knife, and dragged it back, jamming it into the mouth of the pit. With the tree in place, the guy scrambled up in no time. He flopped flat on the ground, gasping for breath, then turned his head to look at me. Thanks, brother. If it weren't for you, I'd have frozen to death down in that pit overnight for sure. Don't mention it. We're both mountain men. Running into each other out here is fate. I couldn't just leave you to die. I sized him up, 25 or 26, around 5'7", lean and wiry, with a square face, dark skin, and a bit of stubble on his chin. What's your name? He asked, still catching his breath. Li Xiangdong. I hunt too. You said a black bear chased you into that pit. You bet. I was over there hunting wild boar and startled a black bear. One shot didn't drop it, and it came after me like a madman. I missed my footing and tumbled right in. And who's the lowlife who dug this pit anyway? I just smiled and let it go. It wasn't anyone being a lowlife. There was clearly a cloth strip tied to the tree. He just hadn't spotted it. Mountain men all have their own methods. Some set snares, some use rifles, and some dig pits and lay traps. You should count yourself lucky they didn't plant stakes down there. Otherwise, you'd have used up all 9 lives. Zhang Jiefeng nodded again and again. No kidding. I guess I really do owe the guy who dug this pit a thank you. Good thing it was a gentleman's pit. There are 2 kinds of pits. A gentleman's pit is empty inside, just a deep hole. A trap door is set on top, camouflaged, and when the prey steps on it, it drops right in. It only traps, doesn't kill. The hunter comes back later to finish the job with a gun. The other kind is a dead-end pit, with the bottom studded with sharpened wooden stakes. Fall in, and you're skewered like a candied haw on a stick. Zhang Jiefeng had gotten the first kind. Had it been the second, he'd have been long gone. We talked a while, and once he'd recovered, I said, "Come on, let's not waste time here. I'll give you your rifle back once we're out of the woods." Sounds good. My place isn't far from here, maybe 7 or 8 miles. Come by, and I'll treat you to a drink. I've got to thank you properly today. I didn't really want to go, but he kept insisting, so I agreed to at least see where he lived. And part of me wanted to verify whether he was telling the truth. I hitched up the sled again, and the 2 of us headed toward Hongshu Gully together, chatting pretty comfortably along the way. Zhang Jiefeng's family had moved here from Jilin about 10 years back, when he was only around 10. His household included his parents, his older brother and sister-in-law, an older sister, and a younger sister. His brother and sister-in-law had moved out on their own, and his older sister had married and left too. By now there were just 4 of them left, his parents, him, and his little sister. Hunting was how they made a little extra money to get through the winter. Before I knew it, we'd reached Red Maple Gully. The village was built on a gentle slope at the edge of a mountain ravine, with a grove of maple trees across the way. Come autumn, the whole hillside would blaze red. From the looks of it, there had to be at least 60 or 70 households, way more than the 30-some in our own Xuanjing village. When we got to his door, I didn't go in. I slipped the rifle off my back and handed it over. All right, you're home. Here's your gun. I'll head out now. Come on, brother. You can't just leave when you're right at my door. You saved my life, and you won't even let me buy you a drink? What kind of man would that make me? Zhang Jiefeng meant every word. You don't forget someone who saves your life. If he let his rescuer walk away from his own doorstep without so much as coming inside, how could he ever hold his head up in the hunting trade or around the village? People would point fingers behind his back and call him an ungrateful bastard. It's really not necessary. I've never once stayed out overnight. If I start drinking here and can't make it back, my family will worry. Then at least sit for a bit and let me show my appreciation. I'll walk you home after dark. He was dead set on not letting me go. While we were still going back and forth, his parents heard the commotion and came out. Ertzi, why are you standing at the door instead of coming in? Who's this? Mom, Dad, this is Li Xiangdong. If it weren't for him today, I wouldn't have made it back. I want to buy him a drink, but he flat out refuses. Oh my, that won't do. Come in, come in. Saving our Ertzi means you saved us two old folks' lives too. The two of them wouldn't take no for an answer and pulled me straight inside. I had no choice but to go in. The whole family couldn't have been more welcoming. They sat me down in the warmest spot on the Kong. Old Zhang and Zhang Jiefang kept me company chatting, while the old lady called their daughter to get dinner ready. Honestly, that meal made me squirm the whole time. The table was so full of polite formalities that it made me downright uncomfortable. I finally finished, and by then it was pitch dark outside. All right, Uncle, Auntie, Brother Jiefang, it's getting late. I've got to head back. It's still more than 10 miles to our village. The old couple tried to keep me. Xiangdong, why not just stay here? We've got room. You've had so much to drink, and it's not safe going back this late at night. I shook my head. I can't. Since coming out this way, I've never stayed out overnight. If I don't go back, my aunt and uncle will think something's happened to me and won't sleep a wink all night. No matter how late it is, I have to get home. Seeing there was no keeping me, Zhang Jiefang got down off the Kong and grabbed his heavy coat. Mom, Dad, I'll walk Xiangdong home. Two of us on the road is safer. If it gets too late, I'll just crash at his place and come back tomorrow. That works. We'll feel better with the two of you going together. Ertzi, I've put together a few things. Take them along for Xiangdong's aunt and uncle. The old lady turned and went to gather them up. As she came out of the main room, she was carrying. He came out of the storehouse carrying that sack. Auntie, no need. How could I take food and gifts on my way out too? That won't do. You saved our second boy. We have to show our appreciation somehow. It's nothing fancy, just some mushrooms and wild vegetables we picked in the fall. You've got to take them. Zhang Jiefang took the bag. All right, Mom, Dad, head back inside. I'm going to walk Xiangdong out. I won't be back tonight. With him along for company, I wasn't so worried about traveling by night anymore. 2 men, 2 guns. As long as we didn't run into a big wolf pack or a big cat, we were basically safe. But we'd both been drinking. You couldn't feel it inside the house, but the moment we stepped out and the cold wind hit us, the booze went straight to our heads. Our minds were still clear enough, but our feet felt a little unsteady. It was already dark anyway, and there was no rush, so we just pulled the sled along, chatting and walking slowly. The first 6 or 7 li were uneventful. About halfway there, we passed a huge stretch of marsh gully, at least 200 meters wide, and so long you couldn't see the end of it. Just after we cleared that gully, Zhang Jiefang suddenly stopped. Hey, brother, did you notice? Seems like something's following us. My instincts were nowhere near as sharp as his. He'd spent years roaming these mountains. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a wolf lunge at my shoulder the night before. Really? I didn't notice anything. I turned and looked back, but couldn't see a thing. Zhang Jiefang turned around and studied the darkness for a while. No mistake about it. Something's definitely trailing us. If we're not careful, we might have caught the eye of a greenskin. A greenskin? A wolf. In our mountain roaming trade, we call wolves greenskins, rabbits, jumping cats, bears, mountain chiefs, and tigers, big cats. Hearing it was just a wolf, I actually relaxed. In the days since I'd gotten here, wolves were what I'd shot the most, 2 of them already, so I wasn't all that scared of them. Oh, I see. Zhang, so what do we do? You got your gun loaded? Loaded. But mine can only fire 1 shot. That's plenty. We just keep walking and pay it no mind. If it really dares come at us, we shoot the thing. I've got to say my luck was truly something. I'd been in the great northern wilderness for maybe 2 or 3 weeks, tops, and I'd already run into wolves 3 times. It was like a newbie at the mahjong table. No skill, but an unbelievable run of luck. No wonder, though. Back in those days, the great northern wilderness was barely developed. Vast land, sparse population, and wild animals everywhere you looked. It'd be strange not to run into them. If you're alone and a wolf starts tailing you, you've got to be careful. But there were two of us and two guns. With more people, the wolf wouldn't dare rush in easily, and if it did, we'd just shoot it. We took the guns off our backs and tucked them under our arms, then kept walking, all our attention fixed on the woods behind and to either side of us. Before long, I sensed it too. There really was something back there. Zhang, your instincts are spot on. How did I not notice? No surprise there. When you've been roaming, when you've been in the mountains long enough, you just develop a sense for it. Anything that comes near, you can feel it if you pay attention. A person's sixth sense is actually pretty sharp. It's like when someone's staring at you. Even if you're not looking their way, you can feel that gaze. Hunters spend years in the woods, so their guard is naturally up, and their senses are even keener. When a person's on alert, the wolf knows it too. Those glances we kept throwing over our shoulders, it saw every one of them clear as day. And we weren't panicking, weren't losing our cool. That made it hesitate. Wolves are extremely cautious, extremely cunning creatures. When they hunt, they single out the old, the weak, the sick, and the injured. Even when they've got a herd surrounded, they wait until the prey's nerves crack before they strike. Until then, they just trail from a distance, testing again and again, pushing the prey into panic and fear. Once they've worn down the prey's strength, that's when they pounce, saving energy and avoiding injury. Right now, the two of us clearly weren't to its liking, so it just tailed us from way back, following along for several miles. By the time we reached the entrance to Shuangjing village, that wolf still hadn't dared come any closer. We both turned around at the same time. Zhang Jiefeng let out a sigh. Ah, what a shame. Shame nothing. Long as we both make it home safe, that's what matters. We'll deal with it another day when we've got time. Come on, Zhang, come inside my place. This time I took the lead, walking all the way to my own front door. I hadn't come back yet, so my aunt and uncle were still waiting up. My little brother and sister had already gone to sleep. Auntie, uncle, I'm home. The two of them hurried out of the house. Dongzi, why so late again? It wasn't supposed to be late. Ran into a friend on the way back and sat at his place for a bit. Auntie, I had a good haul today, bagged a roe deer. As I said it, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Sun Qingfeng saw the man behind me. Dongzi, who's this? Uncle, this is Zhang Jiefeng, from Hong Shugu, about 10 miles from us. We had a couple drinks at his place, and he was worried about me walking home in the dark, so he saw me back. Oh, then come on in and sit. It's freezing out there. Zhang Jiefeng spoke up as he came inside. Uncle, Auntie, I really owe Shandong today. I fell into a pit while hunting up in the mountains. If he hadn't come by and pulled me out, I'd have frozen to death up there tonight. Here's some mountain goods my folks sent along. Please don't think it's too shabby. Why'd you bring anything? Running into each other in the mountains and lending a hand, that's just what folks do. Times are hard. Nobody's got it easy these days. It's the least I can do. Isn't my life worth more than these little things? You've got to take them. After some back and forth, Sun Qingfeng accepted the gifts, then turned to my aunt. Hurry and heat up some water for Dongzi and his friend. Get them something to eat. All right, you all have a smoke first. I'll get right on it. Auntie, don't trouble yourself. We already ate before heading back. It's no trouble, let her do it. Us men'll have a couple drinks first. Sun Qingfeng waved Zhang Jiefeng over to sit down and took out. We poured out a bottle of Unaged sorghum liquor, set out some peanuts, filled a cup for each of us, and drank while we talked. Once the liquor went down, our tongues loosened up. Zhang Jiefeng told me how he'd fallen into that pit cellar and talked about his years running the mountains. Perfect timing, Jiefeng. Our two villages aren't far apart. Dongzi just started hunting. When you've got the time, you two should run the mountains together. Teach him what you can. It'd put his aunt and me at ease. Don't you worry, uncle. I've been meaning to find a partner myself. If Dongzi's up for it, we'll run together. That way we can watch each other's backs out there. Of course I was up for it. Right now my hunting was pure luck. I didn't know a lick about the skills or the rules. If Zhang Jiefeng was willing to take me under his wing, nothing could be better. Since Zhang Jiefeng had agreed to show me the ropes, I sure as hell wasn't going to be wishy-washy about it as his sworn brother. I raised my cup. Brother Zhang, Thank you. I don't know a thing. I'm bound to be a headache for you down the road. Talk like that, and you're treating me like a stranger. He tipped his head back and threw the liquor down, his Adam's apple bobbing once. If it weren't for you, I'd have been stone cold long ago. There'd be no drink like this today. Enough with the gloomy talk. You've got the luck of the devil. Even the king of hell won't take you. All right, all right. You two knock off the pleasantries. My aunt, Li Ho Hot, came in carrying an enamel basin of hot meat, the grease still swirling on top of the broth. Eat it while it's hot. It gets gamey once it's cold. She turned and brought out cornmeal porridge and a few flat cakes. Full of food and liquor, and with the night getting late, Zhang Jiefang was set up to sleep in my room. After 2 rounds of drinking back to back, the two of us flopped down on the Kong, closed our eyes, and were dead to the world. When I opened them again, the paper on the window was already glowing with daylight. After breakfast, I went to hash things out with him. Brother Zhang, where are we heading today? He smacked his lips. Those few wolves trailed us the whole way yesterday. Today, we trail them. No good deed goes unreturned. I laughed. Let's go pay them a visit. I slung that old muzzleloader over my shoulder and tucked some dried meat rations against my chest. He grabbed his sawed-off. The two of us left the village and headed straight for the woods. We searched around the fork in the trail where we'd turned back yesterday, and the wolf tracks gave themselves away. A string of plum blossom prints in the snow, evenly spaced, as steady as if they'd been walking along a ruler. By the count, there were only 2 or 3, most likely a male and a female. We followed the tracks, but hoping to catch up to wolves in broad daylight is nothing but a pipe dream. These things are more suspicious than the point of a needle. They can smell a human from a mile off, and at the first sound, they're gone. If you really want to bag one, you've got to rely on traps and snares, or wait for it to come to you. We chased half the day and didn't even come away with a single wolf hair. I'm done chasing. Zhang Jiefang plopped down into a snowdrift, panting out clouds of white breath. This thing's too crafty. Tomorrow we hunt wild boar and roe deer for real. I nodded. I dropped a roe deer over on the west end yesterday. The rest couldn't have run far. Let's go take a look tomorrow. Sure. Let's head back then. This spot's close to my place. Stay at mine tonight. Your aunt and uncle won't worry, will they? Nope. We'd already told them before heading out. If we wandered too far to make it back, we'd just crash at whoever's place was closest. By the time we felled our way back to Red Mangrove Village, dusk had just settled in. Old Mrs. Zhang and her daughter were busy getting dinner ready. When she saw the two of us walking together, she paused. How'd you two come back together? Auntie, sorry to trouble you again. Wrinkles gathered at the corners of the old woman's eyes as she smiled. Trouble? Nothing. I'm glad you'd come. Your brother Zhang runs the mountains all alone, and us 2 old folks worry sick all day. 2 of you teaming up, that's good. Youngest, add another ladle of water to the pot. Make a little extra food. Okay, got it, Ma. Only now did I get a good look at the Zhang family's youngest daughter. We'd come back late the night before, and she'd gone straight to her room after cooking. Her name was Zhang Xiaofang, just past 20, tall and slender, with big eyes and a high nose, a jet black braid swinging down her back. Standing next to Zhang Jiefang and his dark, skinny, wiry frame, nobody in their right mind would believe they were siblings. I didn't linger on it. Staring at an unmarried girl like that wasn't proper. I shifted my gaze back to Zhang Jiefang. By the way, Brother Zhang, do you know where Xianyang Farm is? Sure do. 20, 30 miles out. Why, you got people there. Know a few sent-down youths. Ran into them on the way over from Shandong. We agreed I'd drop by when I had the time. Which team are they on? He frowned. Xianyang Farm's got a dozen-plus teams. If you don't know which team, it's about like finding a needle in a haystack. That stumped me. At the time, we'd just been chatting. Even they didn't know which team they'd be assigned to. That little scheme of mine had fallen through. I had my reasons for wanting to find Wang Yang and the others. These days, what family could offer was too thin. My old home in Shandong or my aunt's place here in Shuangjing Village. Either way, they were farmers scratching a living out of the dirt, having enough to eat and clothes to wear was already reason to thank your lucky stars. If I wanted to make money, if I wanted to move up, hooking up with these sent-down youths was the fastest route. They had good information, wide connections, and a monthly stipend from the farm in their pockets. Selling the mountain goods I gathered to them was a far better deal than turning them in to the supply co-op. I turned my little wine cup in my hand and said slowly, "No rush. One team at a time, I'll find them eventually." It was only later that I heard those few sent-down youths who'd ridden in the same truck as me were, right about then, gritting their teeth through their first days up in the great northern wilderness. Folks from my city weren't afraid of the cold to begin with, but in the city there was coal, and the rooms stayed warm. The great northern wilderness was different. The cold up here bored straight into the marrow of your bones. After they dropped me off, the truck carried them straight to the Land Reclamation Bureau. In the compound, cadres from the sent-down youth office and the Reclamation Bureau were already lined up waiting. The usual routine: speeches, a pep talk, and then the assignments. Assigned quarters. The 5 of them were split up. Wang Yang, Lu Shengli, and Shun Fong went to the 6th team. Sun Dajuan and Yu Yurong were sent to the 9th. The 2 teams sat 12 or 13 li apart. The 9th team had flat land, with just one corner brushing up against the hills. The 6th, though, was tucked right at the foot of the mountains, mostly slopes and gullies. The group made a pact to get together whenever they had the time, and only then did they part ways, reluctantly, each heading off to their own team. The luggage got piled onto the horse cart until the bed was crammed full, leaving the people to travel on their own 2 feet. At the team leader's command, dozens of the sent-down youths trudged back through the snow. The great northern wilderness in the 12th lunar month had seen several heavy snowfalls in a row. The snow came up past your calves, and one wrong step could sink you into the knee. It was more than 20 li from the Reclamation Bureau to the 6th team, a real test for this bunch of city kids who'd never known hardship. The ones from the south had it even worse. 3 steps forward, 2 spills down. They'd scramble back up coated in white frost, looking like a batch of steamed buns fresh out of the pot, and rolled straight into a snowbank. Propping each other up the whole way, they finally shuffled to their destination. The production team fed them a meal first, and then a veteran youth, the team leader, led them off to the dormitory to get settled. The moment Wang Yang stepped through the door, his brow knotted up. The single-story house had looked small enough from outside. Just inside the door sat 2 stoves for heating the Kong beds, one on each side, and beyond them ran 2 long communal sleeping platforms, with a firewall as tall as a man dividing the middle. In whatever space was left, long benches held up a few wooden chests where people stowed their belongings, along with a long table used for meetings and study sessions. Dead center in the room, a brick stove glowed red at its belly, throwing off a dim yellow light. "Old Lu, how'd you drag in this many people again? There's no way we can all sleep in here," one of the youths already sitting inside hollered the second he saw them. The team leader, surnamed Lu, gave a bitter smile. "It's the team's orders, just squeeze in. Come spring we'll build new dorms and have room to spare." "Squeeze and even more? There's no place to put a foot down as it is." Wang Yang said nothing, his eyes scanning the room. 2 rows of platforms. One row could easily sleep a dozen or so. But right now there were already 20 or 30 people lying down and sitting around. And adding their batch of guys meant they'd probably have to sleep on their sides. Roll over and you'd knock the guy next to you awake. "Team leader, is there really nowhere else?" He couldn't help asking. Leader Lu turned and shot him a sharp look. "If there were somewhere else, you think I'd be cramming you in here? What? The accommodation's not up to your standards." "No, no, no." Wang Yang waved his hands quickly. "I just didn't want to disturb everyone's rest, that's all. Cut the chatter. Put your luggage on the table. You veterans, shove your bedding down toward the inside. What are you standing around for, Mu?" Once the leader had spoken, even those with the most complaints had to get moving. Wang Yang set his chest down on the table, fished a few packs of cigarettes out of his bag, and passed them around to the old-timers one by one. Last of all, he walked up to Leader Lu. "Team leader, have a smoke." He pressed a whole pack right into the man's palm. "Team leader, what kind of work do we do in the winter? Just hole up inside and hibernate." Leader Lu tucked the cigarettes into his pocket, and his expression eased. Fat chance it'd be that easy. The men head up into the mountains to fell timber, burn charcoal, and tend the livestock. The women weave baskets and twist straw rope. Only during the coldest few days do we really rest. When the time comes, somebody'll show you the ropes. Don't you worry about it." "Sure thing." "Got it." Wang Yang edged half a step closer. "Captain, how far is Shuangjing village from here?" "Shuangjing village? About 20 li, give or take." "Why, you got relatives there?" "A friend. Lives there. If you want to visit, Save it for later. Right now the team won't let you go wandering off. Seeing the puzzled look on Wang Yang's face, Captain Lu dropped his voice. The heavy snow's got the mountains sealed off. This ain't like the city back home where you're from. These hills have got wolves, black bears, you name it. A greenhorn who don't know the land goes running off. He could step right into a wolf's jaws without even knowing it. I'm looking out for you. Wolves? One of the southern-educated youth's voice cracked. There are really wolves out here? Captain Lu swept his gaze around the group. Not just wolves, whole packs of them. Let me lay it out plain. Nobody goes poking around in those mountains. You gotta take a leak at night, do it inside. If you gotta do more than that, and there's no way around going out, you take a buddy with you. Do it inside? How the heck are we supposed to do that? How? You're all grown men. What's there to be shy about? If you ain't scared of getting carried off by a wolf, go right ahead and run outside. Wolves can actually get into the camp. Why couldn't they? Once the snow seals the mountains, there's nothing to eat out there. Every year wolves sneak into the village. Folks getting hurt, that's nothing new. This great northern wilderness was beast country to begin with. It was people who came, cleared the land, and drove them back into the deep mountains. So when they came back to check on their old dens now and then, that was only fair by nature's law. Farmers and wolves. Both were just fighting for a way to survive. All right, there's a lot that can't be explained all at once. You'll figure it out in time. Captain Lu pointed to the spot next to him on the communal sleeping platform. Wang Yang, was it? Put your bedding here, sleep next to me. Wang Yang agreed with a smile. That was the payoff from a single pack of cigarettes. Didn't cost much, but he knew how to work people. Everyone else got squeezed into the cold corners by the wall, while he'd landed himself the warm spot on the Kong. In the dead of winter, the warm end of the Kong and the cold corner by the wall were two different worlds. From that day on, life stretched out into a routine. Up before dawn, wrap up the morning meeting, wolf down a couple bites of food, and the men shouldered their axes and saws, coiled up their ropes, and headed into the mountains to fell timber. The lesser Shingon Mountains had more trees than you could ever count. They picked out the old-growth ones to cut. The good timber got hauled down the mountain, to be shipped out all at once come spring. The poor stuff got turned into charcoal in kilns dug at the foot of the mountains. This was one of the most back-breaking jobs on Earth. In just half a month, nearly everyone's hands, feet, and ears had broken out in frostbite. In the cold it hurt down to the bone. Step inside where it was warm, and it burned and itched so bad you wanted to take a knife and carve the flesh right off. The one sweet spot was that you gotta eat your fill. The farm grew grain to begin with, and after the state grain quota was turned in, the rest was handed out freely to the workers. In times like these, a full meal was about the biggest blessing there was. A blessing, city folks were stuck with their rations. When the grain ran short, they'd have to hit the black market and pay through the nose for rice. Every month was a tight squeeze. But out here, at least you didn't have to count your rice grains one by one anymore. Trouble is, once you've been full for a while, your mouth starts craving something with flavor. Day in and day out, it was radishes, cabbage, and potatoes stewed together, or a little dish of pickled vegetable knots. Meanwhile, the mountains were crawling with pheasants and rabbits, and off in the distance you could spot a roe deer darting through the trees. The young folks' hearts had long since gone wild. All it took was one person to stir the pot, and someone would take the bait. Wang Yang and Lu Shengli were never the type to sit still. Over the past few days, they'd gotten friendly with the team leader and the veteran-educated youth, so if they slipped off to set a snare, the worst they'd get was a light scolding. So the two of them roped in a couple of the old-timers, grabbed some rope snares, and slipped from the logging site deep into the woods. They didn't have the first clue how to set a snare, they just figured they'd make up for it with numbers. Wherever they spotted a trail where pheasants or rabbits had trampled through, they'd bury one. Deeper and deeper they went, until they'd wandered a good 300 or 400 meters from the logging site. Right after burying one, Wang Yang straightened up, let out a long puff of white breath, and fished out his cigarettes to light one. And that was exactly the moment. Off in the woods, there came a rustling, a crunching. Something was plowing through the snow. What the hell is that? Wang Yang flinched and darted behind a tree, eyes locked on where the sound was coming from. The other three froze too, all of them staring in the same direction. Deep in the snowy haze, that sound was drawing closer, little by little, heading straight for them. The wind and snow bore down on the treetops as I gripped my old shotgun, stumbling through the deep drifts, chasing after that black bear. 3 days. For 3 whole days, Zhang and I had stuck to this beast like glue. Dongzi, pick up the pace. That old brute's headed that way. Zhang Jiefeng shouted from the bushes. Coming. Don't crowd it too close. You'll spook it into fighting for its life. The black bear staggered and lurched forward, dripping a trail of blood across the snow. It had taken 3 rounds now. It couldn't get far. And I knew it in my gut. Today was the day it died. I burst out of the bushes and slammed to a stop. Just ahead, behind the trees, stood 4 scrawny young men, thin as monkeys, their faces white as sheets, too scared to even breathe. Zhang Jiefeng came out behind me, shotgun leveled, squinting as he sized them up. You boys see a black bear come through here? Why, yeah, we saw it. It went that way. One of them stammered, pointing off in a direction. All right, thanks. Black bears are downright vicious these days. You kids shouldn't be wandering around in the woods. Get going now. Zhang Jiefeng turned to me. Dongzi, come on, let's keep after it. I grunted in reply and was about to step off when, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the young man leading the group. He looked awfully familiar. I stopped. Hold on. Aren't you the guy from the train? He blinked, and then his whole face lit up with surprise. Li Xiangdong. It's me, Wang Yang. From the train, that truck ride into the county seat. Hey, it's you. I pushed my wool cap up and strode over. We gripped each other's hands tight. Wang Yang, which team did you all get put on? Is this your territory? Yeah, this is Team 6 turf. Me, Lu Xingli, and Shun Fong got assigned to Team 6. Sun Dajuan and Yu Yurong went to Team 9. There's not much work in the winter, so we're out here logging. Wang Yang grinned. By the looks of you, you've taken up hunting? You bet. I'm making a living here in the village. I don't get a salary like you educated youth do, so I've got to find some way to earn a buck. I patted the army coat I was wearing. Come here, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Jiefeng, Brother Zhang. He and I hunt together. Brother Zhang, this is Wang Yang and Lu Xingli, the ones I mentioned the other day, the ones I've been wanting to go see. Nice to meet you, Zhang Jiefeng said with a nod. Good to meet you, Brother Zhang. Chasing down a black bear like that. Now that's something. Huh, that's just how it goes when you hunt these mountains. You can't just let go and quit chasing a kill because it's fierce. Zhang Jiefeng waved a hand and turned to me. Dongzi, how about you stay here and catch up with them, and I'll go after that big fella on my own. I shook my head quickly. No way. A beast that size, you can't take it on alone. I'm coming with you. Wang Yang, you guys aren't in a hurry to head back, are you? Nah, no rush. We're just craving some meat. Thought we'd head into the woods and set a few snares, catch a pheasant or a rabbit to satisfy the craving. We've got to work at the logging site till dark, though. Something clicked in my mind. This black bear, it was the very same one that had chased Brother Zhang into the root cellar. Zhang Xingli had put a round in it, and later, when the two of us were having dinner at Brother Zhang's place and got to talking about it, the more we thought about it, the less willing we were to let it get away. A black bear, every part of it is worth something. The gallbladder, the paws, the hide, the fat, plus the bones and meat. All told, it's worth at least 300 or 400 yuan. On the black market, it'd go even higher. That's a big chunk of money. If Wang Yang and the others tagged along, would we have to split it or not? This was between me and Brother Zhang, and I couldn't make that call. I'd have to see what Brother Zhang thought. Zhang Jiefeng clearly wasn't keen on having people tag along either. He hesitated. Better if they don't come. A bear's too dangerous. If something goes wrong, it'll be a real mess. What do you think, Dongzi? Yeah, you've got a point. I nodded, then turned back to Wang Yang. Then you all head back to the logging site first, and we'll come find you once we're done. Oh, right. You said you were craving meat. Does your team buy bear meat? I'm not sure. They probably do. I'll ask the team leader when I get back. All right, you go ask around. The two of us will go after this bear. With that settled, Zhang Jiefeng and I gripped our rifles and followed the blood trail. We'd walked a good ways before Brother Zhang spoke up. Dongzi, from what you were saying back there, you want to sell this bear to the farm? Yeah, we're going to sell it for money once we bag it anyway, so we might as well sell it straight. To them. That bunch of educated youth had wages, and since the team wouldn't take the meat, they could pool their money and buy the whole lot. As for the bear's gallbladder and paws, we'd find somewhere else to unload them. No sense in lugging around dead weight. Zhang thought it over. All right, let's do it that way. We didn't have the bear yet, but the two of us were already counting our chickens. Still, it wasn't reckless. That beast had taken 3 rounds, so it couldn't run far. Bagging it was just a matter of time. To track it down, we spent 3 whole days combing through the woods. The first night, at Zhang's place, we hashed out where to hunt the next day. Wolves were out of the question. Chasing them led nowhere. Then Zhang suddenly remembered the bear he'd driven into that cellar. The moment he mentioned it, I was in. I'd never hunted anything that big, but a man's pride wouldn't let me back down an inch. Early the next morning, we crept back near the cellar and picked up the bear's tracks. Wounded as it was, 2 or 3 days had passed, and the gashes in that thick, leathery hide had long stopped bleeding, so we followed with extra caution. This was the season for hibernation. The gunfire had spooked it awake, and once it left the den it refused to turn back, drifting through the forest looking for a new spot to hole up for winter. That drifting gave us our window to catch up. By the second day of tracking, we finally spotted its limping figure up on a ridge. Our eyes lit up. Our worn-out legs suddenly found new strength, and we picked up the pace through the snow. At first, 300 or 400 meters off, it hadn't noticed us. But once we'd closed to 50 or 60 meters, it suddenly caught our scent. No escaping old enemies. With a roar, it shoved off its hind legs and reared straight up. Zhang Jiefeng wasn't about to miss the chance. He swung his rifle up and fired. A spray of blood burst from its shoulder. The pain drove its front paws back to the ground, and it came charging straight at us. Zhang scrambled to reload while I leveled my old musket and held a dead aim. That gun had a short range, so I had to let it get closer to make the shot count. The black bear came on fast, covering the ground in just a few bounds. When it had closed to within 20 or 30 meters, I squeezed the trigger. The round drove in through its flank. But Zhang hadn't finished loading, and the bear was right on top of us. With no time to think, we both turned and ran. A dozen meters out, I glanced back, and that beast had actually turned tail and was fleeing for its life too. A badly wounded animal will usually bolt and run, unless it's cornered and forced to fight. We stopped right there, reloaded, and took off after it in the direction it had fled. Panicked, it crashed blindly through the woods. We chased it until dark without catching up and had to tough out another night in the forest. Early the next morning, we picked up the chase again, and it led us all the way to where Wang Yang and his crew had set their snares. By the time we'd chatted with Wang Yang for a bit, the gap had widened again. We tracked it for a solid hour or more before we finally caught sight of it once more. This time, it was really done for. After that frantic dash, its wound had opened up again, and it staggered as it moved. Zhang and I exchanged a glance, gripped our guns tight, and pushed forward a few steps. Zhang fired first, as usual, not just because his single-barrel hunting rifle had the longer range, but because he could reload fast, less than 10 seconds to chamber another round. My old flintlock, on the other hand, needed the powder repacked and the shot rammed down after every single shot. Couldn't do it in under a minute or two. So he'd shoot first, and if the bear charged, I'd fire to draw its attention and buy him time to reload calmly. That shot pushed the black bear over the edge. Maybe it knew it was finished. Summoning its last reserve of savagery, it threw itself at us, heedless of everything. I leveled the old flintlock, kept my aim locked dead on its head, and waited until it had closed to less than 30 meters, then squeezed the trigger. Boom. Black smoke belched from the muzzle, and the lead slug drove straight into its neck. Roar! The black bear tumbled headlong into the snow, its forelegs thrashing, its claws raking a nearby sapling until it rattled. But it still bared its teeth and struggled to get back up. What are you still hollering about? Zhang Jiefeng strode forward and put another round in its head. Thud! And then it went completely still. At least it ended its suffering quickly. Zhang drew the knife from his belt. Dongzi, come here. I'll show you how to harvest the bear's gallbladder. This skill, you don't pass it on to anyone but people close to you. A single bear gallbladder is worth serious money. Before I came to the great northern wilderness, I'd never even seen a bear, let alone extracted a gallbladder. In my past life, I'd only ever watched one from behind the bars at a zoo. Gripping the knife, I crouched down. Remember this, Zhang said, lowering his voice. You've got to take the gallbladder right after the kill. Wait too long and the bile breaks down, and once it does, it's worthless. by breaks down, he meant that once the blood stops flowing, the bile drains back into the liver. The gallbladder shrinks smaller and smaller until nothing's left but a thin skin. When this bare gallbladder goes into medicine, it's all about the bile. Clears heat, sharpens the eyes, works wonders on epilepsy and jaundice. Once the liver's soaked up the bile, it's ruined. Zhang sliced open the bear's belly and reached inside. Here, stick your hand in too, right about here. Feel it, fighting back the rank, gamey stench. I followed his hand in and touched something shaped like a teardrop, like a water-filled balloon. Got it. So this is a bear gallbladder. It's a good size. You bet. Male bear, for 100 pounds at least. You think the gallbladder's gonna be small. Zhang pinched the bile duct at the top and pulled the whole gallbladder out. Man, it was a good 15 or 16 centimeters long, 7 or 8 centimeters across at the widest point. Among fresh bear gallbladders, that ranked with the biggest. Don't just stand there. Tie off the gallbladder and the duct with some string. Don't let any bile leak out. I dug a length of thin hemp cord out of my shoulder bag and cinched it down tight. Zhang. He happily tucked it into his pocket. All right, that's $100 right there. Dongzi, what are you going to do with the money? Build a house next year. I'm still crashing at my aunt's place. Can't keep doing that forever. Once the house is up, I'll save up some more and get myself a decent rifle. This one I've got now is a real piece of junk. True, that old musket, one shot, and you gotta reload the powder every time. It's fine for roe deer, but if you run into a wolf or a bear, that'll get you killed. No kidding. If you hadn't been leading the way, Zhang, I never would have dared take on that big fella. And that was the honest truth. I've got plenty of strength, but compared to a black bear, one swipe of its paw packs a ton of force. I could give it everything I've got and still not measure up. We're just not in the same league. With this old gun of mine, forget bears. Even taking down a wolf usually means I've got to finish it off in hand-to-hand combat. Just keep saving. If you really can't afford a new one, a used one will do. I'll keep an eye out to see who's got one for sale. Thanks, Zhang. Come on, no need to thank me. Now let's get moving. We've still got plenty to do. Once we'd taken out the bear gallbladder, the most valuable part, there was no rush with the rest. We got a fire going, then skinned it, cut off the paws, and stripped the meat. That kept us busy for the better part of the morning. When we finished up, we bagged the paws, rolled up the hide, and tossed the guts and scraps off to the side. Looking at the 200+ pounds of meat on the ground, Zhang got a worried look. Dongzi, can we haul all this out? Or I could stay here and watch it while you go get some guys from the logging camp. From here to where Wang Yang and the others were, it was 6 or 7 miles at least, more than a dozen round trip. Judging by the light, by the time I fetched somebody and got back, it'd be dark. I gritted my teeth. No need to get them, Zhang. We'll drag it out ourselves. That's a lot of weight. A long haul makes any load feel heavier. Huh, don't you worry. Don't just judge me by how much I eat. I've got strength to spare too. Over the past few days, Zhang had gotten a good look at my appetite. He kept saying that never mind his old hometown in Shandong. Even up here in the great northern wilderness, prime grain country, they might not be able to keep a bottomless pit like me fed. Seeing how confident I was, he gave a nod. The two of us cut down a few small trees and lashed them together into a sled, then loaded up the hide and the meat. I took the lead, gripping the sled's handles with both hands and looping the rope over my shoulder. Zhang tied on a second rope and pitched in from the side. We threw our weight into it at the same time, and the sled, close to 300 pounds, began to inch across the snow, slowly creeping forward. They say a long haul makes any load feel heavier, and there's not a word of exaggeration in that. Even carrying nothing but 2 empty bamboo baskets, walk 15 or 20 miles, and the carrying pole will grind your shoulders raw. Never mind Zhang and me dragging a sled loaded with 200 or 300 pounds of meat. The snow underfoot came up past our knees. One minute we were climbing, the next we were heading downhill, and the whole time we had to weave around all the deadfall and debris scattered through the woods. By the time we reached the spot where we'd split off from Wang Yang and the others, the two of us were both wheezing like a pair of bellows. The hat was soaked with sweat, and the long underwear clung damp to my back. If I pulled the hat off right now, steam would surely rise off the top of my head. Zhang Jiefeng stopped, gasping for air. Oh man, we're finally almost there. Dongzi, let's take a break. Let's rest up. I was pretty worn out too, but my build was a bit sturdier than his. After catching my breath, I waved him off. Zhang, you rest here. I'll go over to the logging camp and get Wang Yang and the others. It's not far. I'll be right back. He raised a hand in reply. I set down the sled and headed toward the logging camp. From 300 or 400 meters out, I could already hear the sound of axes and saws over there. Wang Yang had pointed out the way before. Once I could make out the figures moving through the trees, I stopped and didn't dare go any farther. If someone over there had a rifle slung over their shoulder and I suddenly popped out, catching a bullet would be a real waste. I called out toward them. Hey, can you hear me? Is Wang Yang there? The group clearly hadn't expected someone to spring out of the woods. They all stopped what they were doing at once and turned to look. Wang Yang recognized me right away and quickly hollered back, then turned to shout to his team leader. Chief, that's my buddy Li Xiangdong, they're back. Then he jogged over to me. Xiangdong, you're back. Did you get anything? How come it's just you? We got it. Zhang couldn't walk any farther, so he's resting back there. I came to get you. Grab a couple of guys, and let's haul the meat back. You got it. Wang Yang's face lit up, and he bounced off to find Team Leader Lu. Naturally, Team Leader Lu was thrilled about having meat to eat. Never mind how it came to be. This bunch hadn't had a taste of anything with meat in it for a good long while. He picked 2 men on the spot and had them head over with Wang Yang. The group followed me back to where Zhang was resting. When they saw that mountain of bear meat piled on the dirt sled, their eyes went wide, and you could hear the sound of them gulping one after another. Xiangdong, you two are something else. Taking down a bear this big. I laughed. It was all Zhang. If it had been just me, I'd have gotten flipped over by that bear a long time ago. Wang Yang turned to Zhang Jiefeng. Zhang, you're the man. You're too kind. All right, lend a hand. Let's haul it back. The 3 of them took over the sled and dragged it all the way to the logging camp. When we got there, all the sent-down youths who'd been working dropped their axes and swarmed over, staring at the pile of meat. Team leader Lu pulled Wang Yang aside and lowered his voice. This is your friend. Go ask him how they're planning to sell this meat. If the price is right, we'll bring it back to our team and get ourselves a real meal. You got it, Chief. Wang Yang turned and came over. Zhang, Xiangdong, our team leader wants to know, how are you selling this meat? If the price is right, we'll buy it. I didn't have a clue what bear meat was going for. I'll translate this passage into natural American English. We'd have to see what Zhang thought. He mulled it over for a moment. Since you're friends of Dongzi's, I won't gouge you. The co-op buys it at 50 cents a pound. Just pay me the same. There's about 150, 60 pounds of pure meat, so $70. You want the bones, the hide, and the paws too? If so, I'll cut you a good deal on those as well. Wang Yang asked, how much for all that? The bones can be used in medicine. The pharmacy buys them at 80 cents a pound, and you can strip a good 100 pounds of bone off this thing, so give me 80. The hide and paws are worth more. Together they'd run over 100. If you want him, you'd better find somebody who knows their stuff to size him up, or you'll get shortchanged. Wang Yang nodded and passed the words along, word for word, to team leader Lu. Lu made the call right then and there. The price was fair, and even if the team wouldn't foot the bill, he and the others could pool together the $70 themselves. As for the rest, that would depend on what the farm headquarters said. Either way, you don't let good stuff slip through your fingers. Haul it back first and figure it out later. They gave up on the logging too. A little earlier, a little later, it didn't matter. Dozens of people packed up their tools and headed down the mountain in one big procession, making straight for the headquarters of Team 6. The male sent-down youths dragged back a pile of meat, and the team headquarters erupted. Everyone came pouring out to gawk, the whole place a noisy, jostling crowd. Team 6 production leader and the party secretary heard the commotion too and came out after the others. The moment they saw the crowd, they hurried to ask, what's going on here? What happened? Team leader, secretary, the guys brought back a whole pile of bear meat. Come take a look. Really? Move aside, let us have a look. The 2 of them squeezed in, and when they saw the meat piled on the sledge, their faces broke into grins. Well, Lu Yong, you boys did good. You went out to cut timber and came back with a bear. Huh. Team leader, we didn't do it. 2 hunters from a nearby village bagged it, and we flagged him down and brought him back with us. Good, good, good. That's a point in your favor. Where are the folks now? Lu Yong quickly led Zhang and me over to the 2 of them. Brother Zhang, Xiangdong, let me introduce you. This is Team Leader Chen and Secretary Shun of Team 6. Team Leader, Secretary, these two are the ones who shot the bear, Zhang Jiefeng and Li Xiangdong. Team 6 of the Xianyang farm was one of the many sub-teams under the farm. I gave the yard a once-over and had it figured out. The place had been established and cleared back in '58. Now it had around 300 people working 10,000 acres of land, with 4 big tractors. The sent-down youths made up only a small share. Counting Wang Yang and the other newcomers, they totaled maybe 60 or 70 in all. The rest were mostly frontier settlement youths, demobilized soldiers, and their families. A grassroots team like this had no independent authority to run its own affairs. Land clearing, planting, personnel transfers, assigned quotas. All of it was planned centrally by the farm headquarters. The upside was obvious too. Wages, grain rations, machinery, housing. Headquarters covered it all. As long as you met your quotas, you got everything you were due. The only extra income you could actually put in your own pocket came from farming, working a side hustle. In winter, Team 6 cut timber, made charcoal, and wove baskets. The money they earned was theirs to keep, used to give the workers a little extra and put better food on the table. So all in all, their team was pretty well off. With this huge pile of meat laid out in the yard in front of dozens of people, it'd be downright unreasonable for the captain and the secretary not to take it and let everyone get a taste. After hearing Lu Yang's introduction, the two of them warmly reached out to shake hands and started chatting with us. Zhang spoke first. Captain Shun, Secretary Shun, we already talked to Captain Lu about this pile of meat, $70. If you want the bones too, that's another 80. How come adding the bones makes it more expensive? Zhang laughed. Absolutely it does. Bare bones can be used in medicine. If you don't want M, my brother and I will just pick the bones out ourselves. Got it. What about the rest? The bare hide, the gallbladder, and the paws. If you take the whole package, it's 420 total. Guaranteed you won't come out short. Captain Shun smacked his lips. That's not a cheap price you're asking. Boss, it's really not much. Just take a look at this gallbladder. Zhang pulled the bare gallbladder out of his pocket and held it up in his palm. In all these years, have you ever seen one this big? Captain Shin's eyes lit up for a second. He turned to look at Secretary Shun. Old Shin, what do you think? It's a bit steep. Fellas, let's talk it over. Cut us a little slack. We'll be doing business together plenty down the road. Zhang was about to answer when I jumped in first. Cheaper's no problem. But boss, first give us two brothers the straight talk. How's this partnership gonna work going forward? How much can your team take? Secretary Shin chuckled. I can tell right off you're a sharp kid. There are about 300 people on our team, and we go through a lot of food in a day, meat especially. As long as you're bringing in game at a fair price, we'll take all of it, so you don't have to worry about finding buyers. How's that sound? Then it's got to be higher than what the co-op pays, I said, not giving an inch. Otherwise, we'll just sell straight to the co-op, same thing. Secretary Shin thought it over, then slapped his thigh. Deal. I can't promise it'll beat the co-op every single time, but it'll never be lower than them. That works, right? A weight lifted off my chest. Now this was a long-term deal. Selling one bear for 400 was a windfall, and once you spend a windfall, it's gone. But this steady outlet, that was the kind of flowing water that could keep coming little by little. I shot Zhang a look. He caught on and picked up the thread with a grin. All right, since you're being straight with us, we can't leave you hanging either. This whole black bear, we'll give it to you for 400. You're the boss, and we've got to show you some respect. Huh, good. For 100 it is. Head over to the accountant in a bit and pick up your money. With that settled, Captain Shin stepped up onto the sled, stood up a little taller, and called out. Comrades, quiet down. Today, a hunter from a nearby village bagged a black bear, at least 200 pounds of meat, easy. Enough to give everybody a pound apiece. The secretary and I talked it over. The brigade will foot the bill, and tomorrow night we'll have a feast to give everyone a real treat. Yeah, the crowd erupted in cheers. The bachelors didn't much care. Whenever they got a craving, they could just pool some cash and buy a little. But the guys with families to feed, the ones counting every cent of their monthly wages, asked them to shell out their own money for meat, and which one of them wouldn't wince? Having the brigade cover, it was the way to go. The bear wasn't ours anymore, so all that excitement over there didn't have much to do with me and Zhang. The two of us huddled together, grinning ear to ear, thinking about the 400 bucks headed our way, 200 each. What did 200 bucks mean? Out in the countryside, that was as much as a whole family could scrape together in a year of backbreaking work. I ran the numbers in my head. A strong laborer earned 10 work points a day, which came to 50 cents at most. After deducting food rations and odds and ends, you'd be lucky to have 150 in cash by year's end, and that was considered doing well. That 150 had to cover a whole year's worth of cooking oil, salt, and seasonings, doctor visits, school fees, mending, and buying necessities. And if a wedding or a funeral came up, you'd be flat broke in no time. This one trip earned me what most families sweated a year and a half for. Dongzi, Zhang said, rubbing his hands together. With this money, you've got enough to fix up your house come spring. I couldn't stop grinning. You said it. I haven't even been here a month, and I've already got the repair money saved. When I first stepped off that bus, I had barely 10 bucks to my name, and even that was scraped together by my family. Huh. Life, my friend. It gets better, little by little. Zhang, what are you going to do with your share? What else? Get married, of course. My folks arranged a match for me a long time ago, but I never had the cash to throw a wedding, so it kept getting pushed back. If I wait any longer, she might just run off with somebody else. Come on, it can't be that bad. It's already settled. She'd back out? Isn't she afraid of what people would say? Zhang waved a hand. You don't get it. When a man's got no money and can't afford to marry his bride, he's got no right to blame her for marrying someone else. Either way, the shame's on us. I couldn't argue with that. A woman marries a man for clothes on her back and food on the table. That's been true since the beginning of time. Poverty breaks a man's spirit, and in the end, you've got to stand on your own 2 feet first. So when's the wedding? I'll talk it over with my folks when I get back. Probably do it within half a year. There's still a couple months till New Year's. Once you set a date, just say the word and I'll come help out. You got it. I won't forget you. While the two of us shot the breeze, the captain and secretary had finished their speeches over there. The sled loaded with meat was hauled straight to the mess hall, with someone assigned to watch the head cook strip the bones. Those bones were precious, worth even more than the meat, and were to be handed over to the farm headquarters for medicinal use. Captain Chun called us over to collect our money from the accountant. The two of us trotted along happily into the brigade office. This is the office area, really just a big courtyard partitioned into a few rooms. The captain and secretary's office, the finance room, the broadcast and admin room, and a storeroom. With a note from the captain and secretary, getting the money was a breeze. Zhang held onto the cash first, and the moment we stepped out of the finance room, he counted out 200 and pressed it into my hand. Even between brothers, you keep the account straight, settle it clean, and everybody's mind is at ease. At the entrance to the team office, Wang Yang, Lu Shengli, and a girl were waiting. Xiangdong, you're finally out. Get everything squared away. All done. Wang Yang, I really got to thank you this time. Without you making the connection, we'd never have gotten in on this. From now on, we've got a solid buyer for whatever we catch. Wang Yang waved it off. Don't thank me. I've only been here a few days. What could I really do? It's all down to you two and your own skills, taking down a black bear that big. If anything, we're the ones riding your coattails. Otherwise, where would we get any meat to eat? Would you two knock off the pleasantries? The girl who'd been standing off to the side suddenly cut in, her big eyes blinking as she looked at me. Li Xiangdong, you still remember me? Well now, how could I forget? Out of everyone I met along the way, you two were the only girls. My memory's not that bad, Shinfang, right? Not bad, she said, raising an eyebrow. At least you don't act too high and mighty to recognize folks. I laughed too. How could I? I'm just a farmer. Where would I get off acting high and mighty? I was actually worried a government paycheck girl like you would look down on a country boy like me. Shinfang pouted and shot back playfully. Am I really that kind of person? A few rounds of back and forth, and the awkwardness between everyone melted right away. Come on, don't just stand in the doorway. Let's find a spot in the cafeteria and talk over some food. Laughing and joking, we headed for the cafeteria. There was quite a crowd this time, partly because it was mealtime and partly because everyone was curious how the bear meat would be cooked, so with nothing better to do, they all came to gawk. Bear meat is a pain to prepare, not like wild boar or roe deer, which you can just stew a while and eat the same day. This stuff has a strong, gamey stink, coarse fibers, and tough meat. Before it hits the pot, you've got to soak it in cold water for 4 or 5 hours, then blanch it, wash it, and slow cook it. There's no getting it done properly in less than a day. Making bear paw is even slower. Tonight was out of the question. The most we could do was render a little fat and drizzle a spoonful over the finished dishes. At least that way there'd be a hint of meat to it. Since the meat we'd brought in was ours, it was only right for the team to treat us to a meal. The few of us dished up our food and picked a random table to sit down at. That's when Wang Yang spoke up. Xiangdong, last time you said you came to stay with your aunt. How's it going? You settling in okay over there? Real good. She's my own aunt. After all, treats me well. But what about you all? Weren't there 5 of you back then? How come there's only 3 here? Back on the truck, Wang Yang had said there were 5 of them altogether. But right now I only saw 3. What about the other 2? I couldn't help asking. You mean Sun Dajuan and Yu Yurong? Wang Yang smiled. They didn't get put in our squad. About 10 miles south of our squad 6, they were assigned to squad 9. No wonder I haven't seen them. I nodded. That's too bad. I'll head over there one of these days to check on them. Xinfang shot me a sidelong glance, a corner of her mouth curling up. Li Xiangdong, don't tell me you've got a thing for Yu Yurong. I froze. No way. I've only met her once. That's just. Huh. Why not? Xinfang laughed even harder. Back in Bingsheng or out here in the great northern wilderness, which one of you guys wasn't circling around her? The moment she said it, Wang Yang and the others turned beet red and jerked their heads to the side. Honestly, she wasn't wrong. Anyone who'd met Yu Yurong always let their eyes linger on her a little longer than usual. Nobody just came out and said it, that's all. I lowered my voice and said to Zhang Jiefang, I'll explain later. Then I turned to Xinfang. You can't go around saying stuff like that. You'll ruin her reputation. Besides, I'm flat broke. What would she see in me? Who's got it easy these days? Xinfang waved a hand. It's about what you can do. If you really like her, I'll set you 2 up. Forget it. I'm doing just fine. I quickly changed the subject, steering it back to hunting, and started telling them about our trips into the mountains these past few days. When I finished, I asked Wang Yang, what can you get at your farm supply co-op? Any hard-to-find stuff? Mostly grain, oil, and sundries, coarse cloth, needles and thread, that kind of thing. As for hard-to-find, do flashlights and lighters count? My eyes lit up. They sure do. That's exactly what we're short on for hunting in the mountains. How much? Didn't ask exactly. Back in Bingsheng, a flashlight ran 2 yuan, batteries a little over a dime each. A kerosene lighter was 60 cents. Not sure if prices went up out here. Wang Yang thought for a moment. Our squad's little sales point doesn't carry that stuff. Just oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and matches. Next time I go to the farm headquarters, I'll pick some up for you at the co-op there. Great. Grab me one of each. Whatever the industrial coupons cost, I'll pay you back. Come on, don't be like that. Wang Yang waved me off. My folks gave me a good stash, and I get coupons with my pay every month. Just cover the cost of the goods, and we're square. He turned to Zhang Jiefang. Zhang, you want a flashlight too? Zhang Jiefang was tempted, but then he did the math. Batteries are a consumable, and over a year that adds up, so he firmly waved it off. I'll pass. If it's not too much trouble, grab me some needle and thread and matches. We can use those at home. Sure, I'll head over right after we eat. We wolfed down the last few bites, washed out our mess tins, and walked over to the supply point together. The farm supply co-op wasn't like the one in the county. It was its own separate system, stocked directly by the State Farm Bureau, to help us get a discount on the purchase. Cheaper than in the county. The main store at the headquarters had everything: seeds, fertilizer, even pesticides. Folks from the surrounding production teams could buy there too, as long as they had a letter of authorization. The village where Zhang Jiefang and I lived didn't have a supply co-op, so we had to trek all the way to town just to buy anything. Now that I had cash in hand, and Wang Yang and his buddies were helping us out with a discount too, well, might as well stock up. So the 2 of us went on a shopping spree. Over a dozen needles of all sizes, several bundles of cotton thread in different colors, matches, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, soap, towels, and kerosene for the lamp. I also picked out a few tins of clam oil salve for my aunt and a few boxes of moisturizing cream for my little sister, Xiaolan. The clam oil salve had no scent and prevented chapped skin. Perfect for someone who works hard. The moisturizing cream was scented, which girls tend to like better. Finally, I got a few bottles of loose liquor for my uncle and grabbed some pieces of candy for my little brother, Xiaolei. When I tallied it up, I'd spent 31 yuan, with 169 left. Zhang Jiefeng had only spent 16, and he was already wincing like it hurt. By the time it got dark, we figured that since we'd already made it to the farm, there was no point stumbling back in the pitch black. We found the team leader and the secretary, explained our situation, and got a little room for the night. We chatted with Wang Yang and the others for half the night before finally turning in. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Wang Yang and his crew had to head out to fell timber. We didn't want to hold them up, so we said a few quick words and hit the road. This time we had a clear goal. Neither of us gave a second thought to the animals in the forest. Our minds were set on one thing: getting home. When we reached the fork in the road between our two villages, we both stopped. Zhang, I'm heading west. All right, I'm going north. Watch yourself on the way. I nodded. Will do. You planning to head into the mountains again in the next few days? I'll come find you sometime. Zhang Jiefeng had one big thing waiting for him at home: getting married. He'd never had the money before, but now that he'd saved up a bit, he wanted to get it done as soon as possible. He thought it over and said, I'm not going out for now. I'll get things squared away at home first, and once everything's settled, I'll come find you in your village. Sounds good. I'll just poke around close to home for the next few days then. Take it easy on the road. Zhang, I'm off. After we parted, we each headed for our own home. This was the longest I'd been away from home since coming to the great northern wilderness. Before, no matter how late it got, I'd always make it back the same day. This time I was gone a full 5 days. My family had to be worried sick. And sure enough, over at my aunt's place, they were. Li Hohat was just then talking it over with my uncle. If Dongzi didn't come back today, tomorrow they'd send Sun Qingfeng to the Red Mangrove village to look for him. Before she could even finish, there was a commotion in the yard. Auntie, uncle, I'm home. Li Hohat slapped her thigh. Oh my, Dongzi's back. She slipped on her shoes and hurried outside. I pushed aside the door curtain and stepped in. She stared at the big and small bundles on my back, dumbfounded. Didn't you go up into the mountains? Where'd all this stuff come from? Bought it, I said with a grin. Zhang Jiefeng and I made it to Xiangyang Farm and ran into those educated youths we'd met on the road before. We had them help. Bought some stuff at the farm co-op. Where'd the money come from? You better not have borrowed it from anyone. Course not. It's all my own. I kept them in suspense. Auntie, uncle, guess what the two of us bagged these past few days? What? They both leaned in. A black bear. That one that chased Zhang Jiefeng into the cellar. We took it down. Guess how much it sold for? How much? I held up 4 fingers. $400. That much? Their jaws dropped. Everyone knew black bears were worth money, but no one in the village had ever bagged one. So who'd have thought they were worth this much? That's more than a whole family makes in a year. Uncle clicked his tongue. Right? Auntie, this is my share. I spent some on supplies and had 169 left. I'm keeping the loose change, so here's 160 for you. I pulled out the cash and handed it over. Li Hohat didn't stand on ceremony. No need to be polite with her own nephew. All right, Annie will hold on to it for you. For building a house next year, and for when you take a wife down the road. No rush, Auntie. I can earn money now, so spend it when you need to. Absolutely not. You worked hard for this. Auntie's saving it for you. Whatever you say. I waved it off. Never mind that. Come see what I bought. I spread the bundle open on the Kong and pulled things out one by one. Look, Auntie, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sewing supplies, and some fabric to make clothes and shoes for Xiaolan and Xiaolei. This clam oil cream is for you, and this liquor's for Uncle. Li Hohat kept saying, wasting your money, but her face was beaming. Her nephew had made something of himself, and it gave her face in front of her husband. Sun Qingfeng was just as pleased. Taking in his wife's nephew had clearly been the right call. Xiaolan, come here, this is for you. Hair ties, soap, and some vanishing cream. The pile landed in front of Xiaolan. The girl blushed and called out sweetly, Thank you, big brother. No need to thank me. Here, smell this cream. Nice, huh? In all her years, Xiaolan had never used anything like this. Whatever money the family had went toward getting by first, who'd splurge on things only city girls used. In the whole village, she'd never heard of a single girl who had any. She twisted off the lid, and a sweet fragrance drifted up her nose, filling her with joy. It was nice having a big brother, not like that little brother of hers, who did nothing but cause trouble. Big brother, what about me? Everybody's got something. Where's mine? Xiaolei whined beside them, watching eagerly. I flicked him on the nose. Think I'd forget you? Here, this one's yours. But you can't eat too much in one day. You'll rot your teeth. A bag of candy landed in his hands, and Xiaolei grinned from ear to ear. He couldn't wait. He unwrapped a piece and popped it in his mouth. His whole face lit up with bliss. He didn't get to enjoy it for more than a few seconds before Xiaolan snatched it away. I'll keep this for you. One piece a day, you hear me? Sis, who does that? Mom, my sister's stealing my stuff. Li Hohot didn't cut him any slack. Your sister's got the right idea. In your hands, it'd be gone in 2 days. She'll give you one a day. That's way too little. Complain about one and you get none. Xiaolei clammed up right away. Nobody in this house spoiled him. Once everything was put away, I told them about the past few days, then threw out a question. Uncle, I sold that black bear straight off. Should I tell the village? Do I owe them a cut? Sun Qingfeng didn't even have to think about it. Cut my foot. Anybody see you kill that bear? If nobody saw it, then it never happened. It's already sold. You don't say a word, I don't say a word. Who's gonna know? Nobody knows, so it's like it never happened. Crude, but he had a point. Li Hohot chimed in. Damn right we're not sharing. We'd have to fork over a good few dozen bucks to the village. No way. She turned to the 2 kids. Listen up, you two. Nobody breathes a word about your brother killing that bear. Especially you, Xiaolei. Say anything, and you can kiss your candy goodbye. The best way to get a boy in line is to hit him where it hurts. Right now, Xiaolei cared about nothing more than his candy. One sentence from Li Hohot, and she had him by the throat. He slapped a hand over his mouth. Mom, don't worry, I won't tell a soul. The whole family cracked up watching him. Dongzi, you heading out again these next few days? Not far anymore. Just gonna poke around close to home. Zhang Jiefeng's in a hurry to get back and throw his wedding. Now that he's got enough money, he's scared to drag it out any longer, or his bride might run off with somebody else. Huh, fair enough. He's what, 25, 26? About time he got antsy. Uncle nodded. Staying close to home's good. Saves your aunt the worry. Auntie, it's fine. I looked over at Li Hohot. I'm a grown man. I know what I can take on and what I can't. Anything I can't beat, I turn tail and run. Easy to say, but what if? She still wasn't convinced. All right, enough of that. You all rest up. I'll go make dinner. Come on, sweetie, with me. I was back, so of course the meals wouldn't be shabby. Grabbed a chunk of wild boar from the storeroom to throw in the pot, steamed some cornmeal and white flour buns, and simmered a pot of corn porridge. Over the next few days, I really didn't wander far, just circled the woods near the village. But the closer you got to town, the fewer animals there were. They weren't stupid either. Who'd stroll toward where the people are? That's just asking to catch a bullet. The ones that still dared to come around were the wild boars and wolves. Boars have thick hides and tough meat and run fast, so most folks won't mess with them, and they'll slink up to the edge of the village any time of year. In spring, they gnaw on the seedlings. Come harvest, they hit the fields like it's a buffet, and in winter, they still root around for leftover corn, peanuts, and potatoes. As for wolves, wherever the boars and roe deer are, that's where they'll be, sly as anything. Unless they decide to show themselves. Can't find him. These past few days I've come up empty. Didn't even catch a rabbit or a pheasant in my snares. I was getting a little anxious. Maybe I should go see if Zhang Jiefeng was done with his stuff. The 2 of us could head into the big woods together. But then I worried I'd be butting in on his business. Forget it. I'll just go by myself. I'll tell the folks at home I'm going to find Zhang Jiefeng. No big deal. Once I'd made up my mind, I told my aunt and uncle I'd head over to Zhang Jiefeng's place the next day, see if he needed a hand, and if not, we'd go into the woods together. Li Hohot didn't think much of it and nodded her okay. That night, I turned in early, planning to set out at first light. Around midnight, there was a sudden commotion outside. At first, I was too groggy to make it out, but once I came to, I could faintly hear, "Somebody come quick, there's a wolf in the village. Help." I shot up off the Kong, threw on my clothes and shoes in a flash, pulled on my coat, and bolted out of the west room. My aunt and uncle happened to be coming out of the east room at the same time. Auntie, uncle, what's going on? Sounds like somebody's yelling that a wolf got into the village, Sun Qingfeng answered. That's what I heard too. Come on, let's go check it out. You heard there's a wolf and you still want to go out? That's way too dangerous. Lihohot tried to stop us. Uncle wouldn't have it. You can't just hear that and not go out. That won't do. You stay home and watch the kids. Keep the door shut tight. With that, the two of us pushed the door open and headed out. I hustled straight to the storeroom and grabbed the old musket. By moonlight, I poured powder down the barrel and loaded a dozen-plus iron pellets. These were the shot for taking down deer, just right for a wolf. They spread out wide and hit hard. While I loaded up, I kept my ears open. Once I was outside, the cries for help were a lot clearer. Uncle, where's it coming from? Sun Qingfeng got his bearings. Sounds like Halalu. He's the village stockman. Odds are something's happened at the livestock shed. Back in those days, it was all collective economy. The big livestock were raised and used by the production team as a group, with a designated person to look after them. Any loss was a loss for every villager. How many head of big livestock does our village have? Quite a few. Cattle, horses, mules, plus pigs and sheep, dozens of head. Uncle was actually lowballing it. Shuangjing village wasn't big, just over 30 households, around 100 people, but it farmed close to 1,000 mu of land, which worked out to 7 or 8 mu per person. Relying on manpower alone wasn't realistic, so they kept a lot of animals. In the livestock shed there were 10 horses, 20 cattle, 3 donkeys, and 7 mules, 40 head of big livestock. Add in the quota pigs and quota sheep, 60 or 70 head, and the four-legged animals topped 100. And that's not even counting the chickens, ducks, and geese. There was no time to go into detail. Sun Qingfeng urged me on. Hurry, is the gun loaded? Done, let's go. I grabbed the old musket, handed the spear to Uncle, and the two of us jogged toward the livestock shed. We weren't the only ones on the road. A few other people who'd heard the ruckus were rushing over too. When we got to the shed, we saw how Laolu holding up his hay fork, howling and pacing back and forth outside the sheep pen. Sixer, where's the wolf? Now that people had shown up, his courage came back. He pointed at the pen. In there. How many? Looked like a whole bunch a minute ago. Now there's 2 of 'em hunkered down in that corner. Take a good look. Up in the great northern wilderness, wolves wandering into a village was nothing new. This stretch of black earth ran tens of thousands of miles in every direction, but people were pitifully scarce. You couldn't scrape together a dozen souls across a whole square kilometer. Especially in our Beidahuang County, right up against the edge of the lesser Xin'an Mountains, where the hills ran into more hills and the forests bled into more forests. Wild animals outnumbered the people. A wolf slipping into the village. That was just an ordinary day. But even folks who'd seen it 100 times weren't about to climb into the sheep pen to drive one out. When that beast really lost its mind and lunged at you, took a couple bites out of you, who could stand up to that? So everybody just crowded around outside the fence, craning their necks to peer in. The torchlight lit up the spot where the 2 wolves were hiding, giving them away in an instant. There in the corner, 2 pairs of eyes glowed green, bright as lit lamps. The sheep had long since bunched up in terror, the whole flock trembling. Get in there. Go on, get in there. What are you shoving me for? Why don't you go? Aren't you always the brave one? 2 wolves, and you're chickening out. Get lost. If the wolf bites me, you gonna take care of it? While they were still shoving each other back and forth, production team leader Feng Shui came barreling through in a panic. Move it. What's going on? Hao Laolu hurried to report. Team leader, I got up to put out feed and caught the wolves coming into the pen. Hollered a couple times and scared most of them off. But there's still 2 holed up in the corner. Feng Shui stuck his head in for a look, and his face went sour. Down by the base of the wall, 2 sheep had already been killed, their blood soaking into the snow in a dark red stain. This was the team's property, every bit of it. His heart ached so bad the corner of his eye twitched. Get in there and drive those wolves out for me. Team leader, nobody dares. What if we get hurt? Feng Shui swept a cold glare across the ring of men with their necks pulled in. Normally, you've all got louder mouths than anybody. Now that it counts, you turn into a bunch of quails. Whoever goes in and drives the wolves out, I'll credit him 2 work points. 2 work points. That was worth 2 days of labor. Any other time, folks would have been fighting each other bloody for that kind of reward. But right now, every last one of them shrank back. I stood outside and straightened up. I'll go. I'd been hunting for days now. I'd even taken down a bear. Was I supposed to be scared of these two dog-sized things? Besides, free money's free money. Everybody turned to look at once, and someone chimed right in. Yeah, let Li Xiangdong do it. He's a mountain man. He'll pull it off for sure. Feng Shui stepped up to me in 2 strides. Xiangdong, you really up for it? I bent down and sized up the pen. I could see where the wolves were, but the sheep were in between. Fire a shot, and I'd likely drop one of our own sheep first. I'd have to go in and force them out. Don't worry, team leader. I smacked my palm. But those were points. That's a done deal. A promise is a promise. Not one of them had the guts to go in and earn it. So nobody's got any room to complain. Deal. Uncle, hand me the spear. A thatched shelter had been built over the sheep pen for warmth, so low you had to crouch to get inside. The old muzzleloader could only fire once. After that, it was just a fire poker. In that cramped space, it'd be far clumsier than a spear. I shoved the muzzleloader at Sun Qingfeng, took the spear from his hands, and gave him one order. Uncle, keep your eyes peeled. If a wolf tries to bolt out of the pen, you shoot. You got it. Sun Qingfeng gripped the stock tight, his knuckles white. The gate swung open, and I stepped in, spear leveled. Both wolves bared their fangs at once, low growls rolling out of their throats. Growling. I wasn't buying it. Dozens of pairs of eyes were watching me from behind. I ducked into the shelter. The wolves wanted to retreat, but the wall was right at their backs, nowhere left to go. Cornered, all they could do was slink along the base of the wall. The moment they moved, the flock spun into chaos, and the whole pen erupted. But my eyes stayed locked on those 2 gray shapes, spear held level, waiting for one chance to lunge. The wolves knew it too. Tangling with me meant certain death. They circled halfway along the wall, almost to the mouth of the shelter. Then, all at once, they charged straight at the flock. The sheep scattered with a roar, nearly knocking me off my feet. Seizing the confusion, the 2 wolves bolted for the fence. Too fast. When the first one leapt over, Sun Qingfeng didn't even have time to react. The second had just sprung. Boom! The blast left my ears ringing. That wolf's front paws had just hooked over the top of the wall when the bullet slammed it forward a good half a foot, belly flat against the wall, and it dropped with a heavy thud, twitching in the snow. I'd already burst through the flock and reached it, spear raised high, and I drove it down hard. This wolf was dead out of luck. If it had jumped alongside the first one, it would have been gone before Sun Qingfeng ever came to his senses. But it hesitated, just half a beat too slow, and that half beat cost it its life. My spear ran clean through it, the tip punching out the other side and pinning into the ground. The wolf, maddened with pain, twisted around and clamped its jaws onto the shaft. But what good was biting? The blood poured out, and its strength drained away with it. It gave me one last look, those eyes full of pure, unwilling defiance, then went limp and collapsed. The crowd outside the pen suddenly got their nerve back and swarmed in all at once, crowding around the dead wolf, pointing and chattering. Leaning on the spear shaft, I turned to Feng Shui. Captain, the wolves are dealt with. Don't you go shorting me on those work points. Huh. All you can think about is those work points, kid. Fine, I'll log them the minute we get back, and you'll cash them out when we settle accounts at year's end. At the mention of settling accounts, my heart sank again. From now until year's end was 2 months at the most, and the rations I'd drawn were already in advance against next year's share. The hunting trips up the mountain were split with the team 60-40, as we'd agreed. I took 60%. The remaining 40% gets converted into work points. Even if I busted my ass hunting these next 2 months, it wouldn't add up to much grain by year's end. Looks like I'd have to buy grain with cash after all. Sun Qingfeng noticed the look on my face. Dongzi, why the long face? It's nothing, uncle. I was just thinking. These 2 work points won't buy much grain, and I'll probably have to shell out for it again next year. He burst out laughing. That's what you're worried about? The grain your aunt and I get is plenty for the household. You won't go hungry. He genuinely didn't think it was a big deal. But I knew better. Every extra mouth to feed was one more burden on the whole family. I owed them, and I intended to pay it back. With the dead wolf lying there, the crowd got their spirits back and started egging Feng Shui on to butcher the wolf and the dead sheep so everyone could get a taste of meat. Get lost, all of you. Feng Shui snapped. When the wolf showed up, you all shrank back like cowards, and now you're drooling over the meat. Halalu, go count the sheep in the pen. See if we're missing any." The moment he spoke, the whole place fell silent. In those days, the production team leader was king in the village. Every family's grain ration, their very lifeline, was held in the palm of his hand. Cross him, and he'd hand you back-breaking jobs, then dock your work points if you couldn't finish. Come year's end, you wouldn't earn enough points, wouldn't get your share of grain, and your whole family would go hungry. So nobody dared to mess with him. Before long, Hao Laolu came running back. "Team leader, we're short one sheep." "Short one?" Feng Shui's brows knotted into a tight frown. He strode over to the wall and looked closely, plucking a few tufts of wool off the top of the fence. No need to ask, that sheep had been dragged off over the wall by a wolf, and by now there were probably nothing left but gnawed bones. In the dead of winter, once a wolf pack got a taste, they'd circle the village all season long. You could guard against thieves 1,000 days and still get caught. The sheep in the pen, the calves, sooner or later, they'd all end up in a wolf's belly. Either kill them all or drive them all off. But who in the village had the guts to go into the forest and take on a wolf pack? Feng Shui's gaze settled on me again. This kid was a mountain hunter, sure, but he'd only been at it a few days. Could he handle it? He hesitated for a good while, but in the end he didn't say anything, just told Hao Laolu to make extra rounds during the night. Then he had someone haul the dead wolf and the 2 dead sheep back to the brigade headquarters. Seeing the team leader's dark expression, no one dared bring up the meat again, and everyone scattered off home. Sun Qifeng and I shouldered our rifles and headed back. It was still the small hours of the morning, 2 or 3 hours before daybreak, so I could catch a little more sleep once I got home. Come morning, I couldn't be bothered with village affairs anymore. I packed some provisions, grabbed my rifle, and set off for Zhang Jiefeng's village. I figured I'd first see if he had any free time. If he did, we'd head into the mountains together. If not, I'd loop back from his place, take the long way around, and maybe I'd run into some game. As it turned out, Zhang Jiefeng had been swamped these past few days. Ever since the money from selling the black bear came in, his parents had been busy. They asked the matchmaker to arrange the wedding. The money was enough, and the date got settled fast, 1 month out, tying the knot before the new year. By the time I got there, he was hunched over, working on furniture. Seeing how things stood, I didn't say much, just offered to lend a hand, and figured I'd head up the mountain whenever there was nothing to do. There wasn't really anything for me to help with at his place, so he just told me to come by early when the day came. After eating lunch at his house, I got up to leave. I'd barely stepped over the threshold when he called me back. I had 1 foot out the door when Zhang Jiefeng hollered at me to come back. "Zhang, something else?" "Dongzi, you're heading up the mountain with that old blunderbuss. What the hell are you gonna bag with that?" "I'm not going up the mountain these next few days before the new year. Most I'll do is set some snares along the edge of the village. Take this rifle. Use it." I froze. A hunting rifle is a hunter's lifeblood. You don't just lend it out. If someone's willing to, the friendship's gotta be rock solid. "Zhang, this doesn't feel right. What if I damage it somehow? It ain't made of mud. You afraid of breaking it? I'm not going up the mountain with you, so at least you'll be safe with a decent piece in your hands. Quit yapping. Take it." I grinned. "Well, then I won't be shy about it. Whatever I bag, I'll split with you." "Forget it. You're saving up to buy your own gun. What do I need a cut for? Whatever you take down, that's your skill." He handed over the single-barrel hunting rifle, then pressed a hand-sewn ammo belt into my hands too. "Just don't have much ammo, 20 rounds. Bring the shells back when you're done. I've got to reload the powder myself." I took it solemn. "Don't worry, Zhang. I'll go easy on M. Going easy's secondary. Safety's what matters." He pointed them out to me one by one. "These 6 are birdshot, for pheasants and rabbits. These 6 are buckshot. And these 8 are slugs. Don't mix them up. Go on now." I left him the old blunderbuss along with the powder and iron shot, so he wouldn't be empty-handed these next few days, then turned and headed into the woods. The hand gripping the gun was still trembling a little. A proper hunting rifle. Sure, it couldn't match somebody's double-barrel or a standard-issue military rifle, but it beat my fire poker of a gun 1,000 times over. Right then I was itching for some game to dart out in front of me, so I could raise the barrel and drop it. But of all the luck, the whole afternoon, the mountains were dead quiet. From noon till the sun sank in the west, all I came across were a few rabbit tracks. But I'd set my sights higher now. Rabbits weren't worth my while. I was dead set on landing something big. The sun dropped clean out of sight, and the moon hadn't climbed up yet. The woods went pitch black. Couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Forget finding game. I was afraid of walking into a tree. I gauged my bearings. Red Tree Gully sat 14 or 15 li northeast of Shuangjing Village. I'd come out of Red Tree Gully around noon heading straight west, and I'd been walking 2-3 hours, 10 li at least. Figuring it that way, the village was due south and a little west of me, not too far off. With no game to track, it wasn't worth toughing out the night in the woods. I'd head back in the dark, 10 li or so. 3 hours got me there. 8 or 9 o'clock, not too late. I turned around and headed for Shuangjing Village. At first, the road was black and the sky was black, so I moved slow. One step too fast, and I'd smack into a tree. But once the moon came up and the snow started throwing back the light, I could see a long way off, and my feet picked up the pace. When I was still 3 or 4 miles from the village, a chill suddenly shot up my spine. Something was watching me. I stopped and looked around. Nothing there. Figured it was just my imagination and kept walking. About 200 meters on, that feeling of being watched didn't fade. It only got heavier. My whole body went cold for no reason, and the hair stood up all over me. Zhang Jiefang's words came crashing into my head. When you're out in the mountains and your skin starts crawling all over, it usually means something's moved in around you. 9 times out of 10, it's wolves. My heart lurched. That pack that slipped into the village last night to snatch a sheep. Damn it, they were still circling the village, and now they'd set their sights on me. I slowly tightened my grip on the gun, and my nerves, oddly enough, settled. With that old muzzleloader I used to carry, one shot, and it was nothing but a fire poker. I'd never have dared to take on a wolf pack. But now I had a break action in my hands. Fire once, and I could slap in a fresh round right away. Follow me, then. You come at me, and I'll drop you one by one. When a man's got enough fight in him, the wolves don't dare make a move. Besides, this pack had taken down a sheep the night before and split it among themselves. They were half full, not some starving, death-crazed bunch. Trailing me was just running into a meal that happened to be on their way. Worth a try, a shame to pass up. One side wary, the other in no hurry. It turned into a standoff, for the moment. I moved through the trees, and the wolves tailed behind, keeping their distance. Not too close, not too far. I walked all the way until the village came into view, and still they never lunged. I stopped and turned around, dropping my voice. Not coming, huh? Fine, then I'm going home. The wolves, of course, didn't answer. Done muttering, I turned and hurried into the village. Once home, I didn't bring up the wolves. No point making the family worry for nothing. I just said, offhand, that I'd been out all day and hadn't seen a thing. Li Ho-Hot even tried to comfort me. That's nothing. Nobody bags something every single day. Go wash your face. There's food warming in the pot for you. I know, Andy. I'll head back out tomorrow. I borrowed that gun off Zhang Jiefang. It's a good one. Give it a couple days, and I'll bring something down for sure. The food hit the table, and I really was hungry. I grabbed a cornbread bun and started tearing into it. Full and satisfied, I chatted a bit, then went back to my room and turned in. The next day, before it was even fully light, I hadn't gotten up yet. I heard a bang, bang, bang pounding at the door outside. Qingfeng. Hey, Qingfeng. Open up. Xiaodong up yet? I was jolted awake by the frantic knocking. In the east room, Sun Qingfeng answered. Coming, coming. Who is it? It's me. Feng Shui. Hurry up and open the door. Oh, it's the captain. Right there. I heard the rustling of clothes and shoes being put on next door, so I rolled over, sat up, and fumbled around to pull on my cotton-padded jacket. The door swung open, and Feng Shui came bursting in like his pants were on fire. Qingfeng, is that kid Xiaodong up yet? I answered through the door curtain. Uncle, I'm up. Captain, what's going on? The two of them pushed aside the curtain and came in. Feng Shui's face was all scrunched up. Xiaodong, we've got a problem. Over at the livestock pen, wolves got into the sheep again last night. My heart sank. Sun Qingfeng was startled too. Wolves got in again. You bet. This time they killed a whole bunch of them. Feng Shui sucked air through his teeth, wincing at the loss. Then he turned and fixed his eyes on me. Xiaodong, I know you haven't been hunting up in the mountains for very long, but right now you're the only one in the village who can shoot. You've got to take out this wolf pack for me, no matter what. Otherwise, every animal in the village is going to end up as their dinner. How many wolves are there? To kill that many. Old House 6 says at least 6 or 7. Sun Qingfeng drew in a sharp breath. That many? This is going to be tough. Just then my aunt, Li Ho Hot, came out of the east room, already dressed. She caught the tail end of them asking me to hunt the wolves, and she got worked up right away. Captain, absolutely not. Our Xiangdong's only been hunting up in the mountains for a few days. How's he supposed to handle that many wolves? There are plenty of other people in this village. Why does it have to be my Dongzi? Qingfeng's wife, take a look at the folks in this village. Who's got the guts? They're fine for farm work, but hunting wolves? Their legs would give out on them. That still doesn't mean it has to be our Xiangdong. Feng Shui was stumped for a moment. I understood his predicament. Out of the 50 or 60 people in the village, not a single one hunted up in the mountains. This line of work took someone who could tough it out, someone bold but careful, with a real ruthless streak. Miss even one of those, and stepping into the woods was as good as serving yourself up to the wild animals. If I didn't take it on, he'd have no choice but to pay a hefty sum to hire someone from a neighboring village. And if he reported it to the town, they wouldn't send anyone until next year at the earliest. Worse yet, he might be held responsible for losing collective property. My aunt wouldn't budge, and Feng Shui was out of options, so he could only turn his pleading eyes towards Sun Qingfeng. My uncle was caught in the middle. Say yes and he'd defend his wife. Say no and he'd defend the captain. His face turned bright red. I spoke up. I'll take it on. Dongzi. I waved my hand. Auntie, hear me out. I just got to the village and haven't contributed a thing. I've got to show what I can do, get everyone to accept me. Besides, if I take down the wolves, aren't they game too? Wolf pelts can be sold for money, and I can trade the meat to the captain for work points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Right. Feng Shui's eyes lit up. Qingfeng's wife, as long as Xiangdong takes care of this wolf problem, I'll make the call. On top of the game, the team will give him another 50 pounds of grain, all fine grain, not a single grain of the coarse stuff mixed in. Before my aunt could, Captain, do you really mean that? I jumped in before he could finish. What kind of man do you take me for? When I say something, I mean it. All right then, it's settled. But I've got one condition. Name it. I just borrowed a single-barrel break-action shotgun from a friend, but I'm short on ammo. Only got 10 rounds left. You've got to help me get more, otherwise these few shells won't cut it. I deliberately cut the number of shells in half. That way, Feng Shui would be sure to agree if he wanted the wolves dealt with. It'd be a whole lot easier for him to round up ammo than for me to do it myself. Feng Shui nodded again and again. Even the best cook can't make a meal without rice, and even the finest hunter is useless with an empty gun. Done. I'll send someone with the wagon into the county right now to buy ammo. They'll be back by mid-afternoon. Xiangdong, we've got a deal now, so don't you go botching this. Just wait and see, Captain. Starting tonight, I'll be posted at the sheep pen. I want to see for myself whether I can take these things down. Feng Shui was a man who got things done. The moment he finished talking, he stood up and left, headed back to the brigade to write up a letter of introduction and stamp it with the official seal, then sent the driver off to the county town with the horse-drawn sled. Just as dusk was settling in, the driver came back, and he brought 2 boxes with him, a full 40 rounds. I clutched the shells in my hand, grinning from ear to ear. Right away, I had my aunt roll up my bedding so I could move over to keep watch at the sheep pen. Now that I'd taken on the job, I was brimming with confidence. My aunt, though, was worried sick. If there'd only been 2 or 3 wolves stealing sheep, she wouldn't have fretted so much. But Feng Shui had said 6 or 7. She was afraid I'd fail to deal with the wolves and end up getting myself killed in the process. While rolling up the bedding, she wouldn't stop nagging. Dongzi, you be careful out there, and don't try to be a hero. If it doesn't work out, we just won't do it. Forget about that reward. It's fine, Auntie, I know what I'm doing. Why don't you let your uncle go with you? At least the 2 of you could look out for each other. No way. Your uncle isn't a hunter. If he got hurt, wouldn't that break your heart? But, I laughed. My dear Auntie, it's not as dangerous as you think. I'm not stupid. I'll definitely find a safe spot to hide and wait for the wolves to come to me. There's no way I'd be foolish enough to take them head on. All right, just keep your wits about you. Once the bedding was rolled up, I threw it over my shoulder and headed for the livestock shed. The place where the village kept its animals was a big compound. Pigs, cattle, sheep, donkeys, horses, and mules all crammed together in one spot. There were two keepers, one named Hao Laolu, the other surnamed Wang. Both were well into their 50s, pushing 60. Wang came to work during the day and went home to sleep at night. Hao Laolu was a bachelor. He'd married once in his younger years, but his wife had fallen ill and passed, and he'd never remarried. So he just slept in the compound at night. That way he could keep watch and feed the animals too. I walked into the compound and headed straight for Hao Laolu's room, tossing my bedding onto the Kong, the one before this. "Uncle Hao, I'm here. I'll be bunking with you these next few days." Now that's a relief. I feel a whole lot better with you around. With wolves in the village, my heart's been in my throat every night when I go out to feed the animals. Huh. With everything you've seen in your life, you're scared of a few wolves. That's what he said, but the night before, he'd heard the commotion and hadn't even dared crack the door open. Just stayed inside hollering and shouting. By the time folks got there, a bunch of sheep were already dead, and he'd caught an earful from feng shui on top of it. But what good was cussing him out? Truth is, nobody could have charged out into that mess. Not him, not even feng shui. How the sixth curled his lip. "These old bones of mine can't keep up with you young fellas. Forget 6 or 7. I couldn't handle 2 or 3. All right, I'll keep watch tonight. And I'll come along when you feed the animals too. Then I can rest easy. You eaten yet? I've got some potatoes. Want me to roast you a couple?" Nothing better to do anyway, so I nodded. I picked out a few fist-sized potatoes and set them on the brick stove in the middle of the room that we used for heat. The old man and I got to shooting the breeze. "Xiangdong, you think those wolves will come back tonight?" "Hard to say. Last night, besides the ones they killed, did they drag any sheep off into the woods?" He shook his head. "Didn't get the chance. Folks showed up and they all bolted." I cupped my mug and turned it over in my head. The sheep were still there, meaning the wolves hadn't gotten to eat last night. With the mountains snowed in, game's hard to come by. Those dead sheep are as good as a meal already caught. They won't just walk away from that. Normally wolves steer clear of people, but when they're starving, they stop caring about all that. If they can still hold out, they might not come tonight. But once the hunger gets to be too much, they'll be back for sure. From what little experience I've got, I figured it'd happen in the next 3 days. I don't think they'll show tonight, but they'll definitely be back these next few days. How the sixth sighed. We finally get a few more lambs born this year, and the wolves go and wreck the whole lot. Nobody wanted this. It happened. Nothing we can do. While we were talking, the potatoes finished roasting. I ate a couple that tied me over, took a drink of water. It was getting late. Couldn't just sit up all night waiting on wolves. Drowsiness crept in, and I leaned back against the head of the Kong, still in my clothes, and dozed off. I don't know how long it was before How the sixth shook me awake. Uncle, are the wolves here?" No, it's quiet out there. Just time to feed the livestock. Come walk with me." "Sure, let's go." I climbed off the Kong, put on my shoes, threw on my coat, grabbed my rifle from the outer room, and tucked it under my arm, and the two of us headed out. The night wind was bitter cold. Stepping out from the warm room, it poured straight down my collar and made me shudder, which honestly snapped me right awake. While How the sixth added feed, I paced around the yard with my rifle under my arm. The yard was pretty big. Along the east side ran the pens for the cattle and horses and other big livestock. The pig pens lined the north, the sheep pen sat to the southwest, and How the sixth's house, and the big, was to the south. The yard had several large carts parked in it. In the northwest corner stood a dozen or so haystacks, each 2 or 3 meters high. Hay that had been cut in the fall, dried out, and stacked up. Enough to feed the animals through the whole winter. I made my way over to the sheep pen and stood outside, staring at the section of wall the wolf had leaped over these past couple of nights. The wall was built from stakes and branches, a thick post driven into the ground every meter or so, with thin sticks woven crisscross between each pair and rope lashed around wherever it wasn't sturdy. Local materials, cheap and easy to put up, but flimsy. The wall was no more than 6 feet high, which was exactly what gave the wolf its opening. I looked at the wall, then at the house and the haystacks behind me, shaking my head. Whoever picked this spot had really rolled out the welcome mat for wolves. The house sat 60 or 70 feet from the sheep pen, but the haystacks were practically up against it. A wolf could slip in from just about anywhere without being noticed. Then again, I thought, if I lay flat on top of a haystack, I'd have a clear view of everything inside the pen and beyond the wall. That was a plus. The only problem was this godforsaken cold. Without a fire to warm you, you couldn't last long lying up on that hay. It'd freeze you clean through. I'd just have to wait until I spotted the wolf and scramble up there at the last minute. I was still mulling it over when Hao Laolu finished feeding the other animals and came pulling a small cart of hay. Xiangdong, you figure anything out? Just trying to work out how to deal with them. The spot our village picked for this sheep pen, the woods start just a few steps past the wall. It's practically an open invitation for wolves. Can't be helped. Not many people in the village, and everybody's got woods right next door. There's no getting away from it. True enough. Few people means it's just inconvenient. I reached over to help him toss the hay into the pen, and when we finished, the two of us ducked back inside. That trip had chilled me to the bone, so I quickly threw a few sticks of firewood into the stove, sat by the fire, and smoked a cigarette, and only climbed back onto the Kong once I'd warmed up. When I opened my eyes again, the sky was just turning gray. Hao Laolu got up first to tend to the animals. I was still lazing on the Kong when, a little while later, he came racing back, slapping me hard, his voice frantic. Dongzi, we've got trouble. What is it, uncle? We're down another sheep. What? One's missing? You sure you didn't miscount? I shot up straight. I counted twice. His face was full of panic. Come on, let me see. I shoved my feet into my shoes, threw on my coat, and rushed to the pen with him. Yesterday there were 21. Count him. Only 20 left. I ticked them off one by one on my fingers, counted twice. 20. Not one more. My heart sank. Lost one the very first night. How was I supposed to explain this to the captain? Uncle, you didn't hear anything last night. Nothing. After I fed them, it was quiet the whole time. I'm a light sleeper too, and I didn't hear a thing. When on earth did this sheep even disappear? Hao Laolu was worried too. Who knows? But Dongzi, we can't go on like this. There's only so few left. The sheep keep getting picked off, and I've got no way to explain it to the captain. I know. I'm heading out to look right now. When the captain gets here, just tell him the truth. I'll go see him myself later. My temper flared up too. The sheep couldn't just vanish without a trace. At the very least, I had to figure out where they'd dragged it off to, and how that pack of wolves had gotten into the pen. I grabbed my rifle and headed out, first circling around to the base of the wall outside the sheep pen. Right away, I spotted fresh wolf tracks, way clearer than the ones from a few days back, with a trail of blood where the sheep had been dragged away. Strange, how did that sheep not make a single sound? Not a peep all night. I sleep like a rock, but Hao Lao's a light sleeper, and even he didn't hear a thing. Sucking at my teeth, I followed the blood trail into the woods. About 100 yards in, the crime scene was right there in front of me. The sheep had been picked completely clean, not a scrap of meat left. Just blood everywhere, a few tufts of hide and wool for little hooves, and some bones too tough to chew through. Tracks were trampled all over the place. Reading tracks is a skill I've still got a long way to go on. I couldn't tell which way the wolves had headed at all. The only thing I knew for sure was that this pack was a big one. That sheep had to weigh 40 or 50 pounds. Easy. The wolves were smart too. They went after the half-grown lambs. Easier to haul off. Figuring a wolf can put away about 10 pounds of meat in one sitting, it'd take a good number of them to strip a whole sheep this clean. I circled around a bit more, but still came up empty, so I gathered up those 4 hooves and headed back to the village. Feng Shui was still waiting. When he saw me come back, his face fell. Dongzi, how'd we lose another one? I felt like crawling into a hole. Captain, this one's on me. I honestly didn't hear anything last night. But don't you worry. I'll get those wolves for you, and we won't lose another sheep after this. Things being what they were, and with him still counting on me, he couldn't bring himself to lay into me. Finally, he just sighed. All right, but you'd better stay on top of it. No more slip-ups. Feng Shui left, but that last look he gave me stuck in my chest like a thorn. That look said it plain as day. Was picking Li Xiangdong to help hunt these wolves really the right call? I couldn't let that go. A man's got his pride, same as a tree's got its bark, and I, Li Xiangdong, wasn't about to let anyone look down on me. It was still daytime, and there was nothing else going on. I told Hao Laolu I was heading out, grabbed my rifle, and started walking home. The second I walked in, Li Hohat could tell something was off. Dongzi, what's the matter? Don't even get me started. Another one of the village's sheep got carried off by wolves last night. I just got back from seeing the captain. Another one carried off? She stood there stunned for a while before venturing carefully. Dongzi, maybe this job we should just. Don't take the job. Let the captain find somebody else. Otherwise, you'll end up making him sour on you in the end. Auntie, there's no talking around this. I shook my head. I was the one keeping watch when we lost those sheep. I couldn't take down those two wolves, so what am I supposed to tell him? How's the captain ever going to trust me again after that? Don't worry about it. I just came back to grab a few snares. I'm heading into the woods to set them in a bit. All right then. Have you eaten breakfast? I kept some warm on the stove for you. Can't stomach anything. I'm off, Annie. I turned and went into the storehouse, hauling out a bundle of hemp rope I'd cut ahead of time. Ordinary folks use hemp rope for snares, good enough to catch a rabbit or a pheasant, maybe a roe deer at most. Those animals can't chew through the rope, and it's cheap. Real hunters use fine wire, made for big game. Sun Qingfeng was no hunter. There wasn't any wire in the house, so I had to make do with hemp rope. You can't tie a hemp rope snare off to one fixed spot. Once a wolf gets caught, it'll gnaw at the rope, and the rope won't survive more than a few bites. So you have to make it a running snare, tie the other end to a stick about a foot long. Once the wolf's caught, it drags the stick as it runs, cutting its speed in half, and it leaves a trail of bloody paw prints the whole way. Tracking it after that is easy. Once the snares were set, I didn't head back to rest. I trudged through the snow deeper into the woods, hoping to get lucky. But things didn't go my way. When you're actually looking for one, it's next to impossible. A clump of dead grass is all a wolf needs to hide itself completely. Their ears and noses are countless times sharper than a man's. They hear you coming from a long way off and slip away. It all comes down to a meal. A wolf with a full belly will never go head-to-head with a person. I circled through the woods the entire day and didn't spot so much as a single wolf hair. All I could do was head home, empty-handed and sullen. After dinner, I went back to the livestock shed. This time I didn't dare let my guard down. I turned it over in my head again and again the night before. The wolves had come in the dead of night, when both of us were sound asleep. The room was sealed up tight. The sheep might well have bleated, and we just didn't hear it. The wolf clamped down on a sheep's neck and dragged it off in a few quick pulls. The other sheep would have cried out for a moment, and then it was over. So tonight, I wasn't staying inside for the second half of the night. I was going to climb up on the haystack and keep watch. When I got to the shed, I found a ladder and climbed up onto the haystack closest to the sheep pen. I dug out a big hollow inside it and had Hao Laolu pass the bedding up to me. I laid the bedding down in the hay hollow and pressed a thick layer of dry hay over the top, a lot warmer that way. Once everything was set, the two of us went back inside. Old Hao, you take the first watch tonight. I'll catch a little sleep. Wake me when it's time for feeding, and I'll get up on the haystack. You won't have to worry about the second half of the night. Hao Laolu nodded. Sure thing. Go on and get some sleep. I lay down at the head of the Kong in my clothes and was sleeping soundly when I suddenly felt someone patting me. I jolted awake. Huh? What is it, old man? Are the wolves here? No, no, no. Don't go jumping out of your skin. I've got my eye on things. It's time, that's all. The animals need feeding. Oh, all right. Go on. After feeding the livestock, I climbed up the haystack on the ladder. Old Hal pulled the ladder away and set it aside. That's it, old man. Head back and get some real sleep. I've got this covered. Sounds good. Dongzi, stay sharp now. Whatever you do, don't fall asleep. Got it. Once he left, I burrowed into the straw through the opening in the bedding. The second I crawled in, the cold made me hunch my neck. The bedding had been out freezing for half the night, without a trace of warmth left in it. Lucky for me, I was bundled up tight, so it was just barely bearable. Once I settled into position, I pulled the blanket over me from head to toe, propped the shotgun barrel on the haystack, aimed it straight toward the sheep pen, and left just a narrow slit to keep watch through. Staying up all night was harder than I'd imagined. No phone, no internet, couldn't even risk a cigarette, just pure, mind-numbing waiting. What it means to have a day drag on like a year, to count off the seconds one by one. That night, I learned it all. Finally, the horizon began to pale. Old Hao got up to boil water and mix the feed, so I climbed out of the haystack too. Believe it or not, after lying in there all night, it wasn't as cold as I'd expected. While I'd been lying down, a bit of warmth had slowly gathered under my belly. The haystack soaked up heat during the day and let it seep back out, little by little, through the night. The wolves hadn't shown, but I hadn't suffered much either. This method, it works. If I couldn't hold out one night, I'd do two. If two didn't do it, I'd keep at it. Sooner or later, the day would come when I'd outlast those wolves. And when it did, we'd see how I'd deal with them. When a hunter goes up against his prey, guts alone aren't enough. You need patience too. These past few days, I truly learned that lesson down to the bone. 4 nights straight. I spent the night up on that haystack, and I never saw so much as a wolf's shadow. Then it hit me. That pack had eaten 2 sheep in a row. Their bellies were full, or maybe they'd caught something else out in the wild. As long as they weren't hungry, they'd never risk coming into the village. Between catching up on sleep during the day, I also went out to the woods to check my snares. Not a single catch, unfortunately. Sometimes, heaven really does help those willing to stick it out. By the 4th night of my watch, snow started drifting down from the sky, coming harder and harder, until the ground was blanketed white in no time. Every snare I'd set was buried under the snow. By daybreak, the snow was already 4 inches deep, with no sign of letting up. Something stirred in me. My chance had come. In weather like this, hunting would be even tougher for the wolves. After going hungry for days, chances were good they'd come back into the village over the next day or two. As long as I could hold my watch, the moment a wolf showed up, I'd have my shot. Sure enough, the snow fell for a full day and night, finally stopping close to nightfall, thick enough to bury you to mid-calf. The moon climbed back into the sky, its clear light spilling down, and the whole countryside turned a silvery white. You could see far into the distance, even at night. That night, I got up on the haystack early. I don't know how much time passed. I'd nearly gone numb, only glancing over toward the woods every now and then. The moon rose to the center of the sky. It had to be around 11 or midnight. My eyelids kept drooping, and just when I was about to lose the fight, my gaze happened to sweep across. Beyond the distant woods, I snapped to attention. At the edge of the trees, a few figures were slinking back and forth. They'd flicker into view, then shrink back into the woods. Those figures, no mistaking it, were wolves. Here they come. Finally. You've kept me waiting so damn long. I stuck my hand out from under the blanket, grabbed a fistful of snow off the haystack, and rubbed it across my face a few times. The icy cold cut straight to the bone, jolting me into a shiver and clearing my head for good. I pulled the blanket back over me, leaving just a slit, and locked both eyes on that patch of woods. About 10 odd minutes later, those few figures slipped out of the trees again and headed straight for the village. Between the village and the woods lay a stretch of open ground, a good 100 meters wide. It had been forest once too, but after years of clearing, it was now farmland. The village was dead silent, not a sound anywhere. With nothing to hold them back, the wolves moved fast. In the blink of an eye, they were right outside the wall of the sheep pen. By the moonlight, I counted them clearly. 7, plus the one I'd shot dead earlier. That made a full 8. Out in the great northern wilderness, that was no small pack. No wonder they'd set their sights on the village livestock. With the mountains snowed in, a pack that size, how much prey would it take to fill their bellies? But the moment the snow seals off the mountains, prey gets even harder to find. Wolves with hunger burning in their eyes. It'd be strange if they didn't come into the village. I was in no hurry to shoot. I was waiting for an opening, waiting for a wolf to jump into the pen before I made my move. A wolf inside the pen would have a hard time getting back out, which meant I'd have plenty of time to reload. Across that open stretch from the wall to the woods, I could still squeeze off a couple more shots and drop as many as I could. Part of me was also hoping a wolf would step into one of the snares. Too bad, they circled around outside the wall for a good while, and not a single one got caught. Strange. The snares were set right on the path they had to cross. How come none of them tripped? Couldn't figure it out, so I stopped trying. Once this was over, I'd go ask Zhang Jiefeng. Just as I was thinking that, one of the wolves in the pack suddenly backed up a couple of steps, then leaped up, and landed right on top of the wall. My heart jumped. That wall was nearly 2 meters high, and it had cleared it just like that. Lucky for me, the wall was narrow. The wolf couldn't keep its footing, and with the momentum of its jump, it lunged forward and tumbled down into the pen. The sheep inside instantly went into a panic, bah, bah, scrambling and crashing into each other, bleeding themselves hoarse. That's one hell of a racket. How did I not hear any of it that night? A wave of frustration washed over me. But sure enough, that night, neither of us had heard a thing. Once the wolf was in the pen, it didn't rush to pounce on the sheep. It just circled the flock, herding them one by one into a corner. Right after, a second wolf jumped in. The first one started splitting up the flock, picking out a target to go after. I knew I couldn't wait any longer. Wait one more moment, and the sheep would be done for, and I'd catch another earful from feng shui. My fingertip pressed down on the trigger. I wasn't aiming at the wolves inside the pen. It was chaos in there, and there were also. The canopy was in the way. I couldn't get a clear look. What I had my sights on were the couple of wolves still prowling outside the wall. The second that gun went off, the wolves inside the pen would bolt, and that'd give me my shot at a second one. Bang! I hadn't been shooting long, but I knew the basics. Line up the sights with the target. The wolf outside the wall was 20 meters from the haystack, tops. This close, if I missed, I might as well quit hunting for good. I saw one wolf leap straight up, then dart toward the woods, yelping. I ignored it and quickly pulled out a round, broke the shotgun open to load it, and fired at another wolf making a run for the trees. That one tumbled head over heels, scrambled back up, and kept running. I loaded again, then swung the barrel toward the sheep pen. It's a long story to tell, but those two shots happened in under 10 seconds. It took the wolves in the pen a moment to react too. By the time they were about to jump the wall, my barrel had come back around, right on the one clawing its way over the top. I squeezed the trigger. The wolf toppled off the wall, dropped into the pen, and thrashed nonstop. The other one didn't fare much better. It cleared the wall and tore toward the woods like a mad thing. And as it ran, it got caught in a snare. I reloaded and looked into the distance. The wolf was sprinting with a chunk of wood dragging behind it, the stick bouncing across the snow and kicking up a trail of white. I chased it with the barrel, and bang. But this time it was too far, at least 50 or 60 meters. Missed. All I could do was watch it disappear into the trees. The string of gunshots woke the whole village. Old House 6 had already dressed and was about to head out to feed the animals, but he stopped when he heard the shots. He waited until they died down before opening his door. Xiangdong, is that you? Wolves. I jumped down off the haystack and shouted at him. They came. I drove him off. Grandpa, grab a pitchfork. There's still a live one in the pen. All right, all right. Old House 6 spun around, snatched up a manure fork, and charged toward the sheep pen. I slid down the edge of the haystack to the ground and followed with my gun. The two of us stood outside the pen looking in. The wolf that had been shot lay curled on the ground, still thrashing. When it saw us coming, it even bared its teeth at us. Still baring your teeth, huh? I'll run you through. His nerve up now. Old House 6 shoved the gate open, stepped in, and put his whole weight behind it, driving the fork straight into the wolf. Those 4 tines, honed to a shine over the years, punched right through the hide and pinned it to the ground. You want to prey on my sheep? I'll finish you. He was still bearing down on it when I came up behind him. That's enough, Grandpa. It's dead. Ease up. Dead? Just like that. What did you expect? See for yourself. Old House 6 took a hard look. The wolf's tongue was hanging out, all 4 legs off the ground. Dead as dead could be. He yanked the fork back, turned his head, and asked, Dongzi, is this the only one you got? Yeah. You bet. 2 more took hits and bolted into the woods, and there's another one caught in a snare. With a little luck, we bagged at least 4 this run. 4. How Lalu shot me a thumbs up. Nice work, Dongzi, you're really something. It's all right. We'll have to wait till daylight to head into the woods and see how many we can track down. The wolf was dead, but we couldn't just leave it lying in the pen. The sheep were still huddled in the corner, trembling. The 2 of us each grabbed a hind leg and dragged it out to the middle of the yard. Would you look at that? How Lalu hefted it, testing the weight. This one's no lightweight. Gotta be 70, 80 pounds easy. But it's a male. Just to satisfy his curiosity, he lifted the tail. Ha, sure enough. I laughed. You actually checked. Damn right I did. A brute this size, if it's a male, could very well be the pack leader. He had a point. If we'd actually taken down the alpha, then this whole wolf problem was pulled out by the roots. A pack without its leader would most likely fall apart, everyone scattering their own way. Right as we were talking, footsteps crunched through the snow outside the gate. The voice arrived before the man did. Lao Hao Xiangdong, did the wolves come? Did you get one? Feng Shui's voice carried in from outside. Hao Laolu hurried to open the gate. Got one, Captain, we got one. Yeah? That's great. You could hear the joy in Feng Shui's voice. He strode in, walked straight up to the wolf, gave a satisfied nod, then turned to me. Not bad. Xiangdong, nicely done. This the only one you got. Not the only one. Two more got hit and ran into the woods. I'll go in at first light tomorrow and track them down. Shouldn't be a problem. If you take down those two wounded ones too, these wolves won't dare come near our place again. Hao Laolu came over. Don't you worry, Captain. These wolves won't be back for sure. Take a look at this one. Big as it is, Xiangdong and I figure it's the pack leader. Feng Shui crouched down and looked it over, nodding in agreement. Before long, other folks from the village started showing up too. Everyone who'd heard the gunshots wanted to come see the excitement. Once they laid eyes on the wolf, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Sun Qingfeng came over to my side. Dongzi, we're in the clear for the rest of the night, right? Yeah, uncle, don't worry. The wolves ran off. They definitely won't be back tonight. Good. Pack up your things and come home to sleep. Your aunt's been worried sick this whole time. It's all fine now. No need to keep crowding in with Lao Hao anymore. I nodded. Sure thing, uncle. I'll bring my stuff back in a bit. Once the excitement died down, Feng Shui had some men carry the dead wolf back to the team headquarters. The rest of the crowd gradually dispersed. Sun Qingfeng and I hauled my bedroll home. Seeing me safe and sound, Li Ho-hot could finally set her worried heart at ease. She tossed a few more sticks of firewood into the stove pit, got the Kong piping hot, and urged me to turn in. After toughing it out all these days, I finally, a good, solid night's sleep. I slept straight through till broad daylight. After getting up, I ate a little, packed things up, and dragged my uncle along into the woods to find those two wounded wolves. If they were dead, all the better, we could haul them back first. The way I figured it, as long as I recovered the two I'd shot, plus the one caught in the snare, the job would be as good as done. As for the other three, they could go wherever they pleased. I doubted they'd have the nerve to come back. The two I'd shot didn't put up any mystery. Following the blood trail a short way, I found them both collapsed in snow drifts, bled out and dead. The two lay no more than 100 meters apart. I left these for Sun Qingfeng to drag back. I turned to go find the one caught in the snare and figured I'd check on the other traps I'd set in the woods while I was at it. I never expected that this trip into the woods would hand me a big surprise. One of the snares in the woods had caught a wolf too. A happy problem to have. The two snared wolves had run off in different directions. I could only track one first and deal with the other later. As for which one to go after first, I used a trick the common folk love best. I tossed my glove up into the air. Out here in the frozen wilderness, pulling off a boot was a hassle, but a glove worked just as well. Whichever way the fingertips pointed when it landed, that's the wolf I'd chase. The glove settled, and the direction was chosen. I pulled the glove back on, tucked the rifle under my arm, and set off along the tracks in the snow. Any other time, once a wolf slipped into the woods, you could forget about chasing it. They move like shadows. But this time was different. This wolf had my snare hanging around its neck, with a half-meter length of wood tied to the end of the cord. That stick was its ball and chain. On flat ground, it could still drag it along. But the moment it hit the woods, branches, brush, tangled weeds reaching out from every side, that stick would snag, and the wolf would have to fight like hell to break free. I knew it couldn't get far. A wolf caught in a live snare, even a clever one, won't bother turning back to chew the cord while it can still move. It might gnaw a couple of times, but if the cord holds, it just keeps going. Once the stick jams and there's no danger around, it stops to catch its breath, then gives a sudden violent lunge, and if it can't break loose, it's stuck right there. That's why the old hunters use wire when snaring big game. Can't be bitten through. All I had was hemp rope, so I just have to walk a few extra miles. A man who runs the mountains, afraid of a little walking? This wolf had grit, I'll give it that. Several miles into the chase, I watched with my own eyes as that stick got tangled in the brush again and again, only for the wolf to muscle free each time and keep dragging its chain forward. The trail led me down into grass marsh gully, and a dense thicket rose up ahead. My heart leapt. In woods this thick, with branches crisscrossing low to the ground, that stick was almost certain to wedge itself between two saplings. It could tear through thin grass, but jammed against a tree, it'd be finished. I checked my rifle again, brushed the packed snow away from the muzzle, inspected the rounds, loaded up proper. I made my way into the woods step by step, rifle ready. 200 or 300 yards in. Rustle, rustle. The sound of something thrashing came from just ahead. I pressed myself against a big tree, held my breath, and peered toward the noise. The woods were too thick. The branches wove together like a wall, and I couldn't make out a thing. A little farther on stood a tree so wide it'd take both arms to reach around. Its branches started spreading out at about waist height, and the one closest to the ground was as thick as my arm, solid enough to hold a man. Without a sound, I circled around it, grabbed a branch with one hand, planted a foot against the trunk, and climbed up 7 or 8 feet. Suddenly, I had a clear view. It was the wolf I'd been tracking. It had obviously heard my footsteps and was thrashing wildly, desperate to escape this dead end. But the stick tied to the snare rope was wedged tight between 2 saplings, and no matter how it twisted, the thing wouldn't budge. It started circling the tree. That 2-yard rope got shorter with every loop, and after a few times around, it had all but tied itself to the trunk. I smiled. The snare was cinched around its neck. It had walked right into the trap I'd anchored in the woods. That noose hung 8 inches off the ground, exactly the height of a wolf's head. Once it stuck its head through, the more it fought, the tighter it got. Short of chewing through the rope, there was no way out. But I couldn't afford to get cocky. If this beast really lost it, who knew how long that piece of hemp rope would hold? Once I had a clear sense of where it was and confirmed there were no other wolves around, I slid down from the tree, crouched low, and inched closer, one small step at a time. Slow, so I wouldn't push it over the edge into a last, desperate fight. 20, 30 yards. Finally, I could see it clearly, and it could see me. Still thrashing, it bared its teeth and growled at me, a threatening rumble rolling up from its throat. I didn't care. Slowly, I raised the rifle and lined up the sights on its head. I pulled the trigger. Bang! The wolf shot straight up, over 3 feet in the air, then got yanked back by the rope, crashing headfirst into the snow, twitching and struggling for its life. I didn't watch it fall. The instant I fired, I'd already dropped my head, worked the bolt, ejected the casing, and chambered another round. A seasoned hunter wouldn't do it that way. When they're up against a pack or dangerous game, they keep their eyes locked on the target and reload by feel, never losing sight of it, ready to react the moment things go wrong. Some hold a cartridge tucked between their fingers and can get another round chambered in 2 or 3 seconds. That's the kind of skill that only comes with practice, and I had a long way to go. Even the rifle was borrowed. What was I supposed to practice with? Doing this was already pretty good. Luckily, the range was close, and the shot hit it square in the back of the head. Any animal, no matter what it is finished when it takes one to the back of the skull. Reloaded, I looked up. The wolf lay in the snow, its body still twitching. Rifle ready, I walked closer and stopped a couple of yards away. Seeing it still moving, I was in no hurry. I lit a cigarette and smoked while I waited for it to die. By the time the cigarette burned down, the wolf too. It wasn't moving anymore. I leaned my rifle against a tree, drew my knife, and stepped forward. I'd gotten to be a pretty decent hand at skinning by now. I'd done a bunch of wolf pelts, even worked on bear hides. Once the skin was off, I dumped the head and guts right there, wrapped the meat up in the pelt, and slung it over my back. I stood and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary, so I grabbed my rifle and headed back. It was still early. I figured I'd go after another one. I circled back to where I'd tossed my glove and picked up the second set of tracks. Less than a mile in, same as before, deep in the woods, with that short stick jammed into the fork of a sapling. Too bad. All I found was the snare and the stick. The wolf was gone. I picked up the snare and took a look. There was a good bit of fur caught on the cord. This one must have stepped into the trap I'd buried in the ground. A leg snare just isn't as reliable as one around the neck. One good pull, and it had torn itself loose. I felt a twinge of regret, but I hefted the weight on my shoulder and let it go. A pack of 8 wolves had come to the village to steal sheep, and I'd taken down 5 of them one after another. The remaining 3 would probably run as far as they could and never dare come back. The village's problem was solved. That was enough. What I was really turning over in my mind were those 5 wolf pelts. If they all came to me, at $10 apiece, 5 would be 50, not far off from what I needed to buy a rifle. but feng shui probably wouldn't hand them all over. The job came from the village, the grain was the reward, and the ammo was theirs to begin with. It was only fair for them to take the meat and the pelts. If he wouldn't give them up, there was nothing I could do. We'd talk it over when we met. If I couldn't get them all, even one or two would still be money. I looked up at the sky. It was already past noon. I hadn't seen any other game the whole way, so I just untied the stick and tossed it, wound the cord around my waist a couple of times, and turned back toward the village. It was still light when I reached the edge of the village. The smell of cooking meat drifted through the air. I pushed open the door of our house. Only Sun Xiaolan was there, doing her needlework. Everyone else was nowhere to be seen. Xiaolan, where's everybody? Brother, you're back. They all went to the team headquarters. My dad said the captain's stewing wolf meat for the whole village, and every family gets a share too. So they all ran over. Why didn't you go? It's cold out there and too crowded. When the meat's done, I'll have Xiaolei come get me. All right, you stay put. I'll go take a look. Okay, brother. I put my rifle away and headed out. The team headquarters was buzzing like crazy. Bringing down that many wolves at once meant 200 or 300 pounds of meat. Wolf meat wasn't worth much. Selling it to the supply co-op wouldn't fetch more than a few cents, so it was better to let the whole village have a good feast. As for the sheep that had been killed, those couldn't be eaten, they had to be sold. A pound of mutton could go for 60 or 70 cents. Hey, Xiangdong's back. Bagged another one, did you? Impressive. You were only gone a little while. I always knew Xiangdong had it in him. Dongzi, come. Here, let me help you carry that. The moment I walked in, the villagers crowded around me, all warm and friendly. They'd never been this close to me before, but now that there was meat on the table, it was all thanks to me. A full mouth breeds gratitude, familiar faces or not. Everyone came up to say a few kind words. The young guys especially, the way they looked at me had completely changed. It was obvious they saw me as some kind of role model now. I smiled and handled them one by one. Feng Shui pushed through the crowd toward me. Dongzi's back. Nice work. You got rid of a big headache for the whole village. On behalf of the production team, I'm giving you a commendation. Captain Feng, it's the least I could do. I'm part of this village too. Well said. We're all neighbors here. When someone's in trouble, we all pitch in. And quit calling me Captain from now on. Call me Uncle Feng. That's friendlier. You got it, Uncle Feng. I won't stand on ceremony then. Huh, don't you dare. He clapped me on the shoulder and turned to shout at the crowd. Listen up, everybody. Xiangdong didn't just wipe out a menace this time. He put meat in all your bellies too. Don't any of you forget it. Of course not, the crowd answered in unison. Good. And while I've got you all here, one more thing. That old rundown house at the edge of the village, we're giving it to Xiangdong as his homestead. Come spring, we're tearing it down and rebuilding, and every household sends someone to help. You hear me? We hear you. All right, that's all. The meat's just about done. Dig in. At the words, dig in, the crowd's enthusiasm instantly shifted direction, everyone surging toward the big pot. Uncle Feng and I stepped off to the side and each lit a cigarette. Xiangdong, good work. Everything I promised you is ready. Haul it back home after you eat. Keep the leftover bullets and use them. Consider it a little extra reward from the village. Thanks, Uncle Feng. Oh, by the way, what are you doing with the pelts? I'm planning to sell them to the supply co-op. Help make up for the village's losses. This really hit us hard, you know. Why you want them? That question caught me off guard, and I wasn't sure how to bring it up. The village had lost quite a few sheep. That was a real hit. But swallowing my words didn't sit right with me either. I took a drag off my cigarette. It's nothing, really. I just want to save up more money so I can buy a good rifle soon. That old muzzleloader of mine's no good. Without a proper gun, forget taking down 5 wolves. I probably couldn't even chase them off. Uncle Feng knew just how much a good rifle meant to a hunter. But something like that, even a cheap one ran over 100 yuan, and his family didn't have that kind of money to lend me either. He mulled it over for a moment. Tell you what, 5 pelts. I'll give you 3. Call it the village chipping in to help you buy that gun. But from here on out, whenever the village needs something, you don't give me any grief about it. Absolutely. Anytime the village needs me, I won't hesitate for a second. Deal. So, you want to sell the pelts yourself, or should the village sell them and hand you the money? I thought it over. The price would be about the same no matter who sold them, and letting the village handle it would save me the trouble. Uncle Feng, Uncle, you go sell it. Just give me the money after. I've got 2 more wolf pelts at home. Sell those for me too. Sure. Bring him over when you get a chance. Once most of the villagers had gotten their share, the 2 of us stepped up with our bowls too, ladling out a bowl of meat each, grabbing a few buns, and squatting down on the ground to eat. There was a lot of meat, too much for one meal. Each family took some of the leftovers home. And with that, the whole thing was settled. I rested at home for a day, but the hunting had to go on. You can't ease up just because you've had a little success. When I headed out this time, several of the young guys in the village wanted to tag along. I turned them all down. The reason was simple. I was still only half-baked at this myself. How was I supposed to lead anyone else? If something went wrong out there, I'd have no way to face their families when we got back. They weren't happy about it, but there was nothing they could do. I paid them no mind. I grabbed my rations and my rifle and slipped back into the woods. Practice breeds nerve. Around the village there was too much foot traffic, and the game didn't like to come near. So I headed straight north, pushing deep into the lesser Shingon Mountains. I don't know if it was because the past couple of days had gone too smoothly, but this time in the mountains I couldn't turn up any decent game to save my life. It was either squirrels or pheasants, or the occasional rabbit. All of them way off in the distance, and by the time I crept close, they'd long since vanished. As for wild boar and roe deer, I saw plenty of tracks, but not a single live one. Days of this, one after another, and it was driving me up the wall. But that's just how mountain hunting goes. You don't come back with something every trip. Coming home empty-handed is the norm. I got to wondering, had all the game in these parts already been chased off? Out here in the great northern wilderness, every 2 or 3 villages had somebody doing this line of work, and most of them ranged no farther than a day's walk. If it wasn't working, I'd just go farther. Last time, with Zhang Jiefeng, hadn't we walked for days before we finally brought down that black bear? If you want a good haul, you've got to have guts. Timid and hesitant, you end up with nothing to show for it. The next day I got up before dawn and headed out while it was still dark, making sure to pack extra food. I planned to rough it out in the wild for a day or 2. Out of the village, I went straight north. There was nothing good nearby, so I kept my feet moving, covering a good 10 li in one stretch before I finally stopped to rest on a fallen log and lit a cigarette. With the cigarette hanging from my lips, I let my eyes sweep the area, looking for fresh animal tracks. Just as I was scanning around, off to the northeast, a few crows were circling in the sky. They wheeled about for a while, then all dropped down together. Something clicked in my mind. Crows are scavengers. Grain, nuts, insects, carrion, even stealing other birds' eggs. They'll eat anything. With the mountains buried in heavy snow and food hard to come by, these few gathering in one spot and dropping down like that. 9 times out of 10, there was something down there. More than likely some animal had died, and they were going for the meat. I judged the distance, not too far. I took one hard drag on the cigarette, stubbed it out in the snow, and got to my feet, heading toward where the crows had come down. It looked close, but walking it was anything but. It was a good 3 or 4 li before I finally reached the spot. I hadn't laid eyes on anything yet, but I could already hear a chaotic chorus of caw-caw, and mixed in with it seemed to be something else stirring. I immediately slowed my pace, using the shrubs and tall weeds for cover, inching my way to about 30 meters out. Then I parted the branches and gently poked my head through. Sure enough, there in the snow lay the carcass of a wild boar, already gnawed down to less than half. Its belly had been torn open, the innards nowhere to be found. All that remained were the head, the hooves, and half a shoulder. But what really made my eyes light up was this. Circling the boar wasn't just a flock of crows. 2 foxes were down there too, heads buried, tearing into the meat. The crows hovered nearby, sneaking in close, only to get chased off by the foxes. They'd probably heard my footsteps, but the whole scene was already such a racket, and food was so scarce in the dead of winter that not a one of them was willing to give up a meal that had practically fallen into their laps. My chance had come. A single fox was worth a lot more than a wolf. Among all the pelts out there, the only ones that could beat fox were mink and otter. A fox hide would fetch at least 20-some bucks. Mink and otter easily brought in 50 or 60, but mink and otter were so hard to come by, nowhere near as common as fox. I tamped down the excitement rising in my chest and slowly eased the barrel forward. 3 points, 1 line. The front sight settled on the fox's head. I couldn't shoot the body. One hole in it, and the pelt was ruined, the price plummeting. If I was going to shoot, I'd shoot the head. I took aim for a long while. Finally, after a few more bites, the fox lifted its head, ears pricked, listening warily. I squeezed the trigger. Bang! A spray of blood burst out behind one fox's ear, and the force of the bullet flipped the whole animal clean over. At the crack of the gunshot, the remaining crows and the other fox scattered in a panicked rush, vanishing from my sight in the blink of an eye. I dropped down and quickly chambered another round. By the time I stood back up, my face was already split with a grin. I circled around the shrubs, my eyes never leaving that fox, still twitching on the ground. I pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long, hard drag. This trip finally paid off. So all those days I came back empty-handed. Turns out the good Lord was just saving you here, waiting for me. If that fox could have understood me, it'd probably be cursing my name. All it wanted was to grab a couple bites of boar meat ahead of the others, who knew that one mouthful would cost it its life. Greed for a moment's gain often has to be paid back with your life. And out here, the mountains and forests spell that truth out far more plainly than the human world ever does. I flicked the cigarette butt to the ground and drew my belt knife to start skinning. A fox pelt isn't like a wolf hide. You have to peel it off in one piece, as a whole tube, or the fur won't be worth much. I worked the blade in slowly along the bullet hole. By rights, I should have started the cut at the hind legs, but with my shot landing behind the ear, I had to make do. Cutting off a little extra meat didn't matter. The key was that the hide couldn't tear and the fur roots couldn't be damaged, or it'd shed the moment it was treated. The blade pushed on, the hide curling back, peeling all the way down to the tip of the tail, and just like that, one whole tube of pelt was done. I couldn't get to the butchering right away, but it was freezing cold. The meat wouldn't spoil, so I figured I'd deal with it once I got back. I rolled up the pelt, tied it off with a cord, and slung it behind me. Then I got to work on the meat. Besides the fox, there was that half a wild boar. From the bite marks, it was clearly what a wolf pack had left behind. Scavenging off wolves is just part of everyday life for a hill runner. Wolves steal a man's kill, and a man steals theirs. Neither one's too proud to do it. In times like these, as long as it's meat, it's worth more than just about anything. Still, it turned my stomach a little, so I wanted to cut away the gnawed-up parts. But the boar was frozen solid. The knife wouldn't even bite into it. Nothing for it, but to switch from cutting to hacking. Ice-crusted bits of meat flew everywhere. I hacked away until it looked decent enough for me, then carved off the good meat piece by piece. 2 solid hours, and I'd cut off 20 or 30 pounds of good meat. Not a lot, but it was free. With that, staying out in the woods a few extra days would be no problem at all. While I worked, it was anything but quiet around me. The crows had scattered at the gunshots, but they were soon back on the branches, and the boldest ones even swooped down to snatch scraps off the ground. Farther out, something in the woods was watching me. No need to guess. Wolves, and more than one. They didn't rush me, probably too full and lazy to bother, and probably because the sight of me baring my teeth and swinging a knife, hacking away at the meat, made them figure I was some kind of fierce beast myself. When they're not hungry, nobody wants to pick a fight with a hard case. Once I'd finished up, I wrapped the meat, hoisted it onto my back, tucked the knife back at my waist, picked up my gun, and tossed a line toward the bushes. I left you plenty of meat. Don't follow me. Follow me, and I won't be so friendly. With that, I walked off without looking back. Whether they understood or just couldn't be bothered with me, I don't know. But even after I'd gone a good ways, there was never a sound behind me. Only then did I really relax, and my step got lighter. I walked another mile or two before it got pitch dark. I hadn't covered much ground that day. It had all gone into that frozen boar. I found the thickest tree I could, picked a spot out of the wind, kicked away the snow to expose the dry grass and dead leaves underneath, laid down a layer, put the fox pelt on top of that, then gathered up some dry branches and got a fire going. Once the fire was up, I felt steadier. The cornbread I'd kept tucked against my chest had frozen to a rock too, so I set it by the fire to warm, and threw a couple small pieces of meat on beside it. Before long, the smell of the roasting meat came drifting up, and after running all day, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Once I'd eaten, I lit a cigarette, and then didn't know what to do with myself. There wasn't much to pass the time in those days, and sleeping out in the open wasn't an option. Fall asleep in this cold. and whether you wake up in the morning is anybody's guess. So I toughed it out. When I got so tired I couldn't take it, I'd get up and stamp my feet, or grab a handful of snow and scrub it on my face. And that's how I made it through my first night camping alone. Aside from the bone-deep cold, the night passed peacefully enough. No wolves came around to bother me. As the sky began to lighten, I roasted some of the dry rations for breakfast, put out the fire with snow. I packed up and hit the road again. 6 or 7 li north, a huge ravine cut across my path. At its widest, it looked to be over 200 meters, and it stretched on farther than I could see. The gully was thick with shrubs, crab apple, hazel, scattered among a few Manchurian ash and white birch, and the rest was all overgrown weeds. Standing on the ridge looking down, I had a good feeling. There had to be game here. It was sheltered from the wind, and there was plenty to eat. Tender grass buried under the snow, and red crab apples still clinging to the trees. Where the grazers go, the predators follow. If I could just run into a pack of wild boar or a few roe deer, that'd be perfect. Roe deer could be sold for cash, and the boar, well, that would be just the thing to bring to Zhang Jiefang. His wedding was coming up in a few days, and a whole wild boar at the banquet would make him look real good. I'd borrowed the man's rifle. I couldn't very well show up to his wedding empty-handed. I picked out an easier spot and made my way down along the ridge. You don't know until you're down there. The brush in that gully was denser than I ever imagined, tangled every which way. Pushing through meant constantly batting branches aside, and one careless move sent a branch whipping across my face, stung like hell. But there were plenty of tracks, too. Wild boar, roe deer, wolf, fox, pheasant, hare, all trampled together in a mess. Impossible to tell one from another, let alone figure out which way anything had gone. I picked a direction at random and pushed on, head down. I hadn't gone more than a few hundred meters before the grunting of pigs reached my ears, 2 of them going at each other, by the sound of it, off to my left. A pack of boar. My heart leapt. Zhang Jiefang had told me that pack boar aren't as wary. They forage in groups and are used to scuffling with one another, so when they hear a noise they just figure it's one of their own. Unlike a lone boar or a roe deer, which bolts at the first sign of trouble. That gave a hunter his opening. But you still had to be careful. A pack was usually one old sow leading a litter, and she'd fight to the death to protect her young. There were often near-grown males in the group, too, and they weren't to be messed with either. I checked the rifle again and crept forward in a crouch. After 30 or 40 meters, the shapes of the pack began to emerge. A dozen or so, mostly 100-pound half-growns. A few had eaten their fill and were roughhousing under the shrubs, and right in the middle lay a 200-plus-pound old sow, bedded down in a hollow she'd rooted out of the snow. Truth be told, I had my eye on that sow, but an animal that big wouldn't go down with a single shot, and besides, her rump was facing me. Her head, her neck, all the vital spots were out of sight, and the dense branches in between meant a bullet would never punch through. I gave her up without hesitation and set my sights on the half-growns instead. I raised the rifle quietly, picked a gap in the branches clear enough to shoot through, laid my finger on the trigger, and waited for a target to step into frame. The boar were still carrying on. I knelt on one knee, rifle up, and waited a full 10 minutes. The exhaustion was one thing. It was my fingers going numb from the cold that got to me. I quietly slipped my finger up to my mouth and breathed on it, eyes locked on that gap. And just then, a young boar, maybe half-grown, came ambling over. My finger slid back to the trigger in a flash. A little closer, just a little more. The second its head cleared into the open, I squeezed. The boar bolted sideways, and by the time it hit the ground, it was already sprawled flat in the snow. Beautiful. I couldn't help but shout. The shot was dead on. The thing didn't even make it 2 steps. I'd picked a good spot to hit, too. Anywhere else, especially on one of those old boars that rub themselves down with pine sap on the trees until they're practically wearing armor, a bullet from too far out might not even punch through. The one I'd picked was only about 100 pounds, a piglet born that spring, tender meat, thin hide, just right. At the crack of the shot, the whole ground full of hogs went squealing off into the brush. Off in the distance, a roe deer sprang up high, and a pheasant just flapped straight up into the air. Never mind them. I shouldered the rifle, pushed through the branches, and walked up to the boar. One slash to the throat to bleed it out. Once the blood had drained, I got to work dressing it. This 100-pound hog, after I'd taken out the guts and the odds and ends, still had about 80 pounds left, head and hooves included. Plenty for Zhang Jiefeng to throw a proper feast. I made up my mind. I wouldn't haul this pig home. I'd take it straight to his place. Once I had it cleaned up, I dragged it over to a clearing by the gully, cut a few saplings, and rigged up a rough little sled. I loaded the pork onto it, along with the scraps I'd scavenged from the wolves. Looped the rope over my shoulder, grabbed the sled's handles with both hands, and started dragging with everything I had, uphill. Close to home, it wouldn't have been so bad. These past few days I'd kept the landmarks fixed in my head, and I could find my way back without straying. But out here, I didn't know the land at all. If I didn't follow my own tracks from the way in, it'd be dead easy to get lost. And of all things, the route I'd come by wasn't a good one. It was a trail beaten out by animals, and the direction wasn't mine to choose. Empty-handed it might have been fine, but dragging 100-odd pounds, wading through snow past my knees, clawing up a mountain slope, you can imagine how that felt. Tough as I am, I'm still only human. I hadn't covered more than 3 or 4 miles over the hills before the sky went dark. Making it back tonight was hopeless. Even if I never stopped, I wouldn't get there before dawn. So I found a decent spot to camp, built a fire, roasted some meat, and heated up the 2 cornbread buns I had left. I'd been rationing my food carefully these past few days, but tomorrow I'd reach Zhang Jiefeng's place, so tonight there was no need to pinch. Even if I ate it all, with this pork, I wasn't going to go hungry. In the middle of the night, snow started drifting down, thin and scattered. I looked up, and my stomach tightened. Please, don't let it come down hard. Another big snow and every track I'd made would be buried, and getting back would be even harder. But things don't go the way you want. A little over an hour later, snowflakes the size of goose feathers came pelting down, and the wind kicked up along the ground. It wasn't a strong wind, but the cold cut right through you, and the fire swayed wildly in it. I had no choice but to get up, cut down a few small trees, and rig a roof over the fire so the snow and wind wouldn't put it out. Once that was done, I huddled inside that drafty little shelter and just gutted it out. It was a hard wait until dawn, and when I finally looked around, everything had turned into an endless sheet of white. The path I'd walked was buried clean, even my footprints filled in by the wind. As far as I could see, it all looked exactly the same. The snow hadn't stopped. It was lighter than during the night, but the wind had picked up. It swept the snow along, churning heaven and earth into a single white fog. That's when it hit me. I'd run into a ground blizzard. This kind of weather is common in the Northeast. The wind lifts the soft, dry snow that's just fallen and sends it swirling through the air until you can't see 50 meters ahead. People and animals get trapped inside it, and it's terrifyingly easy to lose your way. Once the wind kicks up, the temperature keeps dropping too. Lost and freezing, whether you're a man or a beast, your odds of surviving are pitifully slim. The last thing I wanted was to travel in weather like this, but where I was hunkered down wasn't any permanent shelter. Staying put, I wouldn't starve, but I'd freeze for sure. It was still more than 20 li to Zhang Jiefeng's place. As long as I kept the right direction, if I gritted my teeth and pushed on until nightfall, I'd make it. I warmed last night's roasted meat over the fire, ate a few bites, then wrapped the rest tightly in a cloth and tucked it against my body. That way it wouldn't freeze solid even after it cooled, and I could gnaw on it whenever I got hungry along the way to keep myself going. I hitched up the sled and set out, guided by the direction I remembered. Once I got moving, I realized it was a whole different story from being holed up in the snow. The ground blizzard cut into me like little knives, and the snow stung my face. All I could do was lower my head, squint, and inch forward against the wind, one step at a time. I walked for 2 or 3 hours straight, then stopped and straightened up, squinting around me. Damn, where the hell has this brought me? Visibility was already low, and I'd had my head down the whole time. Everything around me looked identical. Trees, brush, weeds. Not a single decent landmark. With the sun out, I could have at least figured out which way I was headed, but now there wasn't even a sun. I didn't have a clue whether I was walking east, south, west, or north. But one thing I did know, I absolutely could not stop. The moment I stopped, my body would lose heat fast, and by then I wouldn't be able to move even if I wanted to. When a person's backed into a corner, the thing to fear most has never been the lack of a way out. It's giving up in your own heart first. I picked a direction on instinct and kept going. I walked until nightfall and still hadn't seen Zhang Jiefang's village. My heart sank completely. I must have gone the wrong way. Otherwise, over 20-some li, even crawling, I'd have made it in a full day. But where exactly I was, I had no idea. All I could do was hope I hadn't wandered deep into the mountains, head south or east, and I'd eventually stumble onto a village, head west or north, and I'd be finished. At this point, there was no use overthinking it. My only shot at living was to steel myself and keep pushing forward, betting on whether my luck was tough enough. I believed I was the lucky one. The heavens went to all this trouble to drop me into this world. Surely it wasn't just to have me kick the bucket out here in the snow. Night fell completely, and I didn't stop. Luckily, at night the wild animals hunkered down and looked for places to hide, so at least I didn't have to worry about running into wolves. Stumbling along, one foot sinking deep, the next barely touching, I walked for another hour or so. Finally, I broke out of the forest, and there, right in front of me, was a road. It wasn't wide, and the surface was buried under a thick blanket of snow. But where there's a road, there are people. Didn't matter which direction. As long as I followed it, I'd end up somewhere eventually. The moment there was hope, my legs found new strength. Dragging the sled behind me, I walked another mile or so when I faintly made out something lying by the road up ahead. I couldn't tell what it was. In this god-awful weather, visibility was terrifyingly low. The thing was buried under heavy snow, just a vague human shape jutting up abruptly from the white ground, completely out of place with everything around it. I hurried over in a few quick strides, stopped in front of it, and nudged it with my foot. That one nudge made it clear it really was a person, bundled up head to toe, the face impossible to see. I couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. The only thing beside them was a box. I crouched down and propped the person up. Now I could see it was a woman. Two braids hung down from beneath her cotton hat. "Comrade. Hey, comrade, wake up." I called out a few times. Not a flicker of response. She'd already frozen into unconsciousness. I couldn't help muttering to myself, what was a woman doing out here in weather like this? But then my eyes landed on that box, and a bold red cross on it made my heart skip and filled me with sudden respect. A doctor, or a nurse, going out in weather like this, chances were someone had fallen gravely ill and was waiting to be saved. But why was she alone? Shouldn't someone accompany a house call? It didn't add up. But I couldn't just leave her to die. Except, in weather like this, what did I have to save her with? I was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. She was already hypothermic and unconscious. If I took her with me, she'd probably be dead by the time we reached anyone. But if I left her, I had no way to help her out here in the middle of nowhere. Forget it. Let's see how strong your luck is. I'll do everything I can and leave the rest to fate. God willing, there'd be a village just ahead. I lifted her onto the sled, took out that fox pelt, pulled off her shoes, wrapped both her feet up tight in the fur, and bound them with rope. Don't underestimate that pelt. A fox survives cold like this thanks to that coat of fur. It beats any padded boot. When a person freezes into unconsciousness, the body fights to preserve life first. Blood floods to the brain, the heart, and the internal organs, and the hands and feet get left behind. As long as the person survives, those extremities, well, if they're ruined, they're ruined. I used more rope to secure her to the sled so she wouldn't roll off. Then, gritting my teeth, I started hauling forward again. It just wasn't her time to go, either. After about a mile, I spotted lights in the distance up ahead, and not just one, a whole cluster of them. A village. I pulled harder, and finally just broke into a run. It was such a short stretch of road, yet it felt like I'd crossed 1,000 mountains and rivers, my whole body. I'd used up every last bit of my strength. I couldn't spare a moment to figure out where I was. I ran straight for a house with its lights on and pounded on the door like a madman. "Anybody home? Open up, somebody's hurt." The banging startled the people inside. "Who is it? Out in this blizzard? Hurry, is anyone there? Somebody needs help. Coming, coming." The second they caught the word help, they stopped dragging their feet and came scurrying to the gate. Seeing me covered in frost and snow, a sled trailing behind me with a person sprawled across it, the man froze. "Where'd you come from in this weather? What happened to the person on that sled?" "I don't know. I'm a hunter. I was tracking game up in the mountains and found her collapsed by the roadside, so I brought her along." "Hurry up, Quit dawdling. All right, get inside. Honey, honey, get out here quick. He helped me haul the sled into the yard while hollering for his wife at the top of his lungs. We carried her into the main room and untied the ropes. And when they got a clear look at the woman's face, the couple gasped in unison. Oh no, isn't this Dr. Chun? How'd she end up like this? I looked up. You know her? Know her? She's Dr. Chun from the farm's medical team. She comes out to our village all the time to treat folks. What was she doing lying out there in the cold? Beats me. Never mind that now. We've got to help her fast. Right, right. Come on, let's carry her inside together. All three of us pitched in. The woman shouted urgently. Not that room. That room's too hot. She can't take it. Take her to the west room. The two men turned around and carried her into the west room. The west room had no heated bed going, so it was much colder. But for someone frozen stiff, that temperature was just right. Too much heat too fast, and the frostbitten areas would turn necrotic. All right, you two, out you go. Honey, run next door and fetch Aunt Air. I can't handle her on my own. Once you've got Aunt Air, go let the production team leader know too. Got it, I'm on it. The woman turned and yelled at me again. Don't you just stand there either. There's a basin and a bucket by the door. Go get some snow in here. I knew she meant to use the snow to revive her, so without a word, I turned and went out. Before long, the little courtyard was swarming with people. You could tell Dr. Chun had a stellar reputation in the village. Everyone who got word came rushing over. A few women bustled around inside, tending to her, while the men waited outside for orders. Some gathered around me, asking questions. It was only then that I finally figured out where I'd ended up. The village was called Xiangyang Tun, about 60 li due north of Beidahuang County. The man who'd opened the door was named Sun Shutian, and his wife was Wang Xinghua. Xiangyang Tun was 40 li from Shuangjing village, and nearly 20 li from Hongshugo, where Zhang Jiefeng lived. The direction I'd walked in the mountains had been way off. I should have headed southeast, but I'd gone due east instead. One wrong turn, and I'd ended up this far off course. That Dr. Chun, her name was Chun Yi, was a medic from the Yanjun farm a dozen or so miles away. She spent her days making rounds through the villages, treating women and children. Whenever some family's daughter-in-law was about to give birth, chances were she'd be the one called in to deliver the baby. It was a job that didn't wait on the weather. The moment someone fell ill, she'd head out on a house call, come wind or snow. The only thing nobody could figure out was why she'd come out alone this time. Usually the village would send someone to fetch her, or the farm would pair her with a male doctor so the two could travel together. You're Li Xiangdong, aren't you? I turned. The man speaking was middle-aged, somewhere in his 40s or 50s, with a weathered, dark complexion and a thin mustache. But his eyes were sharp, carrying a certain authority. Yeah, that's me. And you are? I'm Ma Guangcai, the production team leader for the Xianyang Village Brigade. I just heard you say you ran into Dr. Chen alone on the road. You sure there was nobody else with her? I thought it over carefully and shook my head. I'm sure. When I found her, she was by herself. That doesn't add up. Weather like this, no way the farm would let her head out alone. She must have gotten separated from someone. Someone beside him chimed in. Team leader, that's a real possibility. Should we go out and look? We don't know a thing about the situation. No sense in wasting a trip. Let's wait for Dr. Chen to come to and ask her. Ma Guangcai called toward the west room. Zhang Xiulan, is Dr. Chen awake yet? Not yet. Hold your horses. We're busy in here. A woman's voice answered from inside. Soon as she's up, ask her whether anybody was traveling with her. Got it. He turned back to me. Comradely, no matter how you slice it, you saved Dr. Chen's life. The whole village owes you for that. You look worn out. Go find a place to rest, and I'll have someone fix you something to eat. Once you're here, treat it like your own home. I really was dead on my feet. But the thought that there might be another person still out there somewhere, God knows where, kept me from resting easy. Team leader Ma, I'll hold off on resting. Just some food is fine. I'm starving. Once Dr. Chen wakes up, I'll still need to lead the way for you all. Fair enough. Sun Shutian, you got any food ready at your place? Fix Lee something. The man of that house answered. Sure do, sure do. Got some leftover corn buns and cornmeal porridge from supper. I'll heat 'em up. No vegetables, though, just pickles and some pickled cabbage knots. Whatever you've got. I'll make up the grain and vegetables to your household from the team's stores later on. I wasn't picky. Something hot to eat would do. beat gnawing on a cold corn bun any day. The food was heated up quick. I ate while chatting with Ma Guangcai and the others. Before I'd even finished, a few cheers burst out from the West Room. Dr. Chin's awake. She's awake. The people outside all tensed up too, but nobody dared go in. A whole crowd of grown men barging in and seeing something they shouldn't. What would that look like? A woman in her 30s poked her head out. Team leader, Dr. Chun. The doctor's awake. Good. If she's awake, she's out of danger. Hurry back and ask if anyone came out here with her. Right, I'll go ask now. Inside, the young woman named Zhang Xiaolan went back in, sat down on the edge of the Kong, and leaned over close to Chun Yi's ear. Dr. Chun, is there anyone else out there with you? When we found you, you were all alone. Chun Yi had only just come around. Her mind was still foggy, and her body wouldn't obey her. She forced her eyes open. Sister Zhang. No, it was just me. Dr. Wang went to Qianjin village to see patients. I was heading back to get more medicine, and I passed out halfway there. Oh, that's good then. Good thing there's nobody else. You're safe now, don't worry. Just rest up. I'll go tell the captain. Zhang Xiaolan came out and told everyone, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Then they turned around and started cursing the folks over in Qianjin village for being so careless. How could they let Dr. Chen head back for medicine all by herself, when everybody knew how deadly these wide-out blizzards could be? To be fair, Qianjin village was catching some blame it didn't deserve. She and Dr. Wang had never even made it to Qianjin village. On their rounds, they'd gone through medicine fast, and when a few supplies ran low, Chun Yi suggested Dr. Wang go on ahead to Qianjin village while she went back for more, planning to catch up once the wind died down. She'd figured it would be fine. She'd walked that road more than a few times. But the whiteout blizzard was too vicious. She only made it halfway before she couldn't take another step. She wanted to catch her breath, and once she stopped, she never got back up again. If I hadn't happened to pass by, that would have been the end of her. Once I heard they didn't need me to guide them to anyone else, I finally relaxed completely, and all at once the exhaustion hit me. I said a word to the captain, and Sun Shutian cleared out a spot for me in the East Room. I didn't stand on ceremony. I just lay down and fell straight asleep. I slept like a log until noon the next day. I was still groggy as I sat up on the Kong when someone next to me spoke up. Huh, little brotherly, you're finally awake. Any longer, and we'd have figured something happened to you. I rubbed my eyes and forced them open. There were quite a few people sitting at the head of the Kong, chatting around the Kong table. The one who'd spoken was the captain, Ma Guangcai. Captain Ma, sorry about that. I overslept. What time is it now? What's there to be sorry about? You were tired, you should sleep. As for the time, I honestly don't know, but it's about noon. Get up and shake off the sleep. We'll eat in a bit. We've just been waiting on you. I climbed up and stretched, my joints cracking and popping. That had been a real good sleep. Don't wait on me. I'll just grab a quick bite once I'm up. No way. You're the hero who saved Dr. Chun. Our village has to treat you right. I slaughtered a sheep today just for this. I'm making you stewed mutton. I was taken aback. That was awfully generous, slaughtering a whole sheep right off the bat. Captain Ma, you're too kind. I'm truly honored. I kept trying to decline, while an old man sitting cross-legged on the far end of the Kong, puffing on a long-stemmed pipe, kept sizing me up through half-closed eyes. Young man, Guangcai says you're from Shuangjing village? Whose family are you with? I turned to look. The old man wore a worn navy cotton jacket. His face was dark and ruddy, and his gray hair paired with a goatee made him look somewhere in his late 60s, pushing 70. Sir, I'm the nephew from the maiden family of Sun Qingfeng's wife over in Shuangjing. I just came out from back home not too long ago. The old man nodded. Ah, that explains it. You speak such smooth Mandarin, anybody can tell you're not a local. What made you leave home and come all the way out to this frozen corner of the world? My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't really thought much about this before. Back at Sun Qingfeng's place, in front of Li Ho Hot, she spoke Shandong dialect, so I'd gone along with it. Even threw in a bit of a northeastern accent. But I was used to speaking standard Mandarin, and the moment I stepped out the door, I forgot all about it. In an unfamiliar place, speaking neither the local dialect nor anything that matched my supposed hometown was a surefire way to draw suspicion. Luckily, this stretch of the great northern wilderness was full of people from all over the country, so nobody paid too much mind to accents. I decided not to force a change in how I talked. The more I tried, the more suspicious I'd seem. It's a long story. Mainly there were too many mouths and not enough grain back home. And I've got a big appetite. It just so happened there was a policy sending folks out to develop the frontier, so I signed up and came out here, figuring I could at least eat my fill. Ma Guangsai jumped in. That's right. If there's one thing we've got plenty of around here, it's land and the grain rations that come with it. Long as you're willing to work, you'll never go hungry. The old man chuckled and asked again. I see you're carrying a rifle, with a wild boar dragging behind your sled. Did you hunt the mountains back home too? How are your skills? No, I always just farmed back home. It was on the way to my aunt's place out here that. I gave a quick rundown of what I'd been through these past days. I understood what he was getting at. He wanted to get a read on me. People were wary these days. Run into a stranger, and they'd always feel you out a bit. I got it. On another man's turf, even if you'd saved a life, you still had to give a clear account of yourself. When I finished, the old man stroked his beard and smiled. You're good material. Didn't expect that after just a month or so you could head into the mountains and hunt on your own. Better than plenty of folks who've been at it for years. When I get the chance, I'll see just what you're made of. Sir, do you hunt the mountains too? That was ages ago. These legs are no good anymore. Can't make it up the mountains these days. Ma Guangsai chimed in from the side. Literally, our old man here was a top-notch hunter back in his day. Plenty of young fellows in the village wanted him as their teacher, but none of them ever caught his eye. If you could learn a couple tricks from him, that'd set you up for life. Whoa, then I'd better learn all I can from you. Just don't hold it against me if I'm slow. Sure. All right, enough about that. Guangsai, is the food ready? Bring it out. Should be. Let me go check. Ma Guangsai climbed down off the Kong and stepped out. Before long, he came back, carrying a big enamel basin, brimming with mutton. Xiao Li, come on. Dig in. Don't be shy. Easy for him to say, but I couldn't really cut loose. If I did, most of that whole basin of meat would end up in my stomach. Even holding back, though, my appetite left the whole table stunned. The old man looked a little taken aback. Kid, with an appetite like that, forget the grain running short back in your hometown. Even the rations we get here wouldn't be enough to fill a gap in your teeth. I scratched my head, a bit embarrassed. Yeah, that's exactly why I had hunting on my mind the second I got here. Sell off the game, buy more grain. Otherwise, I'd be going hungry all the same. No worries. Bag plenty from now on. Put in a good winter's work and you'll have enough to eat for a year. That's what I figured too. There's really no shortage of game around here. Saw plenty of wild boar and roe deer tracks in that gully over there. The old man didn't eat much. A few pieces of meat and he was full. He picked up his pipe and lit up. You in a hurry to leave? I looked at him, curious. Not really. Before I set out, I told my folks I was going to help out a buddy of mine. He's getting married in about half a month. I just need to get there a few days ahead. This bore's for him, actually. Good. No rush, then. This blizzard should die down by tomorrow. How about the two of us head into the woods and take a look around? That'd be great. I'm all yours. All right. It's settled. Over the course of that one meal, I got the picture. The old man's surname was Meng, and he was Orican. Nobody knew his full name, and nobody called him by it to his face. His kids were all grown and married, working as forest rangers in the county. He didn't want to live with them, so he and his wife had moved back to the village. Looked like he'd spotted a bit of a knack for hunting in me and had a mind to teach me. For me, that was a stroke of pure luck, a lifelong veteran of these mountains and forests, and there was no way his skills were anything but the real deal. That night, I didn't bunk at Sun Shutian's place. Old Ming dragged me right back to his own home. The two of them lived alone in an empty house. Getting on in years, they just liked having someone around to talk to. The strange thing was they'd rather live by themselves than move in with their son in the county, probably afraid of being a burden. The moment I walked in, the old woman warmed right up, gripping my hand and peppering me with questions. We talked well past midnight before finally turning in for the night. I woke the next day before dawn. I'd slept too much during the day, and now I tossed and turned, unable to drift off again. But the couple's room was still quiet, and I didn't want to make any noise, so I just lay there. It wasn't until I heard the sound of the Kong being fired up in the east room that I got up and headed out. Go on. When old man Meng saw me, he paused for a second. Well, look at you up already. Didn't want to sleep in a little more? Slept too much during the day, so I couldn't stay down. Let me give you a hand. Sure. Grab that basket and go fetch some firewood from the woodpile. Let's get this place warmed up. You got it. I picked up the wicker basket from the corner and pushed the door open. It was still pitch black outside. The snow had stopped, but the cold hit like a knife, cutting straight into your bones the second you stepped out. I hauled back some corn stalks and firewood, and once I got the fire going, the warmth in the room shot right up. The old woman got up to fix breakfast. Old man Ming sat in his high-backed armchair, eyes half closed, puffing on his pipe. I couldn't sit still, and remembering there were still a few logs in the woodpile that hadn't been split, I grabbed the axe and got to work. You old man. It's his first day here, and you've already got him working. You could at least tell him to stop. Stop what? He's a strapping young fella. If I don't let him do it, then who? These old bones of mine. 1 foot in the grave? Never you mind. Just add a couple more scoops of cornmeal to the pot. This kid can eat. The old woman shot him a look, but didn't come out to stop me. Instead, she really did scoop in a few extra spoonfuls of cornmeal and went off to stew the vegetables and steam the cornbread. I didn't feel put out at all. Young folks have plenty of strength, and once it's used up, a little rest brings it right back. It doesn't cost a thing, so what's the harm in doing a bit more? Respecting your elders is just the right thing to do. The axe rose and fell, with chips flying everywhere. By the time the sun climbed up over the treetops, I'd split a big pile of wood. The old woman lifted the door curtain and came out. Dongzi, that's enough. Wash up and come eat. Coming, ma'am. Looking at the pile of wood I'd split, I felt good inside. I set down the axe, dusted off my hands, and headed in. Old man Ming was already sitting at the table. Come sit. Been at it all morning, you tired? This little bit of work is nothing. I've got strength to spare. Good build. After we eat, how about we take a walk into the woods? Whatever you say. All right, then eat up. I had your aunt steam extra cornbread. Plenty to go around. The old woman handed me a bowl of mixed stew with a smile. No need to be polite. Your aunt and uncle here are both glad you came. Eat up. I took a bite of the cornbread, fluffy, and even a little sweet. Ma'am, did you put sugar in this cornbread? You could taste it? My son brought back a little white sugar from the county. The two of us don't care for sweet drinks, so I put a bit in the cornbread for flavor. Good, isn't it? It's good. Sugar's a rare thing these days. Your son's a good boy. Huh. If it's good, eat a few more. Cornbread with sugar really is something else. But as good as it was, I didn't eat my fill. 4 pieces of cornbread and 2 bowls of stew, and I set down my chopsticks half full. You can't just stuff yourself in somebody else's home. After the meal, old man Ming braced himself on his knees and stood up. Dongzi, go over to the east room, up on top of the cabinet, and get grab that rifle down for me. You got it. I stepped up onto the stool and pulled down a long wooden case. When I opened the lid, a bolt-action rifle, maybe half-worn but still solid, lay quietly inside, with a dozen or so rounds stacked neatly beside it. I'm no gun expert. The ones I could name were just the usual, the Type 38, the Chiang Kai-shek rifle, the Type 53, the Type 56 carbine. But this one lying in front of me, I'd honestly never seen anything like it. Old-timer, what kind of gun is this? Huh, bet you've never laid eyes on one. This here's my old buddy. We Oricans call it a berdanka. He cradled the rifle in his hands, running his palm over it again and again, like he was stroking some priceless treasure. To you young folks, this thing's ancient. These days, everybody's using rifles that fire full auto. Who'd give a hoot about this old girl? Looks like a fine gun to me. What's the range? Even the oldest standard-issue rifle beat the hell out of the homemade break action I was carrying. Inside 200 meters, long as your aim's true, 1 shot, 1 kill. The old man's eyes were full of confidence. That good, huh? Way better than my old scattergun. Old Ming blinked, caught off guard. Wait a minute, isn't yours a break action? Yeah, a break action. And it's not even mine. Zhang Jiefeng lent it to me. He's getting married and won't be able to head into the mountains for a while. Where would I get the money for a real gun? Puffed, calling a break action a gun. He curled his lip, unimpressed. All I could do was give a bitter smile. There was no comparing the two. When we went into the mountains to hunt, we had to register with the production brigade first, and then buy the gun out of our own pockets. But the Oricans were different. They'd lived off hunting and fishing for generations, and their guns were issued straight from the higher-ups. Now that's what I call special treatment. We could scrimp and save forever, and 100 some yuan would only get us a break action. Wanted a double-barreled shotgun? That'd run you close to 200. As for the Type 53 or Type 56 carbine, forget about it. Even if you somehow got your hands on one, where would you scrounge up the ammo? For years now, the government had been buying back civilian firearms. They hadn't outright banned guns, but if you wanted to own one legally, you needed paperwork from the village committee or your work unit to get a permit. Get caught without one, and they'd confiscate it, no exceptions. That old scattergun of mine was registered with the village too. I needed a letter of introduction just to buy gunpowder and iron shot from the co-op. A gun with no ammo is nothing but a fire poker. So looking at old Ming's rifle, I was downright envious. Old as it was still a breech-loading, standard-issue rifle. The old man said this gun had been with him his whole life. Later, when better ones came along, he still stuck with this one. It was what he was used to. He couldn't buy cartridges anymore, so he bought black powder and lead blocks himself, casting the bullets in a mold at home and reloading his own rounds. Black powder was 40 cents a pound, lead a quarter a pound, both available at the co-op. A pound of powder loaded about 100 rounds, and a pound of lead yielded 25 bullets. All told, it was cheaper than anything else. The old man slung the rifle over his shoulder and grabbed those dozen odd. He handed me the shells. Let's go. We won't go far, just poke around nearby. I grabbed the sawed-off and followed him out. The heavy snow and the wide-out wind had just died down, and the whole world was a blanket of white, ankle-deep in the shallow spots, up to your thigh in the deep ones. Once we hit the woods, there was no way I'd let the old man break trail. I got the direction from him and took the lead, cutting a path for him. The woods around the village hardly ever had game in them on a normal day. But today was strange. We hadn't been wandering long before a string of roe deer tracks jumped out at me. Just a single set, probably an animal that got separated from the herd by the wide-out wind. The prints were still fresh. Old man, roe deer tracks. Not long ago. We'll stick with this one today. Now that we had a target, we quit drifting around. The two of us followed the trail, and after maybe 2 or 3 miles, the deer itself came into view. In this god-awful weather, the roe deer's 4 skinny legs punched a hole with every step, snow up to its belly, stopping and starting as it foraged. No wonder we'd caught up. But the second it spooked and bolted, it'd be way faster than any man. I looked back at the old man. See it? The deer's right there. How do you want to take it? You call it. Don't ask me. You tell me. How should we take it? I ran the numbers in my head. The sawed-off had short range. I need to get inside 60 or 70 meters to have a good shot. And really, this shot should go to the old man. Respect your elders. Old man, I'm quick on my feet. I'll loop around in front of it and push it back toward you. Your gun's got the range. 1 shot, and it's down. The old man just grinned at me. What? You think I'm too old? Trying to baby me? No way. You know my gun's range. Only 60, 70 meters. Be a real shame if it spooks and runs. Your gun shoots far. All right, we'll do it your way. Loop around. And if you can get close enough, take it yourself. If you can't, drive it my way. Got it. Take your time following. I took off running, cutting a big arc to get out in front of the deer. Being tall and long-legged made slogging through the snow harder, but I could still move. By the time I got into position, I was wheezing like a bellows, my scalp soaked with sweat under my hat. Peeking out from behind a tree, I saw the deer still had its head down, pawing through a snow hollow for food. I held my breath and crept forward, hunched low, inch by inch. A roe deer's ears are its sharpest tool. That's how it stays alive. Don't buy into all that dumb roe deer nonsense. It's just plain curious. Its hearing is razor sharp, and when it runs, it's fast as lightning. The snow crunched under my feet. From far off, it didn't matter, but once I got close, every sound drilled straight into its ears. The deer's head shot up. I dropped into a crouch and froze, waiting for it to lower its head again before moving. I closed to about 100 meters when it got wary, turning to make a break for it. If I didn't shoot now, it was game over. The instant the deer bolted, I squeezed the trigger. Bang! A cloud of snow kicked up, missed by half a meter. Son of a bitch. My heart sank. But the gunshot had spooked it. The roe deer wheeled around and bolted straight toward the old man. Nothing to do now but count on him. I rose up on my toes to watch. The deer was bounding high, moving so fast it left a blur behind it. A few leaps in, A muffled crack exploded from over there. The deer somersaulted and plunged head first into the snow. Got it. I didn't even bother reloading. I just grabbed my rifle and rushed over. The old man, though, calmly worked the bolt to chamber a round and strolled over one step at a time, rifle at the ready. The deer was still thrashing in the snow, legs kicking. I drew my knife, circled around behind it, dropped to one knee to pin down its shoulder, and slid the blade in along its neck. Blood sprayed out, and the reddened snow melted and caved in, patch by patch. While it bled out, I glanced at where the old man's shot had landed, wedged right into the deer's neck, spine most likely severed. No wonder it couldn't even lift its head. There's no substitute for experience. I gave him a thumbs up. Old man, that shot. Unbelievable. Huh. I've been hunting my whole life. If I couldn't hit something at that range, I'd have wasted it all. My face went a little hot. He'd been a good 140, 150 meters out. Easy. One shot. Clean kill. Me, barely 100 meters, and I still missed by half a meter. How could there be such a gap between one man and another? All right, I've been at this for decades. You've had a few days. The shooting will come with practice. Don't just stand there. Clean it while it's still warm. I'm going to have a smoke. You got it. Take a load off. I spotted a fallen log not far off, walked over, lifted one end, and dragged it back with gritted teeth, then brushed off the snow with my sleeve. Here, old man, have a seat. The old man plopped down, satisfied, packed a bowl of tobacco, and puffed away. I went back to the deer to skin it and gut it. While he smoked, he quizzed me. The rules of hunting, how to take down different kinds of game, how to tell where an animal's wounded, how to track and trail. I didn't know much about any of it. Lu Dashin taught me the earliest stuff, and later Zhang Jiefang filled in a few things. What I knew, I answered straight. What I didn't, I just said so. The old man never said I was right, never said I was wrong. He just kept nodding along, listening. Once I'd gotten the deer squared away and lashed together a little sled, he finally knocked the pipe bowl against the tree trunk. Good. Haul it home. Back at the house, the old woman lit up the moment she saw the game. Well now, out the door, and you already bagged something. You bet, Auntie. Didn't get far past the village before we ran into deer tracks. And the old man's aim, dead on. Huh, of course. I've been with your uncle my whole life, and I've never once gone without meat. Get inside and warm up. We'll stew it tonight. After dinner, and a bit more talk, I went back to the west room to turn in. That left just the two of them. Making up the bed, the old woman asked, "You were out all day. Did you get a read on him? How'd you know You want to check him out? Please. I've spent half my life with you. The second you stick your butt out, I know exactly what you're about to drop. You just want to take on an apprentice and pass down your craft, don't you? So many people have begged to be your student, and you wouldn't give them the time of day. But this Dongzi, him you've taken a shine to. Huh, you've got me pegged. That first time we were talking over at Sun Shutian's place, I could already tell. This kid's got an edge to him, and he's educated too. His background can't be as simple as he lets on. So you still want to take him on? Who doesn't carry a few secrets these days? As long as he's a decent sort, that's what matters. I can tell this kid's the real deal. He's not going to be an ordinary man someday. Then what are you waiting for? Just tell him he's in and be done with it. It's not that simple. Sure, he's good material, but taking on an apprentice is no small thing. I need to watch him a while longer. Can't rush it. The old woman laughed. That's just how you are. Always have to think everything over 3 times. If I hadn't thought things through, would the two of us have made it out alive back in the day? Get some sleep. We've got to head up the mountain tomorrow. Over the next few days, I tagged along with the old man through the woods every day. He really did teach me a lot. I studied hard, and the two of us hit it off. But I couldn't just freeload here forever. I had other business to take care of. That day when we got back, I told the old couple I was planning to head over to Zhang Jiefang's place. The old man seemed reluctant to see me go. Stay one more day? Come with me up the mountain for one last trip tomorrow. Since he'd asked, how could I refuse? A day sooner or later wouldn't hurt. But the next morning, before we'd even headed out, someone showed up outside. Auntie, is Li Xiangdong home? He is. Who's asking? It's me, Ma Guangcai. Oh, come on in. They were just about to leave. Another minute and you'd have missed him. The door curtain lifted and Ma Guangcai walked in, several people trailing behind him. Sun Shutian's wife, whom I'd met that day, and the woman named Zhang Xiulan. the two of them supporting a young woman between them. A man in a mouse suit stood off to the side as well. I climbed down from the edge of the calm. Captain Ma, you're looking for me? Nothing major. Dr. Chun here has pretty much recovered. She's heading back to the farm today. She insisted on coming to thank you. We couldn't talk her out of it, so we helped her over to see you. The moment Ma Guangcai finished speaking, the young woman being supported by the two women stepped forward. She pulled her scarf aside, revealing a pale face and a pair of big, watery eyes that looked straight at me. Then she bowed deeply. Li Xiangdong, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I'd have died out there long ago. Her voice was soft, but every word was clear. From now on, if you ever need anything, just come find me at Yanjun Farm. As long as it's something I can help with, I won't hesitate. My name is Chun. That was the first time I'd gotten a clear look at her since I'd dragged her out of the snow. She wasn't a knockout, exactly. More the kind that grows on you. The sort of face that makes something in your chest go soft the longer you look. I only glanced once, then stepped aside and offered her a steadying hand. It's nothing. Anyone would have lent a hand, given the situation that day. You don't have to go out of your way to thank me. Just seeing you okay is enough for me. Maybe it's nothing to you, but to me it was my life, she said earnestly. I won't forget this. Once the pleasantries were done, the man beside her in the mouse suit stepped forward and gripped my hand. Comrade Li Xiangdong, I'm Yang LeCun, the director of the farm's clinic. Little Chun is one of my people. On behalf of the farm, and on my own behalf, thank you. Please accept this. It's just a small token of our gratitude. As he spoke, he pulled an envelope from his pocket and pressed it into my palm. I was about to refuse, but old Mr. Ming beat me to it, chuckling as he took over. Then let me thank the farm leadership on Dongzi's behalf. Our Dongzi just came out here from inside the pass to support the frontier. There's plenty he could use. We won't stand on ceremony with the leadership, as it should be. Nothing matters more than people, Yang LeCun said with a smile. Little Chin still needs treatment back home, so we won't keep you any longer. The whole group gathered around Chun-Yi and headed out. A horse-drawn sled was already waiting at the gate, layered with several thick quilts. They helped Chun-Yi up and bundled her in. Yang LeCun clasped his hands in farewell, and the driver cracked his whip. Hooves struck the snow, and the sled pulled slowly into the distance. Back inside, we chatted a bit more, and then Ma Guangcai and the others took their leave too. Only then did I open the envelope. Inside was a full 50 yuan. Old man, look at this. I spread the money out for the two elders to see. Old Meng had his pipe clenched in his teeth and didn't even lift an eyelid. You saved that person's life. They thank you. That's just how it should be. You're short on money right now. Isn't this perfect timing? That's true, but when I saved her, that was the last thing on my mind. That's what they call good deeds getting their reward. Put it away. Come on, we're heading back into the woods. I couldn't figure it out for the life of me. Why was the old man so dead set on going up the mountain today? But if he said we were going, then we were going. Once we were in the woods, I asked, Old man, which way are we headed? Follow me. The two of us, one old and one young, ambled deeper into the forest. After about an hour, an old pine rose up before us, a good meter across at least, so tall you couldn't see the top. At the foot of the tree, Old Meng came to a stop. Dongzi, this old man's tired. There's a tree stump over there. Go bring it over so I can sit. Following the direction he pointed, there really was a section of tree stump, as if someone had cut it and set it there a while back. I didn't think much of it, and I moved it over, brushed off the snow, and helped him sit down. Go grab some firewood. Let's get a fire going. You got it. The little fires soon crackled to life. The old man spoke up again. Here, pack me a pipe. Normally he packed it himself, so why was he ordering me around today? I wondered about it, but I still took the pipe pouch, filled it, and lit it up. Just as I was about to crouch back down by the fire, he said, There's some roe deer hard in my pack. Take it out and roast it over the fire. By that point, even as slow as I can be, it finally dawned on me. This old man definitely had something on his mind today. Turning the deer heart over the flames, I asked, Old man, you went out of your way to bring me into the woods today. There's something you want to say, isn't there? Just come out with it. Huh? You figured it out, kid? Of course. You're never this particular. Pipe, meat, the whole works today. How could there not be something going on? So what? You don't feel like waiting on me? I'm happy to. Why wouldn't I be? You're my elder. It's only right that you put me to work. There you go, then. Old Ming took a couple of contented puffs on his pipe and stared into the flames, lost in thought. I've spent my whole life dealing with these mountains and forests. Seen bandits, fought the Japanese. There's no kind of man I haven't come across. But ever since I laid eyes on you, kid, I've taken a real liking to you, deep down. He paused, and his voice dropped lower. I'm almost 70. Few men live to see 70, and there's no telling how many years I've got left. But all these skills of mine, I can't just take them into the grave with me. He turned to look at me. I want to take you on as my apprentice. Are you willing? My eyes shot wide open. I nearly shouted out loud. It really was raining good fortune from the sky. Over these past few days together, Old Ming's hunting skills had proven downright otherworldly. He could reach out and pull in game like it was nothing. If he was willing to teach me, that was a blessing I couldn't have begged for. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. I agreed instantly. As long as you don't think I'm too dumb, I'll take you as my master right now. Ha ha. Then what are you standing around for? Get over here and bow. Without another word, I walked over and dropped to my knees with a thud, kowtowing several times, solid and firm. Master, good apprentice. The old man laughed until his eyes narrowed into slits. Never thought I'd take on an apprentice at my age. Heaven's been good to me. Master, I think heaven's been even better to me. I'd barely gotten here when I ran into you. Ha ha. Old Ming laughed and slapped his thigh. All right, we've still got to finish the proper rites. Bring that heart over, cut a piece for your master. Once we've paid our respects to the mountain god, the ceremony's complete. Only then did I understand why he'd picked this spot and gone through all this trouble on the way here. I cut off a piece of the roasted deer heart, and master and apprentice knelt side by side before the old pine tree. The master-disciple ceremony. Below, the apprenticeship ceremony was complete. After we finished paying our respects to the mountain god tree, Old Man Ming explained to me what the whole ritual was all about. According to the old traditions of their trade, they were supposed to bring in the clan elders as witnesses, recite the clan rules, smear the fat and blood of a kill onto the mountain god tree, and have the disciple offer up a jar of strong liquor and a bite of meat. Then swear the oath. A teacher for a day is a father for life. When the master grows old, the disciple cares for him until the end, and the master, in turn, holds nothing back in his teaching and keeps his disciples safe. But since I wasn't part of their clan, the old man just did away with all those formalities. Only two things couldn't be skipped: bowing to take him as my master and paying respects to the mountain god tree. Remember this, he said solemnly. Once you're in this trade, you have to respect the mountains and forests. When you hunt, don't kill for the sake of killing, and don't get greedy. The mountain feeds people, and people have to protect the mountain in return. Every life you spare today means a better harvest next year. It sounded simple, but I could taste some real wisdom in it. Between heaven and earth, what you take and what you give always come around. Master, I've got it, I answered, taking it all to heart. So does this mean the ceremony's done? It's done. From now on, you're my disciple. Old Man Ming leaned on his pipe and rose to his feet. Once you've wrapped up whatever you've got going on, come stay with me for a while. I'll teach you the real skills of tracking and hunting in the mountains. And another thing, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. When you're out and about and you run into some old-timer in the trade, just drop my name, Ming Deshan. Among the old hunters of my generation, there's not a soul who'd dare to snub me. I nodded hard. You got it, master. So should we head back now? Let's go back. That was the only business for today. When we get home, the two of us are going to have ourselves a few good drinks. You can go take care of your own stuff tomorrow. I reached out to help him up, and the two of us walked shoulder to shoulder back toward the village. By the time we got home, my master's wife had already laid out food and drinks. She'd sent me and the old man off, but she knew exactly what was going on. The moment we left, she got right to work. When she saw me respectfully helping the old man through the door, she knew in an instant that it was done. Well, aren't you two back quick? I haven't even finished the food yet, she said, coming out to greet us with a big smile. Old Man Ming didn't say a word. I dropped to my knees with a thud and kowtowed to her a few times. Master's wife, your disciple bows to you. Oh, good boy. Get up now, the floor's freezing, she said, hurrying over to help me up. Before, I'd just been a lodger passing through, always a little distance between us. But now that they were my master and his wife, they were just like my own parents. No more need for all that politeness. The heated brick bed was warm and cozy, and the food was spread out on the low table. Master, his wife, and I sat cross-legged, sipping our drinks, the warmth spreading up from the soles of our feet all the way into our chests. Once the drinks got going, Old Man Ming pointed to the rifle standing in the corner. Dongzi, you said before you wanted to save up to buy a gun. Don't bother. Take mine. Sure, it's a single shot you have to load one round a day. It doesn't fire as fast as a repeating rifle, but once you get the hang of it, it's just as quick. No, I can't. I wave my hands. How could I take your gun? What would you use? Huh. I'm almost 70. You think I'm still gonna go chasing through the woods? He glared at me, whiskers bristling. It's not like I'm going hungry. Besides, if you bag something, you wouldn't leave your old man out, would you? I grinned sheepishly. Of course not. Anything I catch, I'd bring you first, even if I went without myself. There you go, then. He knocked his pipe against the edge of the Kong. Take the gun. Passing it on to you. That puts my mind at ease. Leave a little later tomorrow, and I'll teach you how to reload your own cartridges. That way you can handle it yourself from now on. Sure thing, master. A gun he'd carried his whole life. Handed to me just like that. We'd known each other only a few days, yet the bond between master and apprentice already felt heavy in my hands. My master's wife didn't care much about the hunting business, but she wouldn't let go of the matter of my personal life. Dongzi, you'll be 19 after the new year. Back home, do you have a sweetheart? My face went red. Ma'am, I'm still young, nothing like that. Huh, 19 young? When your master and I were your age, we already had kids running all over the place. She laughed so hard her gap-toothed grin wouldn't close. If you had a sweetheart, I wouldn't worry about it. But since you don't, I've got to find you a pretty girl. Those words were just like the ones my aunt, Li Ho-Hot, always said, dead set on getting me married off. Truth was, I didn't mind the idea. Even though there was a soul from another era living inside this body, taking a wife and raising kids was the same no matter the time. Women these days, especially in the countryside, truly treated their husbands like the sky itself. As for those educated girls sent down from the cities, chatting with them was fine, but actually marrying one usually ended in tragedy. 10-odd years down the road, how many people abandoned their spouses and children just to get back to the city? I sure didn't have the confidence to hold on to a heart set on going home. So the way I figured it, marrying a girl from the village was the safer bet. Ma'am, I'll leave it to you. But she's got to be a looker. You little rascal. She slapped the Kong, delighted. Can good looks put food on the table? Absolutely. Haven't you heard the saying, a pretty face is a feast for the eyes? If a girl's easy on the eyes, just looking at her, I could put away a couple extra bowls of rice. Ha ha ha. I think you're just talking nonsense. Fine, I'll find you a pretty one. But a pretty wife's hard to keep. You'll have to work your tail off and earn good money, so she can have a good life. I nodded hard. Don't you worry, I'll work hard for sure. Full of food and liquor, I let the buzz carry me straight to sleep. When I woke the next morning, the old couple were already up. Ma was busy at the stove, and Master was crouched over a clay pot, tinkering away. The half-melted scrap lead in the pot was steaming. Master, ma'am, why didn't you wake me? The old woman turned around. You were sleeping so soundly, and there was nothing urgent. Why bother? Old Man Meng waved me over. Dongzi, come help me melt this lead. I'll teach you how to reload rounds. The work wasn't really that hard. You melt down the scrap lead, skim off the dross, then spoon it into a mold and cast it into bullet shapes. Once they cool, you file off the burrs with a steel rasp. The trickiest step is loading the powder. Remember this, Old Man Meng said, dropping his voice, his expression far more serious than before. These brass casings get reused over and over, so you can't pack in as much powder as a military round. 4 grams, 4.5, that's plenty. Not one bit more. Why is that? Too much powder and the chamber will blow. He held up his left hand, a deep scar running across the web of his thumb. That's what I got for being greedy back in the day. A little less range is fine. Your life's what matters. A chill ran through me. That logic holds true anywhere. Chase a moment's advantage, and you often pay a far steeper price. The lead in the clay pot had fully melted. Following his instructions, I skimmed off the impurities and poured the molten lead into a mold the size of a brick. After a short wait, I released the clasp, and a connected row of bullet heads popped out, scalding hot. With a hiss, I tossed them into cold water to cool. I fished them out, snapped them apart with pliers, and separated the heads one by one. I filed off the excess edges with the steel rasp until each was smooth all over, then set them aside. With the bullet heads finished, the two of us started filling the casings with primer and powder. Next came the most crucial step. The head and the casing had to fit together perfectly, without the slightest gap. Not even a hairline gap, Old Man Meng said, picking up a birchwood mallet and standing a casing upright on the bench. A gap, and when you fire, the pressure leaks out. It won't shoot far, and it won't shoot straight. He gave the rim of the casing mouth a light tap to flare it slightly outward, set the bullet head in, adjusted the angle, sprinkled an even ring of lead powder around the seam, tapped it firm, and finally hammered the flared edge back down. One finished round. His hands moved as smooth as flowing water. He demonstrated a few times, then handed me the tools. Here, give it a try. The result? I thought I had it all down, but the moment I tried, everything fell apart. Just calibrating the bullet head alone stumped me. If the head was off by even a hair, there was no telling where the round would fly. With no proper tools, I had to gauge everything by eye, and the margin of error was way off. Old Man Ming laughed as he took it back. Huh, don't think that just because you watched it done, you can do it. This stuff takes practice. You're right, master. Looks simple, but it's a whole different story once you actually try. No worries. Take your time. Once the 20-odd casings were loaded, along with the few rounds we'd finished earlier, we had a full 40 rounds. By the time we finished all that, it was already mid-morning. Zhang Jiefang's place was still more than 20 miles off, and I couldn't afford to dawdle any longer. I slung the rifle master had given me over my back, tied the cartridge belt around my waist, said my goodbyes to the old couple, and headed out, dragging the little wooden sled behind me. The sled wasn't just loaded with the wild boar I'd bagged earlier. There were several pheasants and rabbits stacked on it too, all from these past few days of hunting in the mountains with Master. He'd kept hardly any for himself, pushing most of it on me, saying it'd give me some face when I showed up at a friend's house. The old couple walked me all the way to the front gate, telling me over and over to be careful on the road. They didn't turn back inside until my figure had disappeared at the far end of the snowy path. I hurried along, dragging the sled the whole way. By the time I reached Zhang Jiefang's house in Hongshulan village, it was already getting dark. Luckily, the road was still clear enough to see. The Zhang place looked completely different from before. The collapsed section of the courtyard wall had been patched up with fresh timber, the snow in the yard had been cleared away spotless, and all the potholes had been packed level with snow. The door curtain and window paper on the house had all been replaced with new ones. He'd sure put in a lot of work to get himself a wife. Too bad it was winter, though, no way to repaint anything. Otherwise he'd have given the whole place, inside and out, a bright new coat. I pushed open the courtyard gate and called out, "Zhang, you home?" "I'm here." A voice answered from inside. The door curtain lifted, and Zhang Jiefang came striding out. "Dongzi, what are you doing here already? Isn't it still a few days off?" "Huh. I came early to give you a hand. Brought a boar over too, so you don't have to go buy one." "Ah, we've still got plenty of meat left from hunting before, more than enough for the banquet." That's what he said, but his face broke into a big grin. His buddy had taken his business to heart. How could he not be happy? Once we'd stacked everything away, he hustled me inside. "Dongzi, you've been out roaming the woods this whole time." I told him everything that had happened these past few days, start to finish, in one breath. When he heard it all, his eyes went wide. "You really took old Ming Deshan as your master?" "What else?" I handed him the rifle the old man had given me. "Here, the old man's own gun is with me now." He took the rifle and turned it over and over, his fingers actually trembling a little. "Well, it really is. You lucky son of a gun, you struck gold." "What? Is my master a big deal or something?" "A big deal." Zhang Jiefang rolled a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and blew the smoke out through his nose. "In our line, mountain hunting, the old man's like a towering tree. God knows how many people have busted their heads trying to learn a trick or two from him. And this once-in-a-lifetime break ends up landing on you. Guess I was born under a lucky star." Tell me about my master, would you? Every time I ask him, he just takes a couple puffs on his pipe and clams up. The old man doesn't like bringing up the past. Zhang Jiefeng lowered his voice. I only heard this from other people, but back when the old man was young, he was a famous hunter among the Orcan people. At 17 or 18, he'd head into the mountains alone and take on tigers and black bears without batting an eye. The cigarette tip glowed and dimmed. Those were troubled times. Bandits, Japanese soldiers, traitors, all of them trampling on ordinary folks. The old man spent half his life fighting them. The number who fell to his gun? If it wasn't 50, it was at least 30. Holy crap, I sucked in a sharp breath. My master's that fierce. Any of the old hunters still alive today, you mention Old Man Meng's name, and every single one of them gives you a thumbs up. My mind was churning. So the master I'd taken on in such a muddled way was actually a living legend. Zhang Jiefeng looked at me with pure envy. Dongzi, whatever tricks the old man teaches you from now on, you'd better not keep them all to yourself. Come on, we're like brothers. I slapped my chest. As long as the old man gives the nod, I'll definitely teach you. He grinned wide, flashing a mouthful of white teeth. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. Zhang, your big day's just around the corner. Anything else that needs doing these next couple days? Nah, nothing. Got everything I need. He sighed. I was actually thinking of heading into the woods to bag some game to add to the wedding spread. But with what you brought over, that's one less thing to worry about. You're about to be a groom. No more killing for you. If there's any errands to run, I'll do them. No need. No need. What you brought is plenty. Just kick back here at my place these next few days. I did the math. There were still 5 or 6 days until the big day, and I'd only be idling around anyway. Zhang, then I'll head home tomorrow first. I've been away a while now. My aunt and the others are probably worried. I'll come back a couple days before the wedding. Sure. He nodded. But come early. Lots of friends are coming to my wedding, all mountain men and hunters. When you're here, you can help me play host and get to know some faces. No problem. I spent the night at his place, and early the next morning, I hit the road. Deep down, I was carrying a little bit of hope. Ideally, I'd run into some game and get to test out this new gun. Before this, I'd been using Zhang Jiefeng's old break-action shotgun. I'd fired plenty of rounds with it. But hey, a man gets a new toy and his hands just itch. Not trying it out once left me itching inside, and my trigger finger itched even worse. But wouldn't you know it, the game refused to cooperate. The whole way, nothing. Broad daylight, and walking the main road too. What kind of suicidal beast was going to come strolling right up to me? And just like that, I walked all the way home. The second I stepped through the door, I shouted inside, Auntie, Uncle, I'm home. The moment Li Ho-Hot heard my voice, she came rushing out of the house and grabbed hold of me. You little rascal. Got a wild streak now, huh? Do you even know how many days it's been? At least you still remember you've got an aunt back here. Haha. Auntie, didn't I tell you already? I was going to make a loop through the woods and then head over to Zhang Jiefeng's place. And you couldn't send word back? A few days ago, we had a blizzard blowing in. You have no idea how worried your uncle and I were. It's fine. I was already at his village by then. I kicked off my shoes, climbed up onto the Kong, and plopped down. I dug the 50 yuan out from inside my coat and pressed it into her hand. Auntie, here, 50 bucks I earned. Li Ho-Hot's eyes went wide as saucers. It had only been a few days, and here I was handing over another 50. Back in those days, 50 yuan was no small chunk of change. She eyed me suspiciously. Dongzi, be straight with your auntie. You didn't do anything shady, did you? Auntie, come on. Do I look like that kind of guy? So I told her the whole story from the beginning. How I saved Chun Yi and took Ming Des Han as my master. My uncle, Sun Qingfeng, kept clicking his tongue as he listened. The way you tell it, it sounds like something straight out of a storyteller's tale. Talk about dumb luck. Huh. Who knows? Annie, maybe I've got the fate of one of those heroes in the old stories. Good things just keep finding me. Listen to you show off. Li Ho-Hot tapped me on the forehead. But taking a master, now that's a good thing. Study hard under him. And don't go embarrassing anyone. I know, Andy. Sun Qingfeng turned serious too. A teacher for a day is a father for life. From now on, you treat your master with respect. Don't give folks a reason to talk behind your back. He turned to my aunt. Put together a proper gift when you get the chance. As the elders, we can't come up short on manners. When there's time, The two of us will go with Dongzi to pay our respects to his master. Right, we should go. I had no objection to that at all. Having the family elders show up in person would show that we took this master-disciple bond seriously. Me going alone just didn't carry the same weight. All right, we'll go once Zhang Jiefang's wedding is over. Uncle, did anything happen in the village while I was gone these past few days? What could happen? That wolf from the back mountain didn't come back to steal any sheep? Nope. After we ran it off, it wouldn't dare come back. Oh, right. Captain Feng stopped by a couple days ago. Said that wolf pelt sold for 55 yuan. The money's all here with your aunt. Li Hohat answered with a nod, leaned over, and pulled a cash box out of the cabinet. She opened it up to show me. Inside the box sat a smaller case. And in that case was every bit of money I'd earned over this stretch of time. The 160 from my cut of the black bear, the 55 from Feng Shui selling the wolf pelt. More than 20 of those big 10 yuan bills stacked together in a thick wad. My aunt added the 50 yuan to the pile, her face breaking into a grin as bright as a flower. My Dongzi's really something. In no time at all, he's brought home over 200 yuan, better than his uncle ever did. I scratched my head, feeling a little sheepish. Beside me, Sun Qingfeng's face turned red. Listen to you. Guess my year of work wasn't for nothing after all. Oh, give it a rest. You think you don't know exactly how much you made this year? Auntie kept counting the money, then suddenly pulled out 15 bucks and pushed it back into my hand. Dongzi, take this. Zhang Jiefang's throwing his wedding, so you've got a chip and a gift. No need, Auntie. I've still got a few bucks left from selling that black bear. Take it. A man can't walk around without a cent on him. Whatever's left over, use it for spending money or buy your master something. This 250 even, I'll hold on to for you, for building a house someday, for finding you a wife. With her putting it that way, I had no choice but to take it. Adding it to the 9 bucks I already had, that made 24 bucks of pocket money. These days, out in the countryside, an ordinary neighbor gives about 50 cents for a wedding gift. Relatives and close friends who can put up 2 or 3 bucks are considered pretty generous. For a sworn brother, 5 bucks is the absolute max. Anybody who can lay down 10 bucks, well, that family's got to be seriously well off. I'd figured on giving 3 bucks, no more, didn't want to show up the guy's own blood brothers. But now that I had a little extra in my pocket, I'd play it by ear on the day and add more if I could. After resting up at home for a couple of days, Zhang Jiefang's big day was drawing near. I got myself squared away and set out for his place. By the time I got there, it was mid-afternoon. They'd already set up a big tent in the yard, with an iron pot of meat stewing over the flames, steam billowing up white. A few guys were squatting around the pot, cigarettes dangling from their lips, shooting the breeze. People streamed in and out of the storehouse, everyone running around with barely a moment to breathe. Brother Zhang, I'm here. Not too late, am I? Zhang Jiefang turned around, dropped what he was doing, and came over to greet me. Not late at all. Perfect timing. We're just starting to stew the meat for the tables today. Anything I can lend a hand with? Nah, it's all done. Just waiting on the big day now. Come on. Come on. Get inside. A few of my brothers who hung up in the mountains got here early. Perfect chance to introduce you. He led me through the main room, dodging a few aunties bustling about, and lifted the curtain to the west room. A wall of white smoke came billowing straight into my face. Just how much had these guys been smoking to fog the place up like a mountain shrouded in clouds? Once the smoke cleared a bit, the two of us stepped inside. There were 4 people in the room. Before Zhang Jiefang could even open his mouth, one of them and I both blurted out almost at the same time. Hey, Li Xiangdong, what are you doing here? Huh, Brother Lu, what a coincidence, running into you here. You bet. Jiefang's getting married. How could I not show up? You here for the wedding too? Course I am. Why else would I come all this way? Zhang Jiefang blinked. Brother Shan, you two know each other? Know each other? That's putting it lightly. Lu Dashin slapped his thigh and pointed at me, calling out to the other 3, that guy I told you all about a while back, the tough one who grabbed nothing but a spearhead and went head-to-head with a wild boar. This is him. The 3 of them. Their eyes snapped over in an instant. It changed. In their eyes, the young man standing at the door had to be a good 6 feet tall, with sharp, sword-like eyebrows sweeping toward his temples and a face full of hard angles. He was lean, but his presence hit you like a wall. The only thing that didn't fit was that his face was a little too young. Give him a few more years and some stubble, and he'd be the picture-perfect tough customer. But young as he was, this was a guy who'd taken down a wild boar single-handed. Dashin, this the Li Xiangdong you told us about? One of the men looked me up and down. Now that's a real man. Come on, brother, have a seat. Tell us how it went down that day. You really took on a boar with your bare hands. With all those eyes on me, I felt a little awkward. Huh, it wasn't as crazy as Brother Lu makes it sound. I was just backed into a corner. Besides, Brother Lu had already shot the thing and wounded it. I just cleaned up the leftovers. Lu Dashin waved his hand hard. Leftovers anybody could clean up? We're all mountain men here. Everybody knows a wounded boar is the deadliest thing out there. Quit being so modest. No kidding, brother. If it were us facing a wounded boar that close, we'd have already scrambled up a tree. No way we'd stand our ground like you did. Outsiders watch the show. Insiders know the tricks. A house pig runs 100-some pounds. You can pin it down easy. But a wild boar's a whole different animal. Those tusks are like two little daggers, and it's 100 times meaner than any farm pig. Once it senses danger, it'll fight you to the death. One swipe of those tusks opens you up like a knife. It can snap a leg bone clean in two. After I sat down, Zhang Jiefang leaned in and pressed me. Dongzi, how come you never told me about this? What's there to tell? I waved him off. Back then I'd just started out, didn't know a thing, dumb and green as they come. You put me up against a boar like that now, and I'd have to think twice. Huh, that's what you call a fresh calf that doesn't fear a tiger. Everybody at the table was a mountain hunter, and the conversation clicked. Somebody passed around cigarettes, and pretty soon we were all chatting away in a haze of smoke. I told them the whole story of how I'd hooked up with Lu Dashin and Zhang Jiefang, and got the other three faces sorted out while I was at it. Besides Lu Dashin, there were three others. Sitting right across from me was a guy in his 30s, not tall, but built like an ox, with a full beard. His name was Lu Taiju, Iron Post, and that name matched that frame just right. To my left sat a pair of brothers, Gao Ming and Gao Yang. Gao Ming was the older one, looked about 26 or 27. Gao Yang was younger, 23 or 24 at most. Any way you sliced it, I was the youngest one in the room. But in a trade like this, where you eat by your own skill, age and seniority never counted for much. It's the guys with no ability who really get looked down on. Somebody like me, who took on a boar right out of the gate and helped bring down a black bear within a month, naturally fit right in. Far from pulling rank on me, they actually treated me. We were on close terms. After chatting for a while, Zhang Jiefang got up and stepped out, returning shortly with a big tray, a heaping plate of stewed marrow bones. Come on, make some room. Jiefang, don't go all out like this. It was Lu Taiju, the oldest of the bunch, who spoke up. We brothers just need something to eat. Don't waste your stuff on us before the real banquet. No worries, there's plenty in the pot. A few days back, Xiangdong brought me a whole wild boar, plus a bunch of pheasants and rabbits. More than enough for a wedding feast. You guys dig in first, I'll grab the liquor. Setting down the tray, Zhang Jiefang headed back out to round up the drinking bowls. At those words, the faces around the table shifted a little. Lu Taiju looked at me. Xiangdong, you're the one who bagged this boar and brought it over? Yeah, Brother Zhang's getting married, so he couldn't get into the woods. I borrowed his rifle for a few days, couldn't just use it for nothing. Happened to run into a pack of wild boars in a gully up north, so I took one down and hauled it over for him. Once I explained it that way, their expressions eased up. We were all good brothers, and here I'd gone and given a whole hog, which made the little gifts they'd brought look downright shabby by comparison. But since I'd been using Zhang Jiefang's rifle, giving him a boar in return just made sense. That rifle on your back looks pretty decent too. What made you go borrowing Jiefang's? Mine's brand new to me. I used to carry a beat-up old musket. Brother Dashin knows all about it. Otherwise, would I really have been out there taking on boars with a spear tip? Lu Dashin nodded. That's the truth. That old musket was a wreck. Oh, right, Xiangdong. This fine rifle of yours, where'd you get it? From my master. He's getting on in years and doesn't go into the woods anymore, so he passed the rifle down to me. Master? Lu Dashin blinked. It's only been a few days, and you've already got yourself a master? The corner of my mouth curled up, and I laid out the whole story of becoming Meng Dishan's apprentice all over again. Boy oh boy, what I got in return were 4 sets of eyes so full of envy they could have swallowed me whole. They were all hunters from around these parts. Who didn't know old man Meng? Getting taken in under him was the luck of a lifetime. Trouble was, they'd been eyeing that door for years and never managed to get it open. And here I'd done it in just a few days. The old man had nodded and taken me in. Not being envious would have been a lie, but fate's not something you can force. Just as we were talking, Zhang Jiefang came in lugging a jar of liquor and carrying a few coarse porcelain bowls. What are you all sitting around for? Get to it. Fill 'em up. With this happy occasion as the excuse, us brothers cut loose for once. Big bowls of liquor, big hunks of meat. Any other day, who'd dare live it up like this? Every one of us had a whole family riding on our backs. Eating and drinking, we talked clear into the small hours of the night. The next day was the day before the wedding proper. Everyone who could lend a hand came. Friends and relatives from far off all made it in by that day too. And the rest of us couldn't keep feasting anymore. When the busy meal was over, we had to help prepare for the next day's wedding feast and see to all the guests coming and going. That day, another 5 or 6 mountain hunters showed up, all from the surrounding villages. They knew Zhang Jiefang, though not as closely as we did. Anyone who came was a guest, so of course they got a proper welcome. That evening we set out another table. This time nobody drank much. It was mostly just chatting and killing time. Winters in the great northern wilderness have short days. To fetch the bride, you had to head out before dawn, pick her up, and turn back, getting home around 9 in the morning for the ceremony. The feast started at 11. Once folks had eaten, anyone with a long way to travel had to hurry back to make it home before dark. So the men fetching the bride basically didn't sleep a wink the night before. If you got too exhausted, you'd just find a corner and catch a quick nap. Before long, it was time to set off. The groom's uncle, his sister-in-law, the matchmaker, the drum and gong band, the men carrying the bundles, and the few of us groomsmen. Everyone was ready. Zhang Jiefang had borrowed a horse-drawn sled from the production team, with a big red flower tied to the horse's head and thick new bedding spread across the sled. Everyone else was going on foot. The bride's name was Lu Lan, a girl from Yadango village, 10 li away. By the time we got to her place, they were all set on their end. Weddings these days didn't come with much fuss. No blocking the door, no poetry contests, no demanding red envelopes, none of that. At most they'd hold the groom up a little, and slipping them a few pieces of candy was enough to get through. It was all just for the fun of it. We brought the bride out, settled her onto the sled, and bundled her up tight in the quilts. The drums and gongs struck up, and we headed back with music playing all the way. The real excitement came when we got back to Zhang Jiefang's place. The bride was fine. It was Zhang Jiefang's parents who got their faces smeared all over with soot, so black you could only see their white teeth. Bow to heaven and earth. Into the bridal chamber. Crunch, crunch, chew that rock candy. Once the ceremony was done and the bride was sent inside, the main feast finally got underway. For this happy occasion, Zhang Jiefang had put together a real spread, 4 dishes and a soup. Pork stewed with pickled cabbage, cabbage stewed with tofu, white radish stewed with rabbit, a plate of stir-fried shredded radish, plus a big pot of pheasant soup. Not just in Honshu Go, even across all the villages for miles around, it ranked right up there. Not a single guest went away unhappy. Everywhere you looked, there were heads bent down, digging in. When the feast broke up, the wedding was winding down too. Friends, relatives, and neighbors left one after another, leaving just those of us helping to clean up the mess. I was among them. I was busy at it when Gao Liang sidled over. Xiangdong, you in a hurry to get back?